Sites like G2 Crowd, you can collect, respond to, and use reviews to take control of your online reputation and ultimately improve business.
Good morning and welcome to Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. We are on day 3 of fun, growth, inspiration, innovation, and equality. And we have another incredible day of content with you today. And we are going to be showcasing all sorts of great things on Salesforce Live. So make sure to use hashtag DF17 and hashtag Salesforce Live as you're watching along online. I'm here with Alexandra Legend Siegel to tell you all about this next day's topic and thing. Thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you for having me, Marissa.
All right, so let's talk about this key pillar that Salesforce has and Dreamforce also has of equality. What does it mean for Salesforce?
Yeah, so Salesforce is a really unique company in that we believe that our higher purpose is to actually drive equality for all. So equality is a core value at Salesforce, and we make sure that everything that we do is centered around that idea of equality. So we actually focus on 4 core pillars, and that's equal rights, equal pay, equal education, and equal opportunity.
So what do those mean, and how are we showcasing them at Dreamforce?
Sure. So when we talk about equal rights, we really talk about this idea that companies and their leaders can actually stand up and advocate for their employees. So we saw that we did that when we stood against anti-LGBTQ bills in places like North Carolina and Texas and Georgia. And we actually have a panel today called Activists Standing Up for Equality with people like DeRay McKesson, Sarah McBride. We have Haben Girma. She's the first deafblind graduate of Harvard Law School. So we have some incredible speakers. And then for equal education, it's the idea which you heard in Mark's keynote is that everybody or every CEO should adopt a school, that we can all do our part to ensure that every child has an access to a great education.
And that's key in the overall theme of Dreamforce this year, in the 4th Industrial Revolution, in that it's not something people should be afraid of, but utilize as an opportunity to really democratize education and give everyone the chance to succeed.
Absolutely. So we have an amazing equality keynote at the end of the day. We have Lorraine Powell-Jobs, who's a huge advocate for College Track, as well as will.i.am, who you've heard advocate for education in our communities. And we also have JR the artist, who is someone who makes these incredible art installations. You might have seen the little baby looking over the Mexican border. So he's an awesome speaker as well. So we have an exciting lineup today. And then
wait, there's more.
Yes. We're really excited to announce that we have Natalie Portman coming, and she's going to talk to us about equal pay and how she's an equal pay trailblazer. And then we have great business leaders like Bozoma St. John, Sally Krawcheck, and Janet Fauci of Deloitte. They're going to speak about authentic leadership and how to create equal opportunity in our companies.
So you've mentioned these amazing sessions, but they aren't living in a silo. Today we are having our 3rd annual Equality Summit. Tell me a little bit about the history of that and how it went from the Women's Leadership Summit to today Equality Summit and what that means.
Absolutely. So Molly Ford, who is the director of equality programs, who many people have probably seen around Dreamforce or on Twitter, she actually had this idea. It started as a PowerPoint on her laptop. And she pitched the idea to Leila Seika, who's a great executive here. And she said, I really think we should showcase these amazing women leaders that we know who are trailblazers in equality in their own companies, and we should put them on the stage at the largest customer events of the year, Dreamforce. And so that's how it started as the Women's Leadership Summit. And over time, it evolved to the Women's Inequality Summit, and then this year it's now the Equality Summit. It's a full day of programming about equality trailblazers.
And I think that's really important to note, is that we really are looking at equality for all. And that's a bigger mission than just anything in small, equal pay. That's not small at all. But it's a huge mission to look at equality overall, and it takes so many different elements to look out. And so let's talk a little bit more about those last two pillars.
Yeah.
So you talked about. You've talked about a few of them so far, but let's talk about equal pay.
Sure. Yeah, so equal pay, that was a huge initiative for our company. You've heard the story. Layla Seca, Cindy Robbins, our own leaders, they went to Mark Benioff. They said there's a pay gap and we need to address it. So I think it's going to be really interesting to hear it from Natalie Portman's perspective when she found out that she wasn't actually being paid equally. So we really believe in equal pay for equal work, and we're committed to that.
And we actually left out talking about one of the people that I'm most excited to see at Dreamforce this year, Taraji P. Henson.
Yes, so this is actually really exciting. Molly, who we just talked about, is actually opening for Taraji in, I think, about 30 minutes or very shortly. And so Taraji is going to talk about changing the face of entertainment. So much like Molly set out to change the face of, conferences like Dreamforce, Taraji, through just her incredible life story and her work, has actually changed the face of entertainment by telling those untold stories. So we're going to hear about that very soon.
And she's actually very interesting because many people know her from Empire, but she also took a stand and had an Oscar nomination recently for Hidden Figures.
Yes, which is exactly what we're talking about. Katherine Johnson, the character she played, how many people would have heard of her if it wasn't for that movie? So I think it's so important to showcase and elevate these hidden figures, both in our companies, in our communities, and in the world.
And she also is showcasing different parts. I mean, she's playing a character on Empire, which is, completely sassy, over the top. Yes. And then she's playing a real life character. So she is multifaceted and able to showcase all elements of, what she stands for in her films and TV shows.
Yes, she's incredible. I'm so excited to see her, in just a few minutes.
So let's talk a little bit more about authentic leadership. You went over this session really quickly, but authentic leadership, this is a great session that we have coming up at 11:15 today.
Yes.
So shortly after this, with Janet Fouty. So tell me about how we're teaming with Deloitte and Janet Fouty for these sessions.
Deloitte is actually our sponsor of the Equality Summit. We're really excited to partner with them because their values are so aligned with our own. And then that session, Authentic Leadership, is going to be really exciting because it's the idea that in order to be a great leader, you need to lead with your authentic full self. And we talk about that a lot at Salesforce, is that we want people to be able to come to work and be who they are, not have to check any part of themselves at the door. And so these are leaders who truly embody that. I mean, I'm sure if you've seen Bozoma on Twitter or on Instagram, you see that she doesn't care what anyone thinks about her. She just does what is, unique to her, and that's what makes her special.
And she actually is a very interesting story. She's come into a role at Uber that's very challenging, and one that people are looking for someone to kind of level the playing field and keep them under control. But she is still able to be her authentic self. How does that work?
I mean, we'll have to hear what she has to say, but I think she's doing an awesome job, and she's such a great leader and women leader and voice of equality. So.
And also included in this panel is Sallie Krawcheck, who I'm a huge fan of. I've had on this stage this week as well. And she's actually someone that, she was educated in the way that women can be completely equal, but then also looking at investing specifically, that women actually need to look at investing differently because we live longer.
Yes.
Different things like our paychecks, our money-making peaks earlier. So when we're investing, we shouldn't be looking to invest the exact same way that a man does.
Absolutely. I think it's so important for people like Sallie who are actually empowering women and really changing the conversation around finance, around traditionally topics that, women didn't have a seat at the table. So I think that's really great.
And again, bringing your authentic self in and recognizing that we have to be able to openly talk about these things and have these conversations. Otherwise, there is not going to be progress. And a lot of these things have always been hidden figures in a way.
Yes.
We don't talk about money. We don't talk about any kind of sexual discrimination that comes against us. And everything, now that it's coming to the forefront, the conversation is growing. We recognize in a lot of ways how bad it is, but also that opens up an opportunity.
Yeah, I think starting the dialogue is the first step. Having communities and workplaces where you can have transparent and open dialogue. Tony always talks about we need to tell our own stories. We need to talk. We need to be empathetic. So I think that's a huge theme in the Equality Summit today. You're going to see people opening up, sharing their stories. We started with Melody Hobson on Monday, and she was amazing. She made everybody cry because she was just so inspiring. And I think there's so much power in people's personal stories.
And I think think it's great that we've been actually having equality throughout the conference. It's not just on one day. And again, starting with Melody Hobson on day one.
Yes.
What an incredible woman. Tell me a little bit more about her. And then also our viewers can know that they can go back and watch that session. It's already up on Salesforce Live.
Yes, they absolutely can, and you definitely should. Melody is, I think she was named one of Fortune's most powerful women or something along those lines. She's incredible, and if you listen to her story and about the mentors that helped her along the way and about her passion and her drive and where she started, you can't help but feel inspired. So it was a great session, and you can definitely go see it on Salesforce Live.
Okay, awesome. I want to dive more into activists standing up for equality and that session. I know this is something you're very passionate about.
Yes.
So let's hear your story, actually. I know that you have a great brand, not only within Salesforce, but what you're doing outside of Salesforce. So tell me a little bit about that, living the protest.
Yes, so I've always been very passionate about social justice and how individuals can be equality trailblazers in their workplaces, but also in their communities. So beyond being the president of Bold Force, which is our Black Employee Resource Group, which is really committed to empowering the Black community, both within our company and in the broader community, I also started a clothing line called Live the Protest, and the proceeds go to different organizations that are really committed to social change.
And so what about the inspiration that you're seeing in this panel, the activist panel?
Yeah, so, I mean, if you listen to the stories of those panelists, DeRay McKesson, he actually came and spoke at Salesforce. He is the founder of Pod Save the People. He has been, the face of many of the protests that we've seen around Black Lives Matter. He's been arrested several times, but it's so inspiring to just hear from someone who used his platforms. He used Twitter before Twitter was as massive as it is today, just to engage the community in a completely different way. And then Haben Girma, who's deaf and blind, and just everything that she's accomplished. And, she worked with the Obama administration on ability, activism and policies. So she's incredible, and you can't help but be inspired by her. And then Sarah McBride, she's transgender, and she's working so hard for transgender rights. And it's just an amazing panel. You can't help but think, okay, what can I do tomorrow?
And you're actually doing something tonight.
Yes.
So you're actually going to have the opportunity to open up our big equality keynote tonight. Tell me about that.
So I feel very fortunate that I get to do the pre-show with Leah McGowan Hare, who everyone saw during Mark's keynote.
You couldn't miss her. She was just blazing hot. Yes. Amazing.
In a ball gown.
In a ball gown, because that's what I usually wear to keynotes as well.
Right. She is awesome. So I'm so excited to share the stage with her. We're going to interview the CEO of College Track, which is a great program, the CMO of Deloitte, who I know you've talked to before. She's amazing. Actually a College Track student, so we're going to actually hear firsthand about how College Track helped him along the way and pave a future for himself. And then we are also going to hear from Layla Seika, who was the person who co-founded the Equality Summit, then the Women's Summit with Molly Ford.
And who also had a great opportunity to MC the Dream Pitch last night, which is also available online. So if you didn't catch the Dream Pitch, make sure you check it out. Layla, she brings all the fun, but also the passion to everything she does.
And she leads as her authentic self. There was actually a Huffington Post article that came out yesterday, which is just what we're talking about now, about the importance of leading as who you are. So she's great.
That's awesome. And then one thing that's really special about Dreamforce is, again, it gives it is this platform for people to talk about big issues. It's much more than a technology conference.
Absolutely.
It is, I'd say, it's a very small part technology conference, much more just an overall magical place where we can learn and talk. And it's also a place for groups like Bold Force to spread the word and raise money for great causes. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I think what's absolutely incredible is that Salesforce really empowers their employee resource groups to create change. And so Bold Force, for example, we have an adopted Oakland school called United for Success Academy, and we're hosting an event tonight where all the proceeds go to driving STEM programs at that middle school. So it's called the Dream Mix. It's 80s hip hop theme. It's at the Grand Ballroom, so people can still buy tickets. We're almost sold out, but it's going to be a great time because it's not just about, all the hard work. We also have to have some fun too.
And especially when that hard work and fun mix together to raise funds for great causes.
Exactly.
We had our Outforce party on Monday night.
Yep.
Out Fierce, which also was raising money for great cause as well.
Yes.
And, you know, all of the things that we're doing, it's like they have multiple elements to them, which I
Right.
just love.
And it all comes back to what Mark Benioff said, is that our higher purpose is to drive equality for all, that businesses can be platforms for social change. So, you know, we're all committed to this. Every employee in the company feels that. So I think that's so indicative of it.
We're very lucky.
Yes, extremely lucky.
And I'm so lucky that I've had you today to open up this incredible day of equality sessions, of inspirational speakers. And, you know, I can't wait. Right after this, we have our friend Molly jumping on stage.
Yes, and we'll have the Oakland School of the Arts open up, so that's going to be really exciting. And then Taraji P. Henson, so you don't want to miss it. And I feel so fortunate to be here with you, Marissa.
Thank you so much, Allie.
Yes.
Stay tuned for more great content on Salesforce Live, coming to you straight from Dreamforce.
Kent coming to you live from Dreamforce 2017, and I am joined today with Jennifer Warawa. She is the EVP Partners, Alliances, and Accountants at Sage. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us today. Welcome to Dreamforce.
Thanks, Allie.
Wonderful. So tell me, what is Sage excited about for Dreamforce this year? What's going on? What are you excited to be at Dreamforce for?
Yeah, I love the excitement of Dreamforce. This is actually only my second Dreamforce, so I guess I'm a bit of a newbie trailblazer. Yeah. But I love the innovation and the announcements and the excitement and the partners and the technology. So we're really excited to be here to be able to share some of what's new at Sage.
Wonderful. And what is new at Sage? What are you showcasing this week?
Well, last month we actually announced the Sage Business Cloud, which is essentially the one business management solution that a business needs right from the day they start up until they're a large enterprise. And so this is our first formal show since we announced the Sage Business Cloud. And so we're excited to be demoing it in the Sage booth. We actually have 5 different locations at Dreamforce.
Wow.
So we're kind of everywhere, you could say. And so we have a number of solutions that are built right on the Salesforce platform, including Sage People and Sage Live. So we've got HCM and financial management. And then the rest of our solutions in the Sage Business Cloud have really tight integration with Salesforce Sales Cloud.
Wonderful.
So lots of great innovation, lots of excitement in the booth as we demo these solutions to the market.
Very cool. That sounds wonderful. What kind of conversations are you having in the booth when people stop by? Are there any themes that you're noticing with the attendees of Dreamforce this year?
Yeah, I think that we're hearing a lot from our partners and the people that we're talking with in the booth around how do I bring it all together? So they're seeing some great announcements coming out from Salesforce. You know, we were at Mark Benioff's keynote yesterday, heard some great new innovation coming from Salesforce. And of course, they're walking around the Customer Success Expo, seeing new solutions, ISVs, and other apps that they can integrate with. And then they're seeing the Sage Business Cloud. And so the question that we get is, how can we bring it all together? How do we take all of this great innovation and use that to help us win in the market? So that's kind of the question is, where do I go next with all of this? So we're having lots of those good conversations.
Yeah, that sounds great. It sounds like you're having a very productive Dreamforce.
It's felt like a week already, and we're only on day 2, so it's always good.
It's a long week. Drink your coffee, get ready for it. Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Allie.
being such a wonderful partner to Salesforce, and I hope you have a wonderful Dreamforce 2017.
Great, thanks, Allie.
Great, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Robin Bordoli, CEO, Crowdflower.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the next 20 minutes, I want to take you all with me on a brief history of AI. A little technical difficulty. All right, like the great Stephen Hawking, I'm going to attempt to take a vast and complex topic and make it more accessible to a wider audience. And I'm going to do that by only using one equation. So let's start by going back in time to 1956, 61 years ago. 61 years ago, 4 trailblazers, John McCarthy, Marvin Minsky, Nathaniel Rochester, and Claude Shannon, convened at Dartmouth College for an 8-week summer workshop. And it was there that John McCarthy first coined the phrase artificial intelligence. It was an ambitious working group. What were their goals? In their own words, an attempt will be made to find how to make machines use language, form abstractions and concepts, solve kinds of problems now reserved for humans, and improve themselves. We think that a significant advance can be made in one or more of these problems if a carefully selected group of scientists work on it together for a summer. That's my emphasis. So, like most trailblazers, they probably didn't realize how hard it was, the path that they were starting on. So how did they do? Well, over the next 4 decades, there were a number of important advances that were made within the research world, but the real-world applications were few and far between. And in many regards, it was a winter wasteland for commercial applications. But then let's come forward in time to 1997, when we had the first astonishing milestone and breakthrough in AI. Garry Kasparov was beaten 3.5 games to 2.5 games by IBM's Deep Blue. This was the first computer program that defeated a world chess champion in a match under tournament conditions. Now let's fast forward another 19 years to just 1 year ago, 2016. This time, the game was the Asian board game Go. And this time, Lee Sedol, who was an 18-time world champion, was defeated by AlphaGo, which was a computer program run by Google's DeepMind. And this was the first time a world champion at Go was defeated by a computer program in a match under tournament conditions. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Go, you may think it's another board game. So it's just like chess, right? It's just a little bit different. No, it's fundamentally different in 2 ways. The first, rather than 8x8 board, it's 19x19, so the game playing space significantly larger. But the second, perhaps more important point, is the way you win in Go is you actually encircle your opponent's pieces, whereas in chess, you just take a single piece. Those 2 things make this game dramatically more complex than chess, which is why it took 19 years. Let me put some context around that. The number of atoms in the known universe is 10 to the power of 80. The number of possible Go game positions is 10 to the power of 170. Now, our minds struggle to understand those numbers, so let me give another example of this. Imagine if each of the known atoms in our universe got expanded to become an entire universe itself. And every single one of those atoms happened. So each atom expanded to an entire universe, and then you've got the same number of known atoms in each of those new expanded universes. The number of known atoms in that new expanded universes would still be less than the number of Go game positions. So this was an astonishing breakthrough. So now let's fast forward to this year. What amazing, astonishing AI breakthroughs have we had? Well, maybe not so much. Here's an example of an AI failure. This was a few months ago in an office complex in Washington, D.C. They had attempted to replace a security guard with a robot that would go around patrolling, making sure nothing untoward was happening within that office complex. But unfortunately, it went into the water fountain and unintentionally killed itself. So a dramatic failure. So how do we reconcile these two extremes of achievement on the spectrum of AI? We have a computer program that is better than every single human on the planet at a complex game. And then we have these failures where they unintentionally kill themselves, and what is a seemingly straightforward task, they fail at. How do we reconcile these two? Where is AI truly in the real world? And the answer to this lies in the real world. Our world is messy and complex and a little confusing. And let me illustrate that with some artwork from the incredibly talented Karen Zak, who's an art director at Wieden and Kennedy. To illustrate this, if you look on the left-hand side and you look quickly, can you discern what's a muffin and what's a chihuahua? You look on the right-hand side and you look quickly, can you discern what is a puppy and what's a bagel? So this illustrates how messy and complex and nuanced the real world is. And this is why it's hard for AI to fully operate in the real world. So to do that, for AI to operate in our messy human world, we've actually got to explode 5 common myths about AI to make progress in this. So myth number 1, AI is a magical algorithm. Now this myth is perpetuated by Hollywood. If you look at Her and Ex Machina, you see examples of computer programs or robots effortlessly mastering their environment. That's a myth. The truth, and here is the one and only equation I'm going to use today, is a little different. So this is the equation. This is the one equation to remember from today. AI equals TD plus ML plus HITL. So let me define these terms. TD is training data. ML is machine learning, the algorithmic component. And HITL is human in the loop. So let me quickly define each of these. Training data is taking data from the real, messy human world, text, images, video, and audio, and adding labels to that so it's structured in such a way that the algorithm can learn and understand. That's the concept of training data, adding an output to an input. Now, if you've been around children when they're 9 to 12 months old, you already understand this concept of training data. It's at this point that they start to point at things. They go chair, ball, cat, dog. They are labeling entities and training their brain on that entity so the next time they see it, they can recognize it. It's no different for computers. For example, when a computer sees an image, the first thing they see is pixels and colors. They don't understand entities like you and I, and they have to be trained that a particular configuration of colors and pixels represents a specific product, or in this particular case, a specific beer brand. Likewise, in the autonomous vehicle space, they don't understand these colors and pixels until they are taught. So they have to understand every single pixel to understand what is a drivable surface, What is a pedestrian? What is a road sign above a road? What is the sidewalk? These are examples of training data. So from that training data, you can now create a model. That training data is giving an input and an output, and then from those inputs and outputs, the model is trying to understand the why. For a given input, what should the output be? So in the autonomous vehicles case, imagine now the input is a raw image, a raw unstructured image. And this particular model is trying to identify pedestrians. So it would bring in the image, it would apply the algorithm, and it would give you an output. It would see, over here is a pedestrian. Because it would have learned these particular configurations of colors and pixels is this entity called a pedestrian. Now, machines will do something else that humans really struggle with. If I ask someone to give a prediction about something, and then I ask them how confident they are about that prediction, they'll struggle to tease those two concepts apart. By nature of giving a prediction, we feel we have to be confident. Machines have no such qualms. They can look at the particular example and say, look at this particular example of a pedestrian. Let me look back at the millions of examples in the training data I've learned from, and how similar or different is this particular configuration of pixels and colors, and therefore give a prediction. So it could say, I'm predicting this over here as a pedestrian, but I'm only 67% confident, which to our human ear feels odd, doesn't it? It's like either there is a pedestrian or it isn't. But that's one of the differences with machines. Which brings you to the third part of the equation, human in the loop. Human in the loop takes advantage of that confidence level and says, if it's above a threshold that's acceptable to you and your business and organization, then accept it. Take that output from the model. If it's not, if it falls below, then you actually need humans to come in and override and take over that particular example. So I don't know about you, but if I had a model that was giving an output of only 67% confident about whether that's a pedestrian or not, I would want a human to take over that particular judgment or output. So when humans then take over, that then becomes new labeled data that goes back into the model and continuously improves it. So in this way, you get a blended output, part human, part machine, and you're continuously training and teaching the model where it fails. So the truth is that AI is not about a magical algorithm. It's about training data, machine learning, and human in the loop together. All right, myth number 2. AI is only for the technology elite. If you see all the mainstream media coverage, they're talking about Apple and Microsoft and IBM and Amazon and Facebook, Salesforce, Tesla, Google, and Uber. They're positioning this as technology titans on the field of play, bashing each other's brains out. That's not the case. AI is for every business. It's for every one of you and everyone here at Dreamforce. So why do I make that claim? Well, 61 years after those 4 trailblazers met at Dartmouth, we're finally at a state where the base conditions are in place for AI to work for every business. Those 5 conditions are compute power, storage capacity, the data that is now being generated through cloud and mobile usage, data scientists, the ability to have people who understand data and can derive business value from that data, and then finally, machine learning in the cloud, having algorithms and models in the cloud from companies like Amazon and Microsoft and Google and Salesforce and IBM. So they're now in the cloud and available. So what that means is there are 35,000 companies today in the US that have at least $50 million in revenue. And for those companies, they can spend less than 0.2% of their revenue to start to apply AI to their business, because cloud economics now mean it's a 6-figure investment to start. You go back 2 years ago, it would have been a 7- or 8-figure investment for a company to start to apply AI to their business. So myth number 3, AI is only for billion-dollar new problems. You know, the media coverage is around autonomous vehicles. It's a very emotional, interesting topic. You've probably all seen them this morning around the streets of San Francisco. Or it's about drone delivery, taking drones from the military world into the commercial world. But the truth is that AI is also for million-dollar existing problems, things that might seem mundane or a little boring, but have tremendous business impact. So an example of that is categorizing support tickets. So no doubt a number of you in the audience are Salesforce Service Cloud customers, and you're dealing with a torrent of online feedback. Your customers increasingly are giving you feedback through email, through chat, through social channels. And that feedback typically will be in the form of an unstructured, text-based conversation. So the question is, if you were to apply AI to that problem, how would you go about doing it? So you would start with the training data. So you would start with tens of thousands of support tickets or text-based conversations. And you might start with defining, first I want to define what the topic is, and I want to define the level of importance. If I can apply AI to that problem rather than humans, I can actually respond faster and more effectively and serve my customers better. So the training data will have the input being that text-based conversation back and forth between your company and the customer. And then two labels, which is the topic and the level of importance of that particular issue. So from that, you create a model. From that, you would start to put your new support tickets through that model. And it would apply those labels. It would apply the topic and the level of importance. And importantly, it would also give you the confidence threshold for each of those. And you could determine, based on that confidence threshold, which of those do you allow the model to take over, and which of those still require human intelligence to be applied as well. So, myth number 4, algorithms are more important than data. Again, the media coverage talks about this magical, mystical algorithms. We're going to flip a switch, and AI is going to magically work. Well, within the industry, we've known for a decade or so that actually data is as important, if not more important, than the algorithms. This paper, written back in 2009, so Alon Halevi, Peter Norvig, and Fernando Pereira. Peter Norvig is talking later on today on an expert AI panel. And they published a paper called The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Data. To summarize it in layman's terms, they said, if you had a choice between making better algorithms or getting more data, get more data. So Kaggle is a competition platform for data scientists who want to compete at building machine learning models. And companies and organizations like Department of Homeland Security, GE, Zillow, publish these competitions and allow data scientists and machine learning engineers to compete to see who can build the best algorithm, the best model. We did one of these. Our company did one of these, and it was a prize of $20,000. So, you know, real money. So what happened? So over the 8-week competition, there were 1,300 teams that competed to win this $20,000 prize. And a team could be one person, or it could be, you know, as many as 10. People self-assembled and decided what the composition was of their teams. And then the right-hand side, if you look at the model accuracy. So in the first week, it went from about, the best model went from 30% to about 65%. You see, at that time, there were about 200 teams that were competing. Over the next 7 weeks, 1,100 new teams came on and continued to compete. So you can see it was intensely competitive. But the model only crept up a little bit, went from 65% over the next 7 weeks, and a new 1,100 teams, it only crept up to 70%. You could see it effectively flatlined. So this is what happened when everyone had the same training data set, and you just improve the algorithm, you rapidly get to diminishing returns. Another cut at this is to look longitudinally. If you look at 6 of the major breakthroughs in AI over the last couple of decades, and you look at when was the first algorithm proposed for this problem, and then when was the data set available, on average, the breakthrough happened 18 years after the algorithm was available, but only 3 years after the data set was available. So the data set was the bottleneck in this case. So the truth is that training data is as important as the algorithms. So the last myth, myth number 5, that AI is about machines replacing humans. This is probably the most pernicious because it's the one that drives our collective fear and sense of anxiety and identity. So when these major milestones happened, they're emotionally heavy events. They get cast as machine defeats man. Now, that's an incorrect framing. The right way to think about this is not a single machine defeats a single human. The right way to think about this is a single machine plus thousands of humans that played the game of Go or game of chess and that machine learnt from defeated a single human. So if you frame it that way, it feels like an unfair fight and in some regards, not an unexpected outcome. So this is why we should think about the combination, not the replacement. And I'll give an illustration of why that is. Machines and humans are different. We have different relative strengths and weaknesses. Machines are have fantastic computational power. Humans, our strength is understanding context, understanding meaning, operating in this messy human world, in this ambiguous environment. So most machines, all machines would pass that problem on the left, finding the eigenvectors. Most humans would fail at that. Most machines would fail at the problem on the right, finding the leopard print dress, because they don't understand the entity. They might just look for the leopard. They might just look for a dress. They might look for a print dress. They might look for a leopard print. So machines would struggle with that, understanding the context and the meaning. So this is why AI is about the combination. Humans create the training data and provide the human in the loop to gracefully handle the fail states when the machines fail. And the machine handles the vast amount of data and to be able to objectively understand the confidence around a particular output as well. So it's the combination of these. So the way to think about business processes is not machines replacing humans, but augmenting. So if you think about a business process over time, it may start as 100% human, categorizing support tickets, having conversations with customers. Those will be 100% human, and you might start to automate some percentage of it. But over time, as that human in the loop becomes new training data and improves the model, the percentage that the machine can handle will increase. But as a result, the volume of the work you can put through the business process will also increase. So we will continue to get this combination. Now, we don't just have to imagine that. We can actually learn from a real-world example. So the US Postal Service, 52 years ago, started applying optical character recognition to identifying and sorting envelopes based on the address. Today, 99% of that is automated, and they handle 500 million mail pieces a day. And so 5 million are still handled by humans in the loop, even 52 years later, that 1%. So the truth is, AI is about machines augmenting humans. So I've just spent time looking back over the last 61 years, back to 1956, when those 4 trailblazers started in Dartmouth. Let's spend a couple of minutes looking forward to the near future, the next 3 years. So it's clear the #1 challenge for AI is how to operate in this messy human world. So a couple more wonderful examples from Karen Zak. So on the left-hand side, understanding between labradoodles and fried chicken. On the right-hand side, understanding between pugs and croissants. This is the messy human world that AI will have to operate in. So the 5 truths that I'd encourage you to take away back to your companies, your organizations. For AI to triumph in the messy world, remember these 5 truths. AI is TD plus ML plus HITL. That's the one equation. AI is for every business, not just the technology titans, because of the economics of the cloud. AI is for million-dollar existing problems, like categorizing support tickets, not just the glamorous billion-dollar problems of autonomous vehicles or drone delivery. 4, training data is as important as the algorithms, because it's the training data that teaches the algorithm about this messy human world. And then finally, don't be worried. AI is about machines augmenting humans. We have different relative strengths and weaknesses. So if we can stay true to these 5 truths, then the vision that those 4 trailblazers had 61 years ago has a chance of coming true. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of Dreamforce.
Good morning, I'm Jenny Bregman with Salesforce. I'm here with Vicki Wells from PwC, a titanium sponsor here at Dreamforce this year. We're so excited to have you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Tell us what PwC is working on. How are they helping prepare their customers for future success?
So, right now, all the buzz, it's all about digital, right? You hear it all the time, you see it all the time, it's everywhere, right? Well, what does that really mean? Because what we're finding out in a lot of the research that we're conducting, 85% of digital transformations actually fail. And so what PwC brings to the table is what we call our BXT methodology. And for those visiting us in the booth, we have it up on our wall. Our team is ready to engage with them, talk about it, and really just tell them the importance of merging. It's not about just getting a technology, plugging it in, and then it's like, okay, now our business is transformed. No, it's really about bringing the business, that experience that we have, and also the experience of your people to the table, and then merging that with the technology to truly get you the results that you're looking for to create that digital transformation.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So what can visitors expect from you at Dreamforce this year?
Oh my goodness, so much. So beginning with the fact that we are the founding sponsor of the Fortune CEO Series, hosted by Mark Benioff. So exciting to be able to do that. So we have our executives connecting with some of the leaders of this world and what's going on in business. So that's really exciting for us. And then we're also here in the exhibit hall, booth number 314, for those that are interested in participating with us. We're here, we have our wall where people can come up and write the ways that they're breaking boundaries to really get digital right. And also we have a survey that they can tell us about what's going on in their business so that we can engage with them and have sound conversations. So we're not just connecting with people and then forgetting why we even touched place with them in the first place, right? And we're also giving away an Apple AirPod for those that are engaging with us and connecting with us socially and within the booth. And so we're doing a couple of raffles a day. So stop by, make sure we have your information, and you never know, we'll reach out to you if you're our winner.
All right, we're in the Customer Success Expo, booth number
314.
PwC, thank you for being with us.
No problem.
Do I have to keep on talking till I can go on? While you see it your way, on the risk of knowing that our love may soon be gone. We can work it out. We can work it out. Think of what you're saying. You can get it wrong and still think that it's alright. Think of what I'm saying. We can work it out and get it straight or say goodnight. We can work it out. We can work it out. Life is very short. There's no time for fussing and fighting, my friend. I have always thought that it's a crime it your way. There's a chance that we might fall apart before too long. We can work it out. We can work it out. Got a feeling, yeah. Hey. Work it out with me, baby. Work it out with me, baby. Try to bend my way. Only time will tell if I'm right or I am wrong. Why you said your way? There's a chance that we might fall apart before too long. We can work it out. We can work it out. Think of what you said. You can get it wrong and still think that it's alright. Think of what I'm saying. We can work it out or get it straight or say goodnight. We can work it out. We can work it out. Oh, we can work it out. Can you work it out, baby, baby? We can work it out. What did you learn from your time in the solitary cell of your mind? There was noise to distraction from anything good, and the old prison food. Color my life with the chaos of trouble, 'cause anything's better than posh isolation. I missed the bus. You were laid on your back with a boy with the Arab strap. With the boy from the Arab strap. Something to speak of the way you're feeling. The crowds are assembled. Do you ever feel you've gone too far? Everyone suffers in silence a burden. The man who drives many cabs down in Old Compton, the Asian man, with his love-hate affair with his racist clientele. Central location for you is a must as you stagger about, making free with your dude and lascivious pose.
Good morning, Dreamforce. Good morning and welcome to another amazing day. Oh yeah, give it up, give it up. Good morning, welcome. Give yourselves a round of applause. Did you have a fantastic night last night? I hope you've all attended the Quotable Summit as well this week. We've had thousands of you getting the best in sales best practices this week. And the great news is you can get this all year round at Quotable.com. But to hear more, let's actually bring up some trailblazers to learn more about sales. I have with me now, in fact, who was at the concert last night? Who was at the concert? I bet you're feeling like you need a little bit of hydration this morning. Well, we're going to be greeted by a water technology company. It's going to be very helpful. So please welcome to the stage CEO of Map Anything and Ursula Nunez-Ramberg from water tech company Xylem. Welcome. Welcome, Ursula. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
Now, Ursula, you originally got into technology not because you were a coder, but because you spoke French. And now you're looking after a global CRM implementation with over 2,500 users across the world. Can you tell us why is it so important to have a single view of the customer on a global scale for sales operations?
So Xylem is a global company, and I lead a technical team, and together we enable a global CRM to a global end user base, which is actually a challenge because they're all used to doing things in their own little ways. And so the importance of it is that we are able to produce pipeline reporting of opportunities where the sales leadership can review and then propose corrective actions if necessary.
And also, I believe that a big part of this is taking the best practices from different regions and sharing them across the globe. Tell us more about that.
Right, so through Chatter, our regions are constantly sharing their best practices, and they are improving the way they work at a global level.
Now, Ursula, you originally put the system in to get this global pipeline view, which you've done now. But then what you found was that you needed user adoption in order to ensure the program's success. Tell us, how did you seek to do that? And I believe they came to you with ideas as well, one of which was Map Anything.
Right, so top-down works at the beginning, but from experience we know that long-term adoption really works when you also listen to the end users. And so in the case of Map Anything, it was one of our business units who came with the idea, and what it does is it helps the sales reps map their customer visits automatically so they don't have to do this manual labor before they go out and they sell more.
Selling more is what we're all here to do, John, and I believe you're helping us spend more time with customers. Tell us, how does Map Anything do that?
Well, we do that by basically reduce the amount of time they spend driving on the front of the windshield, by helping them plan their day and get more meetings in each and every day, and then also suggesting things to fill their schedule. So what we found is when we do this, that we're giving reps anywhere from between about 12 to 30% more face-to-face meetings.
12 to 30% more face-to-face meetings by using intelligence to suggest things around them. That's incredible.
It is, and you know, for sales reps, face-to-face time equals money, equals revenue.
Now, John, as well, a big part of this is using new types of technology that we're using in our personal lives, things like geo and mapping technology and routing technology. Tell us, a lot of this is coming now into the sales rep's car, into their pocket. What does the future of sales look like?
Well, I think that this technology where we're all carrying around a GPS device or an IoT device in the form of a cell phone is going to help start making the adoption of some of these systems frictionless. There's no reason for a sales rep to have to open Salesforce and log an activity of a meeting if, look, I know where he was, how much time he spent there, I could take care of that for him and backfill the information. And then, you know, instead of him having to go in and see where his next meeting should be, I can use the intelligence of Salesforce and Map Anything to suggest, you know, go here next.
And John, I believe there's a great way that folks can engage with you here at the show. Tell us more about that.
Sure, we're of course in the Customer Success Expo, booth 1602. Come by the booth, we'll show you what we can do, and you have a chance to win a brand new truck.
Incredible prize. Thank you, John. Please thank Ursula and John. All right. We're ready to get started. Now make sure you stay in your seats for the whole keynote because at the end, we're going to be giving away an incredible prize. Regardless of where you are in the world normally, you'll be able to fly to a national park of your choice here in the US, thanks to the Sales Cloud team. But now I know you're all into forecasting, and I'm sure you're forecasting what comes next. Please make all your purchase decisions based on the software which is available now. And now, are you ready to go? Are you ready to go, Dreamforce? Well, let's go.
I'm a sales trailblazer.
I'm a sales trailblazer.
I'm a sales trailblazer.
We are sales trailblazers.
Because I have helped to enable the Vintara sales organization.
And in turn, I've become an advocate for clients.
Sales Cloud is the forward-thinking platform that has enabled us to stay one step ahead of our competition.
Sales Cloud saves our deals by putting everything in one place.
And we're absolutely loving our solution on Salesforce. What? And Sales Cloud has been the cornerstone of that system. It is a force multiplier, and it enables us to do some pretty amazing things.
I care about customer relationships because it's the guiding light of our business.
Because I recognize the lifeblood of any company is about making customers successful.
Sales Cloud helps me sell without boundaries by letting everybody close sales.
We can do it all with Salesforce, and we look like heroes along the way.
Good morning. Oh, got it. Good morning, Dreamforce. Welcome to day 3. Everyone have a good time at Dreamfest last night? Yeah, all right. I think it's a huge honor to actually get the time slot right after Dreamforce or Dreamfest, because it means that you're that excited no matter what condition you're in today to hear about our product. So thank you for coming. I'm Sarah Varney. I get the great pleasure of traveling to your cities over the course of the year to talk about what's new with Sales Cloud. And it's my great honor to actually host you today and to share with you everything that's new here. You're going to see some amazing products. You're going to hear from some amazing customers. And you're going to hear a lot about what our vision is for the future of sales. I talk to customers all the time, and I often hear, Sarah, I didn't even know that Sales Cloud does X, Y, and Z, or I didn't even know Salesforce was in this particular space. So right now, I want you all to take out your phones. This is not a joke. I actually want you to take out your phones or a piece of paper. This is going to be your crash course in all things new for Sales Cloud. And I want everyone today to walk away with at least 5 things they're super fired up to take back to their office, talk to your VP of sales about, talk to your head of sales ops about, talk to your admin, administer yourself if you're the Salesforce admin. We've got a ton of new product that I cannot wait to show you. But I want to start by saying thank you. I've been at Salesforce for 10 years now. I can honestly say this is like a family reunion for me. In fact, it's like a high school reunion that I actually want to go to. And I run into partners, I ran into customers all the time. I run into partners like Ken Cavalon. I've worked with him for over 10 years now. Or Vera Rossi. She sent me a onesie when I had my 3rd child a couple of years ago. And this is a technology company, right? This is pretty incredible. I see customers like Lena Hoffer. She runs our user group out in Minneapolis. She taught me all about AppExchange apps and how our admins are using them. And I meet new people all the time. I met someone named Lars Nielsen Monday at our Beck concert. Anyone go to Beck here? All right. It's a concert every night in these places. Lars is someone who's taken Salesforce to 4 different companies now. He's blazing a trail on the platform. So I know, I've been here for 10 years. When I started, we had 1 product. It was Sales Cloud. And now we have products for everything under the sun. And I know our product lines would not be where they are without the feedback that we get from you and without the community that we have behind it. And of course, that community includes our trailblazers. So you'll see in the front rows here, we've got our sales trailblazers. They're wearing our signature hoodies. These are the people that are not accepting the status quo. They're always thinking about how they can push the limits on the platform, what they can do next. And it's because of all of their feedback, all of the contributions, we're excited to say that over the last 3 releases, we have retired over 250,000 idea exchange points. 250,000. Let's give our trailblazers a big round of applause here. And there's never been a better time to be a sales trailblazer because we are on the cusp of the 4th industrial revolution. And that revolution is all about intelligence. And that's an exciting time. There's huge and massive opportunity with that, but it's also scary. Let's be honest. There are people that are saying, hey, what does my job look like in the next 10 years? What does it look like in the next 15 years? And as Salesforce, we want to make sure that we're empowering your sales teams, that we're empowering your reps to really own your own destiny and define what the future looks like for you. So this will be a little bit of a trip down memory lane, but sales has changed dramatically over the years, right? We've gone from door-to-door sales, and then to telesales, and then in the mid-90s, we started to see the first CRM systems emerge, and people were actually beginning to track sales activity. And then now we're in this wave of intelligence. And with every phase, with every jump to the next revolution, customer expectations have changed. And in this world of intelligence, the expectations are very high. Customers want that same experience they have in their B2C lives that they do in their B2B engagements. So as a sales rep, you cannot come in and walk in the door without communicating value right out of the gates and actually sharing with that customer how you're gonna help them grow their business. But the problem is, it's hard to do that without having one central view of your customer. And that's where the Sales Cloud is magic. The Sales Cloud helps you empower your sales reps from lead to cash to loyalty, and we can manage the entire life cycle from a second someone raises their hand as a lead and shows interest in your business, to becoming an opportunity, to ultimately closing and becoming a repeat customer. We can run that entire life cycle. And because all these apps are built on the platform, with every major release, with things like Lightning, our new reimagined user experience, or with Einstein, which brings intelligence and machine learning to the platform, all of these apps just get faster and smarter with every release. And we release 3 times a year. And that's why today we are the #1 sales app in the market, 5 years running, and customers, partners like Lena or Nils or Ken, they're all finding success on the platform. And they know that when they invest in Salesforce, that investment's future-proof. So whatever industrial transformation, whatever change is coming to their industry, they're gonna be able to grow and scale with Salesforce. One of my favorite customers who's doing just this is T-Mobile. That's right. We've got a huge T-Mobile crew, I think, right here. T-Mobile is changing the game in the mobile space. If you haven't been following them, they've had a tremendous growth trajectory over the last 6 or 7 years. They brought on a brand new CEO, John Legere, and he was committed to making T-Mobile the Un-carrier. And they wanted to transform that relationship between a customer and their mobile carrier. How many people in the audience have a good relationship, 5 stars, BFF relationship with their mobile carrier? Well, that's what I was gonna say. Anyone raising their hand is probably a T-Mobile customer. But T-Mobile wanted to change it because if you think about the mobile space, what do mobile carriers think about when they think about retention? They think about locking you into a multi-year contract. It's a pretty smart strategy there. T-Mobile wanted to change that on its head. They wanted to build such an amazing customer experience that the customer wouldn't want to leave in the first place. And they've looked to partner with Salesforce to make that a reality. So let's roll a film and see how T-Mobile is blazing a trail for sales, all with Sales Cloud.
I've never felt anything like what we have here at T-Mobile.
We're not afraid to try new things. We're not afraid to eliminate customer pain points. We don't feel like a small player anymore.
We're the company that's built the brand around customers. Our B2B business has really followed a lot of the same paths as our B2C business. But man, it's showing that it really works there as well.
We're industry leaders. We're shaking things up. Salesforce does the same thing.
You don't want a customer to know that you're a series of different departments. They want to know that they're talking to T-Mobile. We're using Sales Cloud as a way to gather data and use it as a starting place for a marketing journey. We also have Salesforce deployed in our retail stores. When a business walks in and they make eye contact with one of our reps, a relationship is formed.
80% of our retail reps are now utilizing the Salesforce app on a daily basis.
We immediately saw a really significant increase in leads that were captured in retail and then successfully transferred to our direct sales team.
Given that we're a mobile company, being mobile is very important.
Salesforce Inbox allows us to bring everything together.
It's basically like I have a Salesforce assistant. It took a lot off my plate that I would have to manually track. It provides me all the background knowledge that I need to help better assist the customer.
Lightning is helping us drive that adoption and driving that perception that this is a selling tool.
Salesforce really helps me in not only attaining my quota, but actually exceeding my quota. I'll kind of just have a competition with myself. I'll be like, we'll see Salesforce. We'll see.
Utilizing the Salesforce platform, our quote-to-cash process, we went from 120 clicks down to 7. That ROI is huge.
Our teams are in Trailhead all the time. Salesforce always has the latest and greatest releases coming out.
Last year they came out with Einstein.
I think AI can completely change the game, where instead of focusing on no's, we can focus simply on the people where we've already gotten signals that they're going to say yes.
Here's how we can not only help your business grow, but be more efficient.
Yeah, I mean, I think we found a formula that really works.
Other carriers, they're still chasing us, and they're not going to catch us because we're trailblazers here. And that culture of trailblazing is going to continue out forever.
Awesome. So we have a real special treat today. We have the SVP of T-Mobile for Business, and that's Mike Katz. Please help me in welcoming Mike to the Dreamforce stage. Mike, this arm. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Morning.
Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so T-Mobile, you have set out on a mission to become the Un-carrier. Can you tell us about that transformation and what that experience has been like?
Yeah, it's been an amazing journey. You know, our mission at T-Mobile is to change wireless for good. And 5 years ago when we started this journey, what we saw is this was an industry that served customers the most important technology in their lives, but was almost universally hated by everybody. And it was because it was filled with old rules and paradigms that were set up by 100-year-old utility companies that were self-serving for them. And what we discovered is when you can build a company around the customer, understand the things that they want, the pain points they have, and go and address them through customer-inspired innovation, you can radically change their experience and change wireless for good. And what we're most proud of is not only has it accelerated our growth at T-Mobile, but we've effectively changed the entire industry. Go and try and sign a contract at any wireless carrier in the US, you can't. Go and upgrade your phone every year, now you can. So we're really proud of the fact that we've changed it for all consumers, not just T-Mobile customers. And we followed the exact same blueprint with our business customers as well, because business wireless was also challenging and filled with lots of broken, outdated rules. And that blueprint has also worked successfully for us with businesses.
That's great. And speaking of the next chapter, you and I have talked a lot about intelligence. What does that look like for T-Mobile, and what are you excited about when it comes to the next industrial revolution?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the things I'm most excited about. We're using Salesforce to capture data about customers throughout their entire life cycle with us, from the moment they're an early prospect that we discover in third-party data, all the way through their journey as a multi-year customer with us. And we're able to use that data, I think, in two really cool ways. One is to help us understand for a prospective customer what is the next best action that we should take with them. Should we call them? Should we send them to a sales rep? Should we send them an email? But using AI and machine learning to help us inform that decision. And then the thing that I'm really excited about is how do we completely transform the way that traditional direct sales is done? We want to move away from the old school Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, like give me the leads and I'm going to just brute force, like call 50 people and hope one of them says yes to us, to using data and intelligence to only talk to people that have raised their hand and told us that they want to talk. And we think that creates a much better customer experience, because customers, I don't think they like to get cold called very much. They want to talk to you when they want to talk to you. And I also think it makes a much better environment for our sales teams.
For your reps, right?
Yeah, because if you've ever done like a cold calling job, it's not the most fun job in the world.
Right, absolutely. So Lightning, for your Salesforce deployment, that's the next chapter for T-Mobile. I know that you guys are in the process of making the move. Can you share with the audience a little bit about the promise you see in moving that way?
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited about Lightning. We've just deployed it across all of our teams. And for us, I think that the exciting thing about Lightning is we've been a Salesforce customer for many years. And quite honestly, our journey with Salesforce is probably very similar to many other companies, where it started as a small deployment, a point solution, kind of vertically focused in one channel. And we've built and expanded over the years, and probably created a little bit of a Frankenstein, where their Salesforce process wasn't really contemporary with the way that we did business. And Lightning gave us a chance to almost hit the reset button, have a contemporary process that matches with the way that our teams do business today, and allows us to use customizable views for each individual rep. So when they log into Salesforce, they can see exactly the data that they need to be productive for that day. So we're really excited about it, and we expect some really big things from it.
Okay, that's awesome. One last question. So in the audience, you've got people in all different phases of their engagement with Salesforce. Knowing what you know now, what advice would you like to share with all of them?
Yeah, I think there's probably two things I'd say. One is, I think one of the big tipping points for us in our partnership with Salesforce was recognizing that Salesforce deployed as a vertically deployed solution, a point solution for one single use case, is really underutilizing the platform. So where it really changed for us is we got people thinking about it as a horizontal solution, one that crosses functions and channels and departments. And that's when we're really able to optimize it pretty well. The other thing is using Salesforce and the network of partners to bring people in that have firsthand experience going through these digital reinventions. Because even companies with the best intentions, if you haven't done it before, it's really hard to understand what it is and what you want your endpoint to be. And what we found is through Salesforce and through the great network of partners is being able to bring people in that have helped us shape our vision, build our roadmap, and prioritize what we do next.
Bring the full power of Salesforce.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Mike. Congratulations on all your success with T-Mobile. And let's give Mike a big round of applause for joining us on Dreamforce stage. Thanks a lot. All right, who's ready to see some product? All right, without further ado, I want to call up onto the stage one of my good friends here, a former sales rep, and now VP of Product Marketing here at Salesforce, and that's Lynn Zaladonis.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, well, I'm going to be sharing with you today the story of T-Mobile and how they transformed their business from lead to cash on the #1 sales platform. I'm going to tell that story in 3 chapters. And the first chapter is about getting an hour back to every single one of your reps to sell more by driving productivity. The next chapter, we're going to take science fiction and make it a reality with Einstein. And then finally, you're going to get struck by lightning, and we're going to talk about how you can customize your CRM specific to your business. Now, you heard Mike Katz say earlier that they wanted to be the Un-carrier. They needed to move fast to meet that goal, and that's why they chose Salesforce. And with Salesforce, they're able to take advantage of the full force of the platform to be able to drive their business forward. And to do so, they're able to use every step of the process along the way. Now, Salesforce helps our customers like T-Mobile move faster because they're using the full force, whether it's leads or whether it's at the finish. Every step is on the same platform. That means it's seamless. There's no integration. It just works together. So it starts with Pardot. Pardot is B2B marketing automation, and it helps you build pipeline. And you can take those leads and turn them into closed deals with Sales Cloud. And with CPQ, your reps can configure, price, and quote right within your CRM. And all of this can be extended to your channels with partner relationship management. And whether you're a sales rep or a sales manager, using sales analytics gives you those insights you need to drive your business forward. And with every step of the way, on one platform, people like Bob Bird, sales operations from T-Mobile, hi Bob, he's able to take advantage of the shared services on the platform to empower his team and to grow his business. Now, you heard from my introduction from Sarah that I was in sales for 10 years. And now I'm in marketing. So clearly I understand both sides of the fence. And as a matter of fact, recently, myself and my team were sitting in Adam Gilbert's office. He's an area vice president here. We were going over all our campaigns and programs to figure out how we were going to help him close more business. And it's Pardot marketing automation that allows us to be those really good partners to our sales organization. We're able to understand how to optimize our spend. And with the new campaign influence, we understand which campaigns are going to drive the most leads, but more importantly, because sometimes it's different, which campaigns are going to help close business. Because with campaign influence, we see the touch point on every step of the way. But it isn't just about getting those great leads. I know from being in sales, it's also about timing. And that's why our sales reps love Pardot Engage. Pardot Engage tells them, it sends them a notification when the right time is to engage with that prospect. Now, you might remember Erica from the film said, Salesforce takes everything off my plate that I would have had to do manually. It's about saving time for sales reps, because in sales, every step of the way matters. And that's why many of you are taking advantage of the Lightning Console. They're using this as a productivity workspace for your reps, because you can put all the information all in one place. And now, with macros, you can automate manual tasks, 3 or 4 things with one click to allow them to get back to selling. And it's things like that that made you, in a recent survey, tell us, you, our customers, that you're seeing a 26% increase in win rate on the sales platform. Now, nothing is worse than when you're working a deal to get so close to the finish line only to get slowed down by your quoting. So with CPQ, you can quote, you can create proposals and contracts faster and easier. You heard Bob say in the film, he took his quote to cash process down from 120 clicks down to 7. And in your words, that's huge ROI. Now, we also are able to get greater insights with CPQ. Insights into discounting and pricing. Now imagine when I was a rep, if I had a quote and I knew that by just changing the quote by $50, that I wouldn't have to go to level 3 approvals. I'll tell you what, I would have done that. I would have gone to level 2 because I could have gotten my quote out the door faster. And now you not only have access to that information about discounting, but you can change reps' behavior, because you see on the products how they're being priced and sold down to the product line item. So that's better deal structure at that rep level, but also at the company level too. Now, all of this is available to your channels. T-Mobile sells through channels. I'm sure most of you sell through channels. As a matter of fact, 80% of the commerce done in the world is done through channels. But I'll tell you what, channel sales can be a black box. Sure, I see some heads nodding there, because you can't see your customers, you can't always see the revenue, but it's so much easier with partner relationship management. Because now, you'll have that visibility, and you can even get them set up faster and easier. You can start in the beginning with a step-by-step wizard that offers guidance. This allows you to get up and running faster. And the new distributed marketing, well, that allows your partners to be world-class marketers on their own. All right, let me explain what that means. That means T-Mobile can create sophisticated campaigns, extend them to their partners, who in turn extend them to their end customers. That way you're amplifying your reach and you're growing your business through your channels. Now, people like Bob, sales ops, everybody depends on insights to be able to get better idea of what's going on in your business to make those smart decisions. And sales analytics provides out-of-the-box reports like sales stage analysis or opportunity white space that allows you to be able to see where those opportunities lie, or pipeline trending week over week and month over month analysis. But only Salesforce offers this in context to your CRM. So as a rep, I can be on an opportunity and see the analytics right there, or maybe on the account I'm working on. And only Salesforce uses artificial intelligence right within the platform to analyze millions of customer data points to be able to get smart insights so that people like Bob can know what happened, when it happened, and what to do next. Well, let's bring this to life. Let's see how T-Mobile can run their business faster on the #1 sales platform. To do that, I'd like to bring up the head of Sales Cloud and a longtime product executive. Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President of Product Management, Will Moxley.
Thank you, Lynn. So, my entire life, I've wished there was 25 hours in a day. If I just had that extra hour, I could get so much more done. I could exercise, I could meditate, I could even take up knitting. But seriously, today, if I could tell you how to save an extra hour every day, would you be interested in hearing more about that? I thought you might. So I'm going to show you how T-Mobile could leverage Pardot, Lightning, and Einstein to save each rep an hour every single day. And in fact, we're going to run a counter during the demo. So on the 2 screens to the side of the demo booth back there, you're going to see a counter. So as we go to the demo, we'll keep track. So the process all starts with marketing. And fortunately, T-Mobile leverages Pardot to do all their marketing, B2B marketing automation. And T-Mobile wants to grow the pipeline for their T-Mobile One for Business plan. That's the plan that we were just speaking about earlier. So they've got a nurture campaign inside of Pardot that's going to keep these leads warm until they get hot. And then at that point, we're going to pass them on to inside sales team. But how do we know when the lead's hot? How do we know when it's a good lead? Well, fortunately, you can access Einstein right here inside of Pardot. So Einstein's looking at all the fields on the lead and all the engagement history, and it's applying data science to it to score the lead. So when the lead hits a 70 or higher, then we know it's an awesome lead, and we can go ahead and assign it to the inside sales team. So this process is running in the background, generating all this pipeline so that the inside sales team can call it. So now, let's switch over to the perspective of the inside sales team. And what you're looking at here is this is the brand new Sales Console inside of Lightning. So this campaign has been so successful, all these great leads are coming in. But who do I call first? I've got more leads than I can possibly call in a day. But fortunately, the inside sales team also has access to Einstein, so they can see all those leads prioritized by lead score. So as Mike was mentioning earlier, we want to call the people that are really interested, that really want us to reach out. Einstein's letting us know who those people are. So for each lead, we can just hover over the score and see all the reasons why it's a good lead or why it's not a good lead in the case where it's not. And I have to make 60 calls every day, so I want to automate that. So I'm going to take all those great leads and I'm going to add them to a new call list. And this call list is going to automate that entire calling process for me. So I got a list of all my leads right there. My best lead is John Gardner. Let's take a quick look at that lead. Everything I need to have a successful call is on this one screen right here. I don't need to navigate around from page to page when I have the prospect on the phone. So in the upper left-hand corner, we got all the key fields about the lead. Below that, we have news, recent news coming in about John's company, Mission Manufacturing. So I'm knowledgeable about their business and what's going on. In the center, we've got Lead Path. And Lead Path walks me through the entire lead management process. It enforces that process. And below that, we have the activity timeline where I can see the complete history of all the interactions we've had with this lead in the past. Now, finally, up in the upper right-hand corner, we have that same lead score, so I can see those details there from Einstein. And below that, all the Pardot engagement history. So I have the context about what happened before they were even a lead, when they were visiting our website. So I got everything I need on the screen right here to be productive. And now it's time to call this lead. Now, normally, I would have to go take that phone number and manually type it into my phone, right? That takes about 10 seconds to do. And I have to do this 60 times a day. 60 times that 10 seconds, that's 10 minutes each day just dialing. But now I just click a phone number and it calls, saving me that 10 minutes.
Please leave your message after the tone.
I got a voicemail. That's right, I got a voicemail. Of course I got a voicemail because I'm sure John would never miss out on this keynote. I'm sure he's in this room somewhere. I know I wouldn't miss out on it. But, you know, is there anyone's phone going off in the audience? No, okay, well, maybe next time I'll get him on the next call. But, you know, now I need to leave a voicemail, right? I need to let him know about my products. And normally, I need to take 30 seconds to leave that voicemail. But now I just go to voicemail drops. It's a new capability. I leave a voicemail drop with one click. I save that 30 seconds. I leave 30 voicemails a day. That's 15 minutes saved right there from voicemail drops. And that call that I just made got logged automatically. That's another 10 seconds that takes me. I do that 60 times a day. That's another 10 minutes I'm saving every single day. So now it's time to go on to the next call. Time to call that next prospect, Peggy, our best one. And what do I need to do? I just use the call list. I hit call next, and it goes on to the next prospect.
Hello?
Awesome. I got somebody on the phone this time. Here's my chance to do my pitch. And I notice as I'm on the call that my manager's listening, using the new call coaching capability. So I see right there she's listening in, but I'm not worried, I'm not stressed, because I've taken all my trailheads, I know my product, I know what I'm talking about, and I give a killer pitch. And my manager lets me know via call coaching that I did a killer pitch, and lets me know right there. The call went so awesome, I am ready to convert this lead. But before I do that, I need to do these follow-up steps. There's some things I need to do. And these steps take me about a minute to do. But now with the new Lightning macros, I can automate that entire process. I just go click a link up there, good call conversation follow-up, and it will send a follow-up email, log a follow-up task, update the lead, all with one click. I'm saving a minute. I'm doing this 30 times a day. That's 30 minutes I'm saving every day with macros. And if you look at the counter now, that takes us to 65 minutes saved every single day thanks to all this great productivity capabilities. So as I mentioned, we want to convert the lead. So I'm going to go over to convert. This takes us to the brand new redesigned lead convert screen. We just released this in the winter release. I don't need to really do much here. Everything's filled in for me. There's no duplicates. I just hit convert, and it converts the lead. It makes the account, the contact, and the opportunity all with one click. It's that simple. So that's a quick example of how T-Mobile could leverage Pardot, Lightning, and Einstein to grow more pipeline and sell faster. So ask yourself, what would you do with that extra hour every day? Thank you. Back to you, Lynn.
Thank you so much, Will. I get to keep this rock star microphone again, everybody. All right, what are we all going to do with our 1 hour back? I've been thinking about that too. And you know what? Will and I have worked together for over 10 years. I'm not so sure how the knitting's going to go, Will, but I can't wait to see what you make. Maybe I'll get a sweater for Christmas. All right, so our next chapter is about turning science fiction into reality. And we do that with Einstein. And as a matter of fact, it was a year ago today that we announced Einstein. So I guess that makes this Einstein's birthday. And oh, check out Einstein back there with the amazing demo team. Hi, Einstein. This guy keeps showing up for our keynotes. I never misses a party. All right, well, how about on behalf of everybody here, I wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Einstein. Well, Einstein is brilliant. Einstein uses artificial intelligence to take your customer data and surface insights. And it does this right within CRM. And it does this without the need of data scientists. Einstein is your data scientist. But Einstein isn't just brilliant. Einstein also is hardworking. Because over the last year, we've seen continuous innovation, putting artificial intelligence in every step of the sales process. And that starts with lead scoring. With machine learning, we can surface the highest priority leads. We look for patterns of those that are most likely to convert. So I, as a rep, know who I need to call first. And you heard Mike say earlier, he wants his team to start focusing on the no's and focus on those who are most likely to want to talk, most likely to want to engage. And that's what opportunity scoring does. I know as a rep where I should focus my time. And it doesn't stop there, because with Account Insights, it'll surface up key business changes to me. So as a rep, I know if there's an acquisition or perhaps a merger, so I know where the opportunities lie, and I can close more business. Now, how many of you are like me? How many of you close out your inbox at the end of your day? You go to bed and you have no emails left. Oh, well, actually, I was serious. I always make sure there's none left. But the problem is, I pick up my phone in the morning, and there's a little red dot on that email icon that tells me how many more emails I have. Matter of fact, I was going to screenshot it, because on the way over this morning, I had 101. The good news is, with Einstein Email Insights, you can prioritize your inbox, because Einstein uses natural language processing to prioritize those that need your attention first. And even better, it'll tell you what you need to do. So it'll recommend steps like, you need to schedule a meeting, or there's an executive that's unknown in your CRM, or they're interested in more pricing and products. So I don't have to be worried. When I get up in the morning and I see 101, I know how to start my day and I know where to focus. Now, you know by now, because we talked about it in a couple of the keynotes, that we recently announced Einstein Forecasting. Now, forecasting is really complex. I know this. I was an account executive, and I was also a vice president of sales. So you spend a lot of time going through your pipeline, looking at all the numbers, rolling up those deals. And it isn't just that. You have to figure out who's sandbagging and who on your team's a little overzealous to come up with an accurate number to send off to your executive team. That's why a lot of vice presidents will turn to things like Excel spreadsheets or some other application that's outside of your CRM. But Einstein's got your back. Because now with Einstein Forecasting, you have an out-of-the-box application right within your CRM that'll give you a prediction of your sales revenue. So whether you're a sales leader or you're a CFO, you now can use these insights to be able to make smart company-wide business decisions, because it'll even help you understand why. Now, last year we acquired a artificial intelligence company, Implicit, and we have the founder and CEO here today, and he's going to do a live demonstration of forecasting for you. So please welcome to the stage our Vice President of Product Management, Gilad Reichstein.
All right. Thanks, Lynn. At Implicit, we had a grand vision. We wanted to help every sales leader predict what's going to be their outcome at the end of the month. But at Implicit, we were a small company. And now that we joined the full power of Salesforce, we have hundreds of people working on this. And now we've been able to accelerate dramatically our vision. Now, we couldn't do that a year ago. We had to first teach Einstein to recognize deal sentiment. And we had to teach Einstein to pick up patterns for what works and what doesn't work. And today, Einstein has the entire memory of everything that has ever happened in the history of our customers' companies. That's amazing. And now, we're putting all of this together with Einstein Forecasting. I think a demo can really show us how T-Mobile can leverage this technology. So Josie is the head of sales of T-Mobile USA, and Josie manages more than 500 sales leaders. And like most sales leaders, Josie spends most of her day on her mobile. Now, you might be wondering why she has only Salesforce apps. It's because she loves Salesforce. In fact, she's so obsessed with Salesforce, she deleted all of her other apps. I do the same thing. All right, so she starts her day, and she gets an important notification by Einstein. Einstein predicts that she's going to miss her quota for November. I can tell you as previously CEO, if I would get this notification, I would get very upset and would want to know exactly what's going on. So she's going to swipe on this notification, and Einstein will show her the latest prediction for her team, $48.9 million, and she can see that she's missing $1.1 million to meet her quota. So Josie wants to know what's going on, so she's going to go into the team's view. And in the team view, Einstein shows her the prediction for each of her teams. And Einstein already sorts the list by the biggest gap. So she can immediately recognize that the problem lies with Scott's team. So Josie is going to send a message to Scott, and as she's doing it, she's going to circle the relevant area, and she's going to ask Scott to look into this as soon as possible. Now think about what just happened. In less than 60 seconds, Josie was able to cut through her entire sales organization and figure out where the problem lies. That's amazing. That's a new level of visibility and transparency we could have only dreamt about a year ago. But now that is possible with Einstein Forecasting. So moving on to Scott. So Scott is going to get Josie's notification on his desktop. And Scott knows his numbers really well because Einstein is processing his data 24/7. So Scott notices that his prediction for the month has dropped to $8.9 million, and he's puzzled. He wants to know what's going on. He can see that his team is now missing $1.1 million. So he's going to go into the Forecast tab to investigate and to see what's happening. And here, Einstein shows him side by side the prediction by Einstein, the AI, versus the prediction by his team. And Scott can actually zoom in and see for each of his team leads what they're predicting versus what Einstein predicts for them. Now, Scott is going to start his investigation at the team level, and Scott can see that his team is predicting that they're going to close between $7.4 to almost $11 million. That's a huge range. That's a 20% range. And Scott is using Einstein Forecasting. He knows that Einstein always predicts with higher accuracy than human beings. So Scott is going to click on the Einstein prediction, and he can see that Einstein predict within 5% range. That's amazing. We're only on the 8th day of the month, and Einstein is able to deliver this level of accuracy. And I can tell you, working with our customers, that even if we would run Einstein forecasting a week ago, Einstein would still be able to deliver this level of accuracy. And working with our customers, one of the things that they want to know what are the variables that Einstein is looking into as it's coming up with these predictions. So the next thing I'm going to show you is something that when we showed it to all of our customers, they were immediately sold on the value of Einstein forecasting. So here, Einstein shows Scott how much his team has closed to date, 1.3 million, and Einstein shows him how much is predicted to close from the existing pipeline. So Einstein goes through all the deals and predict which of these deals are going to make it within November. And even more than that, Einstein can actually predict from deals that are not yet in the CRM. That's amazing. You know, when we talked about these concepts a year ago, that sounded like science fiction. But now this is a reality. So in this case, Scott can see that Einstein predicted there's another $1 million that is not in the CRM and that is predicted to come in within the month and will close successfully in November. And Einstein also predicts deals that their amount is about to change. Now again, Scott knows his numbers really well, so he notices that this bucket has grown significantly. So he's going to click on this bucket to see the list of deals that Einstein predicts that their amount is about to change. And here, Einstein shows him the Einstein score. And the Einstein score is the likelihood of a deal to close based on Einstein. And Scott notices that one of the key deals of the month, sustainable energy, its Einstein score is dropped to 50. So Scott is going to click into this deal, and as he clicks to the deal, he can see the Einstein score together with the Einstein insight that help him understand why the score for this deal is dropped. So he can see that there's an amount being mentioned here, and looks like there's a new CIO that only wants to do phase 1 of this deal. Now that makes sense. Now Scott understands why the prediction has dropped. So this deal was planned for 1.5 million, but it could now end up as 400K. And as you can see, this is actually an activity from 1 day ago. So Scott's team didn't have time to update their prediction, but Einstein works 24/7, so Einstein already processed that and was able to update the prediction. Now, fortunately, Einstein also recommends who within Scott's organization has the strongest connection to this new CIO. Oh, look like Mike Katz has the strongest connection. So Scott is going to send a message to Mike and ask Mike to help here as soon as possible. And we've all seen here Mike a few minutes ago, but if you would really know Mike, you would know that when Mike gets involved in a deal, the deal gets closed. So moving back to Josie, Josie is going to get a new notification on her mobile, and she can see that her prediction for the month is now back on track. Now that's amazing. In just a few minutes, Scott and Josie were able to take full ownership of the month and bring the entire month back on track. Einstein brings an entire new perspective on how we're running our forecasting processes. And when we combine that with the intuition and experience of our sales leaders, we have a whole new way of running our businesses. I can tell you that the response from our customers has been enormous. This is a huge game changer. Over to you, Sarah.
Thanks so much, Gilad. You heard it here first on the Dreamforce stage. Predictive forecasting, not science fiction. Sandbaggers, I'm talking to you. Watch out, it's coming. All right, so we've talked about how you can sell faster with Complete CRM, how you can sell smarter with Einstein. Let's talk about how you can customize and extend Salesforce with the platform. And it all starts with Lightning. We've had a huge year for Lightning. We have over 700 features now that are exclusive to Lightning. So that's features like Kanban, which lets you visualize your opportunities, or Sales Path, which lets you drive a repeatable selling motion for your sales team, or Lightning for Gmail, which brings all that power of your email right to your CRM. And people are seeing huge results. This is not just about a new look and feel. People are experiencing real business results. We actually have Steve Stessman here from ToughShed today. With his team, they increased sales activity by 50%. That is pretty incredible. And we're hearing stories like this every single day. And it's never been easier to make that switch to Lightning. We've invested a ton in building the right tools, the right assets to help you get up and running. We have our readiness check, which lets you easily see what fields you're currently using in your Salesforce instance and what's ready in Lightning. We have over 35 modules in Trailhead. That's our online learning platform. It makes learning fun. So you can figure out exactly where you want to dip your toe in with Lightning. And we also, on site, I encourage all of you to visit the second floor of Moscone West if you haven't already. Every time I've gone there, it's jam-packed. But you can sit down, meet with a consultant one-on-one, and plot your move over to the new experience. Let's talk about what's new in Lightning. So what's different about Lightning is that it's a component-based framework. And what that means is that you can mix and match components to really sell the way your sales team sells. And these could be components that come standard out of the box with Sales Cloud. These could be components that you build yourself custom, or they could be components from our ecosystem of ISVs. And what's new in Lightning, some things we're excited about, are things like theming. So a company like T-Mobile, they can add their own color scheme, their own branding. So when someone logs into Salesforce, it's a complete, perfect extension of their brand. And we also have really cool functionality that's come out, like Lightning Dynamic Pages. And what this means is that you can add context within Salesforce. So let's say you want to say, hey, all right, when a deal moves from stage 3 to stage 4 and is over a certain amount, I actually want to show a component that gets our SWAT team involved, that gets our deal support desk involved. You can do that all in Lightning now, and it's super easy to set up. You're going to see it in a minute. And of course, everything we do on Sales Cloud is extensible to mobile. We know your reps are out in their field, meeting with customers every day. They need all of that critical information wherever they might be. And now with My Salesforce, you can, again, customize that experience, add your own branding, add your own color scheme, and deploy it right through the App Store. And customers like Home Depot, customers like Jumbo are already taking advantage of this and seeing huge results. Now, you also probably heard the news this week. We are partnering with Google. We're incredibly excited to bring these two companies together to make you more productive than ever. And in fact, Lightning for Gmail is one of our most popular tools within the new Lightning experience. This allows you to add that context right when you're emailing to a customer to get details about what happened in your last meeting, what happened on that last call, and you bring really that power of your email to your CRM. And finally, can't go through a Sales Cloud presentation without talking about the App Exchange. The App Exchange is our candy store for sales trailblazers. I've been at Salesforce, I've been at Salesforce for 10 years. This is where I started at in the company. When I started, we had about 150 applications on the site. Now we have over 3,000 applications. We just hit a massive milestone with 5 million installs. And these aren't installs of Angry Birds, right? These are installs of serious, legitimate enterprise applications, and something we're incredibly proud of. So with that, I would love to bring up our VP of Product Management for the Sales Cloud to show you the platform that is powering over 100,000 sales teams globally. Let's bring up Robin Groschel.
Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder. Thunder, 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 thunder.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to give you a demo of how a company like T-Mobile can take full advantage of Sales Cloud Lightning. But before I do that, I want to rewind just a bit. This time last year, T-Mobile was using Salesforce Classic. It worked. It did the job. But their corporate strategy was to completely differentiate themselves in a very competitive market. It was a growth strategy, and it was bold. And they realized that while Classic had served them well for many years, it wasn't going to be the tool to help get them to where they wanted to be. They needed something more, and they needed Lightning. Here's where their journey began, and it should look familiar to all of you. It's an opportunity in Classic. It's got fields, related lists, and even some custom visual force. Let's take a look at this same opportunity in Lightning. Now, the first thing we'll notice is the home page, which is great because it lets reps know exactly what they need to focus on today. And when we drill into that opportunity, we'll immediately see the benefits, from the opportunity highlights to the activity timeline that shows us all the past and upcoming activities on a deal, and the activity composer that lets reps create and complete tasks with a single click. And yet it's based on the same metadata, so all of the fields, related lists, and visibility are exactly the same as they were in Classic. It looks great, doesn't it? And for most companies, it's as simple as that to move to Lightning. Now, you've heard a lot about Bob Bird. He's in the audience with us today. And he had a charter from T-Mobile. They were looking for him and his team to help give the tools to help them achieve those bold growth goals. And so while Bob could have stopped here, he didn't. He wanted to provide an even better experience for his sales reps. And so for that, he turned to the Salesforce platform and the Lightning App Builder. With App Builder, we have access to so many amazing Lightning features right at our fingertips. From standard components that Salesforce provides for you out of the box, to custom components that you can create based on your own unique business needs, and even ones from our AppExchange partners. Let's take a look at a few examples here. So with 1,000 B2B sales reps and growing, T-Mobile realized that sales enablement was going to be critical. So we can use Path to guide reps through a consistent, repeatable sales process. They also wanted to help their reps sell smarter, and that's where Einstein comes in. Einstein is brilliant. It analyzes millions of data points, bringing your data to life and making it work for you. It provides critical information about a deal to surface insights and predictions about what to do next. They also wanted to streamline their quoting and approvals process, which is no problem because we could just embed CPQ right into this page. Now finally, T-Mobile realized that sometimes just holding a mobile device in your hands is enough to help move a deal forward in the process. So they want to drive their largest prospects into a retail location to get that hands-on experience. So we can use a dynamic component with a simple filter to surface the closest retail stores anytime the opportunity amount is 100,000 or greater. All of these great capabilities become available once you start working in Lightning. So let's save our changes and take a look. It looks incredible. Here we're seeing all those standard components we pulled into the page, like Path, Einstein, and CPQ. Yet this is the same page where we started, only now it's supercharged. And if we take a look at that Visualforce, this will be interesting because it doesn't look like Visualforce anymore at all. That's because with a single line of code, we were able to transform that Visualforce and give it a Lightning look and feel. Now, fortunately, this deal has grown in size. So we're going to go ahead and update the amount. And it's going to be at that $100,000 threshold. Now, I want you to watch closely here. We're going to save this. And check that out. A dynamic component suddenly appeared. Now it's so easy for me to reach out, schedule an appointment with the store manager where they can connect with the potential prospect or the potential customer and provide that white glove experience. Imagine how you can use a feature like that to conditionally display information based on customer status or industry. Customers have been asking for this kind of capability, but it simply wasn't possible in Classic, but is now thanks to the Lightning platform. Now, one last thing. T-Mobile wanted to incorporate their amazing brand. So let's go into setup and create a custom theme where we can have a color palette and images. This is a brand new feature coming to Lightning as part of the Spring 18 release that you can all take advantage of. Let's take a look at this branding in action. Now that looks like T-Mobile. Once Bob made the decision to convert, Lightning made it easy. Bob and his team were able to achieve all of this with clicks, not code, and in a matter of weeks. The result was that Lightning boosted rep productivity, ultimately saving reps 7 hours a week. That's 7 hours they can now use to try to close more deals and fuel T-Mobile's continued growth. So don't just take my word for it. You heard in the film, Lightning helps your business grow and helps you be more efficient in the process. So grab your phone or your notebook, and please add this to your list of top 5 takeaways from today's session. Now is the time to move to Sales Cloud Lightning. Thank you. Back to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Robin. All right. We've heard a lot about T-Mobile's story, how they've transformed the mobile space across both their B2C side as well as their B2B side. But now I want to talk about another customer who's driving massive impact and transformation, and that's Make-A-Wish. Make-A-Wish is an organization that's focused on delivering wishes to children with life-threatening illnesses. And this takes the form in celebrity meet and greets, this takes the form in athletic events, this takes the form in transforming San Francisco into Gotham City. They have literally done that. And they are granting a wish with Salesforce every 21 minutes. So we are incredibly excited today to actually have the CEO of Make-A-Wish, and that's David Williams. Please help me in welcoming David up to the stage. Hi, David. Thanks for being here.
Great to be here.
So we were talking a little bit backstage about Make-A-Wish and its transformation over the years. You guys have been in business for 37 years, have been operating for 37 years. Tell me about the wish process and how that's transforming for you guys.
Yeah, so when the organization started 37 years ago, to qualify for a wish, you actually had to have a terminal diagnosis. And so one of the things that's changed is that we no longer have that, and more kids are actually surviving their illness. And the transformation that we're seeing now is that the medical community is seeing a wish as being an integral part of their treatment protocol. That things like reduced visits to hospitals and the amount of stays in those places and reduced anxiety and depression and all these things that are good for the child and for the family are now taking place because of a wish experience. And so now instead of it being a last wish, it is now becoming part of the treatment protocol, and that's something that's very exciting for us.
Yeah, these wishes are actually driving health impact at the end of the day.
Right.
It's pretty incredible. And I know you guys have lofty goals in terms of growth. How have you looked to technology to help Make-A-Wish move faster and drive even more impact out in your communities?
Right. So last year, here in the United States, we granted over 15,000 wishes. And as you said, a wish every 21 minutes. We're very excited about that, except every year in this country, about 27,000 kids are diagnosed with a life-threatening medical condition. So, if we're playing baseball, we're batting 500, we get in the Baseball Hall of Fame. But we're not playing baseball. And so our vision is that we want to be able to reach every eligible child. And as we looked at what it was going to take to do that, our actual processes are very paper intensive, very manually intensive, with all of our partners, with our medical partners, with our volunteers, with our staff. Every wish is a million different details. And so as we looked at the tools that we had, or that we have, we knew we needed to change. And that's been the exciting part. We're here in a place where we've got trees. Hopefully, when we're done with our deployment with Salesforce, we'll be cutting down a lot less trees.
Perfect. And I mean, I can't even begin to imagine the stories that you encounter in the day-to-day, in your day-to-day role. Share with the audience, what's your favorite part about your job at Make-A-Wish?
Sure. Well, I think it's two. First of all, it's meeting some of these families and kids. For those of you who were at the concert last night, there were two kids now they're young adults, who received the Colin Powell Courage Award from Benioff Hospital. And they were two wish kids whose wish was to meet Christopher Nolan, the director. And so to see these kids is amazing. I think also to meet our volunteers and our donors, because that's the only way this happens. We don't charge for our services. We don't get government grants. It only happens because of generous people. But it always reminds me of the very first wish that was granted back in 1980, when there was a little boy who had a favorite TV show, and the show was called Chips. Some of you may remember that show. And he always dreamed he wanted to be a highway patrolman. And there was no organization at the time, there were no systems, but 6 volunteers kind of came forward in one SOTA uniform, and he got to ride in a helicopter and a police car and a motorcycle, and he went home and he started writing tickets. And it was really great. But what was so amazing about that, I think, is that those 6 individuals, Chris unfortunately did not survive his illness, but instead of patting themselves on the back and said, wow, we did a nice thing for this kid, they said, you know what, I'll bet there are other kids out there just like Chris. And they started Make-A-Wish, and now 300,000 wishes later, it's an organization that we're now all over the United States. We're in 50 countries around the world, and all because 6 people cared deeply about a little boy.
It's incredible. Yeah, it's give Make-A-Wish. And I'm sure the audience has been exposed to a number of different organizations over the course of the week, and I know a lot of people in the room would love to help Make-A-Wish in your mission to get to those 27,000 wishes. How can the audience help you?
Sure. So I know a lot of you traveled here by plane. 75% of all of our wishes involve travel. And so, some of those airlines that your miles are getting ready to expire, you can donate those to Make-A-Wish. That expiration goes away. The greatest job that we have within Make-A-Wish is to be a wish granter, to actually work with the families. We have over 33,000 volunteers every year that donate their time. And so if this is something that you want to do in your own community, that's possible. And then certainly from a financial standpoint, there are people who are able to contribute small amounts, large amounts in any way. And it all can go towards making these wishes possible.
Great, and you guys can all see the URL here. If you'd like to donate to Make-A-Wish, please check that out. And as part of the Sales Cloud team, we're really excited to partner with Make-A-Wish today to actually grant a wish ourselves. This was for a young man named Victor who's suffered from cerebral palsy his whole life, and he's a Bay Area sports fanatic. So let's take a look at the wish we'll be granting to Victor.
Hi, it's Robbie Gold, kicker for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm excited to partner with Make-A-Wish and share that Victor will be coming to our game on November 26th against the Seattle Seahawks, and we can't wait to welcome him to the 49er family. Thank you to Salesforce for helping grant this wish.
Thank you so much, David, for joining us today. Such an incredible organization. Thanks for all the impact you're driving out in your communities. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. I want to close out with just a couple housekeeping items. Trailhead, it's our online learning platform. We talked about it for Lightning. There's a number of different modules to get you up and running on Lightning. But we have modules for the full sales process, for everything that you saw today. And if you simply text Sales Trail to the number that you see here, you have a customized list of trails featuring everything that we talked about today. And of course, it would not be a Sales Cloud keynote without some amazing giveaways. So please make sure to go to the Sales Lodge. The first 500 people that make it over there will get a free Marine Layer shirt, and a donation will be made on your behalf to the National Park Foundation. But finally, it's giveaway time. So everyone, please take a look under your seats. One lucky person has won an all-expenses-paid trip to the national park of your choosing. Okay, looking? Do we have a winner? Yeah, nice. All right, our winner over here. Just come, if you come over here, we'll get you all set up. Thank you. All right, I want to end as I started. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Hi, congratulations. We will get you all squared away in 2 seconds. I want to just say thank you to everyone. I want to end as we started. Thank you for your business. Thank you for being amazing customers and all the feedback that you give to Sales Cloud. I hope you have an amazing Dreamforce, and thank you very much.
Hello everyone, Shep Hyken here, customer service and experience expert. Excited to be here at Dreamforce, and we are here with the Fortune Partners Top Service Leader Award winners, sponsored by Salesforce. So we have a great presentation for you today. So let's start off by introducing our award winners. We've got Joseph Bocanegra from ZipRecruiter. We've got Marcy Smith from Macmillan Learning, and we've got Mike Powell for RIM Logistics. And let's go ahead and start with Joseph. And why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So I'm from ZipRecruiter. We disrupted the job board space. We are the fastest growing place to find a job. So on the millions of employers and job seekers use our platform to find a job. Our customer success team is about 150 employees. I started off my background in analytics, and so that analytical background really plays a part in how I lead the team today.
Yep. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Marcy.
Thanks, Shep. My name is Marcy Smith. I'm the Vice President of Customer Experience for Macmillan Learning. At Macmillan, we consider customer experience everything from the initial demo that a customer has all the way through to the onboarding, use of our product, and hopefully successful retention year over year. So we're really always thinking about how to best serve our customer throughout the entire life cycle and journey.
Right, retention is very important. Last but not least, Mike Powell from RIM Logistics.
Thanks a lot, Shep. Thanks for having us. So Mike Powell from RIM Logistics. We're a non-asset-based third-party logistics provider. So what does that mean out there? We basically move people's cargo through the supply chain. So anything from purchase order management all the way through final mile delivery to the end customer, we take care of for our customer supply chain. Coming to you from Chicago, Illinois.
Well, congratulations to all three of you. So this is a pretty cool deal. Fortune Magazine Partners Award. What does it mean to you? We'll go in reverse alphabetical seating order.
Yeah, well, it's obviously an honor. Fortune is a great publication, very well respected. For us as a third-party logistics provider, we don't have a tangible product to sell. So what we look at is service and visibility to our customer supply chain. So being recognized as innovative and a leader in service really is paramount to us as an organization. So it's truly an honor.
Great. Marcy.
For us, this is really acknowledgement that the pivot that we've made toward giving our customers a great customer experience it is on the right track. We consider customer experience to constantly be iterative. We have not arrived. It's progress, not perfection. So the fact that we've been recognized is really an endorsement that we're on the right track.
Right. I love the concept of progress, not perfection. Perfection is a nice goal.
Absolutely.
Hard to hit. And last but not least, Joseph.
Agreed. For us, I mean, for me, it's really extremely grateful to be honored amongst our peers. You know, service as an industry is not the most glamorous industry to be in, but I've been really I know, surprise, right? But I've been really impressed by the innovation in recent years. So it's really an exciting part to be an exciting time to be a part of the industry. And for ZipRecruiter, you know, no one likes looking for a job and no one likes hiring. It's kind of a common fact. We've all been on one side of that equation. So for us to have validation that we're making that process easier and keeping people happy along the way is really fulfilling for us.
Great. So at ZipRecruiter, it's high volume call center, and you've succeeded in providing what's considered best-in-class service and omni-channel support. So give us a little background on how you're doing that.
Yeah, good question. So we moved over to Service Cloud about a year ago. We handle 250,000 interactions every month between employers and job seekers, so really high volume. And for us, we got away from the traditional call center metrics, things like average handle time, volume, or subjective scorecards. We found that really drove the wrong behavior. And so today, we really focus on CSM-esque metrics like retention and product usage and customer satisfaction. And we found that by aligning our customers and our employees with the passion that our company entails, it's been really successful for us.
So the bigger metric is like how more than satisfied they hopefully are versus how quick you got off the phone or how quick you ended, whatever. It's, the goal is handle it all. They're finished. They're happy. All right, Mike, we're going to jump over to you. At RIM Logistics, you have worked very hard to standardize service in an industry that's not recognized for great customer service. How did you go about doing that, and what have the effects been? Obviously, you're an award winner. We know what part of the effect is, but how does it impact your customers?
Hey, great question. So for us, it's been a journey. We started about 3 years ago and really looked at our business and looked at what our customers were asking for and missing from our competitors. And when we looked at our organization, we're a 20-year-old family-run business in the Midwest, so family values and you know, taking care of the customer is really the foundation of what we're about. When we looked at our organization, it all started with customer service. So most of our competitors out there put a line of business application at the center of their world. Tracking and tracing, freight management, things of that nature. And it didn't make sense for us. So we started looking at a CRM as the middle of our world, because the relationship we have with our customers and our partners is really our epicenter. So we started with the Sales Cloud and the CRM, which Salesforce is traditionally known for. And the natural evolution for us was extending that out to our customers and our partners. So earlier this year, we started on a journey bringing that and extending that out to our customers through what we call RIM Community, built on the Salesforce platform. And our back end to that is the Service Cloud. So our customer service agents really have a 360-degree view of what's going on with that customer. And if you think about it from a consumer standpoint, if you go and you order a product online and you're tracking it, seeing where it is, and if it's delayed, if it's not going to meet that expectation, you're frustrated, right? You want to get in touch with someone right there, but traditional systems leave it there. You have to pick up the phone, you have to send an email, but it's not collaborative, it's not engaging. So we tried to flip that on its head and said, when you're tracking and tracing, or when you're looking for some sort of disposition with your cargo, how can I engage with our team to make it effortless, right? To make it a no-brainer. And that's the journey that we've been on.
All right, effortless and convenience is important. We talked about that before the show here, about the convenience factor in business. Marcy, at Macmillan, you have an amazing customer service department, and part of it is accessibility. And you've created a great self-service solution. Give us some insight into that, if you would.
Absolutely. So oftentimes we like to say we want to meet our customer where they are, not where we want them to be. So it's very important that we acknowledge that we have different types of customers and that we create experiences for each of them. What we're finding is that more and more often we have, especially at the student customer level, we have really young kids who would prefer, and this is what our surveys tell us, to go to the dentist than to call traditional customer service. So we need to figure out ways to meet their needs as proactively as possible, and also to make self-service effortless, personalized, and make sure that it is accessible and everywhere. So it's a constantly evolving idea, and we're not there yet, but we're getting closer every single day.
There's a great stat that I just heard while I was here at Dreamforce, and that is that by 2020, 85% of interactions in the customer service world between a customer and the brand will not include a human being, meaning self-service is big. And while I have you, what kind of projects do you think are to gain traction coming up at Macmillan?
Oh, I love this, because the idea of being innovative is exciting. And we want to be almost bleeding edge. So we plan on really moving toward AI and embracing it and as a way not to necessarily solve our customer problems, but to efficiently get our customer to where they need to be so that they can quickly get their answer. We need to learn as much about our customer right up front as possible so that they don't have to deal with the frustration of moving forward with the same information again and again and again. So that's really where we're going.
Great. Mike, what have you got coming up that's exciting?
Secret sauce, right?
The secret sauce.
So for us, it's really about connecting devices and connecting things, right? So this concept of IoT out there, it really applies to our industry. We don't own the vessels, the planes, the trains, the trucks that our customers' cargo moves on. So how do we gather the information, filter that through our systems, and supply that back to our customers to take actionable measures on their supply chain. So for us, it's really about how do we gather that data and analyze it to really serve up intelligent information. So that's one thing. The other thing is we see our customers really changing and who they are and what they want. And for us, you mentioned self-service, but they're also getting to us in different channels. Historically, it was always email and phone call, right? Now they're taking to social. They're taking to other means. Text is going to be huge. If you go over in Asia, most of the customers that we deal with are interacting through things like WeChat and text messaging. So how do we harness those technologies and really bring it into our customer service environment? So those are a couple things that we're looking at for 2018 and beyond.
Great. And Joseph, what's going on in your world that's exciting and new and innovative?
Yeah, so for us, being the fastest growing platform to find a job, I mean, really, it's all about bots for us and automation. So we're really, really focused and looking forward to a lot of the products Salesforce has in terms of Einstein, and looking to understand how we can get bots and better service our customers in a more efficient way, and serve as many customers as we can with the resources that we can, right? So that's really a focus for us.
So we're looking at self-service, we're looking at being proactive, we're looking at being on the channel that your customers want to be on, we're looking, omni-channel, and bots, AI, artificial intelligence. So I have the lightning round question, and here it is. You all get 1 minute. This is the lightning round. Marcy, we're going to let you go first. Fair?
Okay, I'm excited.
And the lightning round is, what's the one thing that you're doing in this customer service space that separates you from your competitors?
So first and foremost, we're not benchmarking against our competitors. We're really benchmarking against best-in-class support in the technology world, in the retail world, in the online space, in the subscription model. We're really looking to see what we can learn from customer experience experts that aren't necessarily in publishing, which is such a changing industry. We're looking to build out best-in-class, world-class support that's really outside of the industry completely, and that delivers the experience that our customers are telling us they want by their use of other products.
Great. So you're really listening to the customers, and that's separating you. Joseph. Joe.
It's all right.
You call me S for Shep.
No worries. You got my last name right, so that's important.
That's tough. Bocanegra.
Is really
that's a tough one. I practiced that
I know,
over
and
over again.
Thank you. So, for us, the thing that makes us different is we humanize and personalize every experience that we have with a job seeker or an employer. Look, we've all been on one side of the equation, whether it's looking for a job or trying to hire, and we know how painful that process is. So we dedicate time for our employees to handwrite letters, words of encouragement to our job seekers to encourage them to go on. And, at the end of the day, the customer service industry, the customer service job the industry isn't glamorous. The job at times is monotonous and burdensome. So we really remind our employees of the greater purpose and what we're doing to change people's lives, and that really keeps people going in and day out.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. I think you said you have 250,000 contacts every month.
Yep.
And your employees are writing handwritten notes to job seekers, giving them encouragement. How many notes do they write?
Oh man, I couldn't tell you. It's a ton, and then people do it in their free time on their lunch breaks. People really are really engaged.
They're passionate about it.
When you find passionate people is what makes us a great organization, and I have a great team back in Arizona.
And that may be one of the single differentiators is hiring passionate people, and that's a great lesson for all of us. Mike.
So if I had to pin it down to one thing, I'm going to echo what Marcy and Joseph said, right? Those are definitely things that we take to heart. But if I had to use one word, it's collaborative. So one thing that we recognize is that change is it's ongoing, it's constant. Not just within our organization, but within our customers. And if we're collaborative in nature, we're listening to their needs and the changes of their needs, we feel we'll be successful. So if we take that collaborative approach, and obviously it's all about execution. You can have all the ideas in the world, but it's about execution. So if we could take that collaborative nature and really execute on it, we think we'll separate ourselves.
So I hear it again, collaborative, listening, engaging with the customer, hearing exactly what they want. Well, these are Fortune Partner Leadership Award winners. We're sponsored by Salesforce, and I can just say that it's amazing. You've not just proven to be best in class, you're innovative. There were many, many different award winners. By the way, you may not realize this, but I was one of the judges. And so if you want to win next year, we can go to dinner. No, I'm just kidding about that.
Thanks, Shep.
But seriously, it's an honor to be here with all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. My name's Shep Hyken. Compliments of Salesforce. On behalf of Salesforce, we thank you very much for watching.
Shake it up. shake it up. Dance all night. Go, go, go. Dance all night. Get real low. Go all night. Get real low. Shake it up. All you got.
I'm Casey here with Justin Anderson from Imperio, a titanium sponsor here this year at Dreamforce. Justin, thanks so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
It's my pleasure, Casey.
Great. Well, wanted to start today, talk a little bit about Bolt Solutions. Can you tell us a little bit more about Imperio's latest innovation on Salesforce Lightning?
Sure. I mean, it's great to be here because innovation is a big part of what we do at Imperio, and bolts are a great way that we can innovate. Imperio is well known for doing great work in retail, and bolts are fantastic that enables us to package up some great USP in terms of unique selling products around that. And we can then obviously then take that into other retail deployments really easily. What I really love about bolts is the fact that they can be used in other industries. We can diversify in terms of where they're used. So for example, we're doing some work now with a pharmacy organization, and we can take a retail bolt and make that work out there. So it's a great way to innovate.
Really incredible. And speaking of innovation, where is Imperio most focused on innovating right now?
Really where we're focusing on innovating is really adding extra value just to the pure play technology of Salesforce. So I think that when we take people to use the great technology like Lightning and Bolt solutions such as this, it's actually how they use it, because there's so many ways where through information, using mobile, different ways of working. We'll talk a little bit about worker experience and actually how you use Salesforce as much as how you innovate as opposed to technology itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've talked a little bit about innovation, but for Imperio, curious to know from you, what's next? What are you and the team most looking forward to in 2018 and beyond?
Really what I'm excited about, I look after Europe for Imperio, and just this year we've opened up offices in France, in Sweden, and also just about to open the Netherlands. And just seeing the exciting growth that's happening in continental Europe and taking the proven Imperio way and methodology and making it work in those new markets is just huge. So it's a real growth journey for us.
Great. And you touched a little bit on the worker experience and the Imperio way. Know that Imperio is super focused on the customer experience, delivering that great value. Can you speak a little bit about your unique perspective on the worker experience?
No, worker experience is key to us because we think it's one of the biggest determinant factors that's actually driving customer experience. If you can enable your employees with the best technology like Salesforce, the best information, mobile, access anywhere, ultimately these are the people that are engaged with customers. If you make those guys successful, you make your customers successful. So that's why we think there's a great interrelationship between the two, and we deliver great customer experience by focusing on workers.
Amazing. That's great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate you giving us a little bit of the inside scoop, and it was great to meet with you, and thanks again for being here.
My pleasure, Casey. Take care.
Thanks so much.
Kone's been a global leader in the elevator and escalator industry for over 100 years. Once you walk in, an experience will be queued up to take you all the way up through a forest, up to the top where you'll be looking out at San Francisco. And at the conclusion of the ride, Einstein flies by to say hello.
Welcome to the Financial Services Experience featuring Citi. So attendees will come in, they'll pick up a tablet, and it's an augmented reality experience, and really see how the entire bank is collaborating around the customer.
We're showcasing some of our different properties across 21st Century Fox, everything from our TV to our films. They can come in and do a little quiz. They can then do a silhouette dance. We've partnered on a variety of technologies. For us, it gives us a lot of insight into our consumers, so it's been a great partnership so far.
We're featuring UCSF. They're a top 5 hospital in the country and taking over 1 million patients each year. So there's 3 areas where you can play the part of any of those individuals and share data throughout the system.
Girl Scouts is the preeminent girls leadership organization in North America. So they're here with us at Dreamforce showcasing how they're using Salesforce. So in the photo booth, you can go in, make a GIF. It's 8 photos. They all string together and send it out to your network.
I'm here at the Adidas customer experience. What we see here is how Adidas connects with consumers faster across the entire path to purchase. When attendees come here, they can experience retail and consumer goods demos, but they can also customize their own pair of Adidas shoes. It's fantastic.
Okay, I am here with Eric Berridge, CEO of Blue Wolf. My name is Jenny Bregman. I'm from Salesforce. I'm excited to welcome you to Dreamforce this year. We're really excited to have you here. Thank you for being with us.
We are thrilled to be here, Jenny.
So Blue Wolf, an IBM company, longtime partner of Salesforce, a global strategic partner.
Yeah.
What does that mean for your customers, that partnership?
Well, as you said, we've been a partner of Salesforce's really since the beginning. We have been to every single Dreamforce. One thing it means is depth and strength and scale. As Salesforce has grown as a platform over the past decade, you guys cover everything now. You're like lead to order to transaction to e-commerce, like the whole works. And as a global strategic, it's very important that we provide skill sets and we provide consulting around all of your clouds. And that's what we pride ourselves on. We are just about everywhere in the world now, and we work with companies of all shapes and sizes. Because we're Blue Wolf, we don't just work with the large companies. We like to find the innovative organizations that are growing fast and are really leveraging your platform to do amazing things.
So looking ahead, what's next for Blue Wolf and Salesforce?
Well, the growth in this ecosystem is amazing, and it always has been, and Salesforce drives that. So for us, it's about growth. It's about providing the right talent into the marketplace. Less and less is this about the technology, because the technology is so easy to use nowadays, and more it's about how we educate our people as consultants and as business leaders so that they can drive change for your customers.
We're standing here in your booth in the Customer Success Expo. It's beautiful. Tell us what we can expect from you here at Dreamforce this year.
Well, I think the big conversation for the last year has been around AI and artificial intelligence, and for us it's a great thing because as Salesforce has moved into this space, IBM is a natural partner given the strength that IBM has around cognitive and augmented intelligence. So one of the things you see in our booth today is you see Watson, you see Einstein, you see a lot of the services that Blue Wolf can bring to the table to make these things work for clients. I like to tell customers that the artificial intelligence word is intimidating, but really to get started, it's fairly easy, and we can get customers going with AI, both with Watson and with Einstein, in very short sprints. So ultimately, they can leverage the power of the Salesforce platform, but also find the right customers, sell the right products, price them at the right price points, and that's where AI is going. So We're really excited about that.
Very exciting. Thank you again for being with us.
Thank you so much, Jenny. It's great to be here.
We're living in incredibly interesting times. We have 200,000 people moving into cities every day. The way people live and work is changing. How do we find a way to differentiate when the markets are changing in a very significant way? We have been in this business for over 100 years, installing elevators and escalators, servicing them and modernizing them. There's about 1 billion rides on this equipment every day. But we have never seen such a profound change as we see today.
We realized that we weren't in the hardware business. We weren't in the elevator and escalator and doors business only. We're in the people business. let's take a step to the future. Let's look forward at the customers, not at the equipment. That's what's going to differentiate us from our competitors.
Digital disruption is bringing an enormous amount of opportunity. Salesforce has been a guiding light, showing us what is possible when you platform everything around the customer.
From a historical perspective, when you were the customer service person, it was very difficult to understand everything that was going on. They weren't able to answer the customer's questions because they didn't have the information. With Field Service Lightning, they now have a 360-degree view of that customer. Dispatchers can see where the technicians are, who has the shortest journey time to get there, who has the right skill for that type of equipment.
We now have more and more of our elevators and escalators real-time connected. IBM Watson helps us understand in detail what's happening to the equipment. With Einstein, we then link our field service to this equipment condition.
The technicians have the ability to look and see, okay, the most likely issue that we have is this. Customer service is and will be a people business, but enabled and assisted by Einstein and Watson.
With Salesforce, we have clearly strengthened our growth in services. We can serve our customers in an individualized way and do it with a quality, reliability, and transparency that hasn't been seen before in this industry.
Hey everybody, welcome to Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. I'm Heike Young and I'm here today with Bob DeSantis of Conga. So Bob, welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what Conga does?
Well, Conga is one of the earliest providers of applications on the App Exchange. Our Conga Composer application is used by thousands of customers to create documents from the data they have in Salesforce with their business rules and their templates. And those documents are used for everything from proposals to quotes to invoices, you name it, internal as well as external. We've recently introduced our newest product, Conga Contracts, which brings the power of contract lifecycle management right onto the Salesforce platform, available now in the App Exchange.
Okay, so talk to us a bit more about that. How does Conga specifically integrate with Salesforce Quote to Cash?
Well, Quote to Cash is very important. And as part of the Quote to Cash lifecycle, if you think about it, you're creating a quote and then you're trying to collect cash. Well, there's actually a step in the middle, which is where we come in. How do you actually take that quote and create a contract from it, and then get that contract signed and processed so that you can collect the cash on the back end? So we integrate very closely, and in fact design the product in conjunction with the product team at Salesforce Quote to Cash to seamlessly fit into the quote cycle all the way through to the billing cycle using Salesforce's new billing plan.
Well, I know here at Dreamforce this week, one of the big buzzwords I've been hearing about is AI. What's on the roadmap for Conga with artificial intelligence?
Well, we're actually very excited that we introduced our first AI capability, a machine learning application called the Suggestion Service, into Conga Contracts in September. This allows a user to actually look across their library of contract quotes and data and actually suggest during the contract process how they can make that contract better and more capable for their customers. So that's the first step in a long roadmap that includes deep integration to Einstein going forward.
And where can folks learn more about Conga?
Best place is getconga.com. It's an amazing website full of white papers, customer testimonials, and all the data you need for all of our products.
Thank you so much, getconga.com. Sounds great.
Thanks, Heike.
All right, well, that's it for now for Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. I'm Heike Young. We'll talk to you soon.
Takes a long time. The odor of all present food takes a long time to pass you by. Day upon day of this wandering gets you down. Nobody gives you a chance or a dollar in this old town. Hunger and silence from you is a giveaway. Squalor and smoke's not your style. I don't like this place. We better go. Then I compare notes with your older sister. I am a lazy cat. She is as pure as a cold-driven snow.
You talk to people and you ask them what's most important to them, they'll tell you, of course, their families and their friends, but the next things they'll say are my health and my finances. When you think about what banking can do for people's families, for their children, for their futures, for their retirement, all the most important things in their lives are touched by what banking can support them with. What does being a trailblazer mean to U.S. Bank? We have a responsibility to think ahead 5 years for our customers and think, what is the world going to look like? What's the technology? And making sure that we're going to be able to support our customers to get to that place with us.
When you think about the amount of data created in the last 5 years, it's equivalent to the amount of data created up to that point in human history. So the complexity of managing all that data has gone up tremendously. We need machine learning and AI to help.
AI is a way to more rapidly bring to market insights into the data that we already have that we don't know that much about. Einstein can tell you more about the relationships between data.
One of the big benefits to Einstein is the data's already there. It's actually already in Salesforce. So we already have a unified platform.
Our approach to implementing Einstein has been first to take a look at leads management. What leads do we put in front of our employees and what data is wrapped around those?
Machine learning and artificial intelligence is about enabling our frontline employee to do what they do best and do it better.
When our employees have a good experience, then our customers have a good experience.
We have 2,000 plus users that are going to move on to Salesforce.
Trailhead has given us a tool to be able to communicate and train in a fun environment. It adds a little competition, a little gamification to the training.
Somebody says, oh, I have this many badges, I have this many badges. I have 17 right now.
With Salesforce's help, we are able to really be intelligent, proactive, and not just understand information about our customers, but understand the insights.
If we're able to leverage better insight from Einstein in a way that's going to help a customer make a better decision about, should I start that small business? Or what do I do to make sure that my kids are going to be okay in college? If we're able to leverage this capability in service of helping our customers, that is exciting.
Saying you can get it wrong and still think that it's alright. Think of what I'm saying. We can work it out and get it straight or say goodnight. We can work it out. We can work it out. Life is very short and there's no time for fussing and fighting, my friend. things my way. Only time will tell if I am right or I am wrong. While you see it your way, there's a chance that we might fall apart before too long.
Every industrial revolution is defined by trailblazers. They harnessed steam and water to power machines, unleashed electricity to power mass production, and pioneered electronics and IT to transform everything. And now the next wave is building. The physical and digital worlds are blurring. We're in the fourth industrial revolution, a wave of innovation and technology, radically transforming our economies, societies, and lives. It's creating new jobs, industries, and opportunities. But it's still a revolution, and revolutions never change the world gently. Many people feel uneasy. They're afraid that the future may be good for only a lucky few. They worry about automation, becoming irrelevant, being left behind. We see another way. At Salesforce, we live by a core set of values: trust, growth, innovation, and the equality of every human being. We believe we can do well and do good, that the business of business is to make the world a better place, that we're all in this together and we can rise as one, that instead of letting the future happen to us, we can create a future for us. The fourth industrial revolution is going to be shaped by trailblazers.
Salesforce has changed my career, has changed my life. It makes me proud.
For 18 years, we've been on this journey together.
You become stronger as a force to create even greater things.
And every year, we all come home to Dreamforce to help more trailblazers drive this revolution and thrive.
There are just so many opportunities for so many talented people to be a part of this.
Using Trailhead to master the skills they need to learn jobs of the future.
We are blazing a new trail, and Salesforce helps us do that.
And our customers, using the Customer Success Platform to help everyone succeed and create millions of new jobs.
It's just going to help us do what we do best every day. Follow your passion.
It opens you up to so many opportunities.
We can create a world where these new technologies lead to more opportunity and greater equality for everyone. Welcome to Dreamforce. Let's blaze a trail together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman and CEO, Salesforce, Marc Benioff.
All right. Please welcome my good friend, Brunello Cucinelli.
Grazie. Io sono onorato.
I'm very honored.
Ma la mia conoscenza dell'inglese.
But unfortunately, my knowledge of the English language does not allow me to speak to you with my soul.
Quindi lei farà la traduzione.
That's why I will be here for the translation.
And can you introduce us to your translator today?
Allora, la prima cosa che vorrei fare un grandissimo ringraziamento.
The first thing I'd like to do is express a great thanks to you.
La prima la faccio a Salesforce.
Well, to Salesforce to start with. Great thanks. Because when we discussed with them, we are a very tiny business, but you, Paolo especially, who's here, you were able to really understand what we needed as a small company. And it is not easy for a large business to be able to listen to a small business. Plutarch, in The Art of Listening, he stated that half of the problems could be solved just by listening. So that's the first thanks. And the second, I'd like to thank Marc as a person. Because the night when the big earthquake struck us in Umbria, Marc sent me an email, and it was a very moving, touching email. And he basically asked me, how are things over there? And then he said, I'd like to do something for you. And the day after the earthquake, I went to this small town and I was met by some monks.
Mi dicono una cosa, sentite che
And
bellezza.
listen to what they said to me.
Stiamo
Beautiful.
piangendo sulla nostra città.
We are all crying over our city in brambles.
Ricordati una cosa speciale.
But you should remember a special thing.
Gerusalemme è rasa al suolo.
Whilst Jerusalem was basically in ruins,
C'è lì un grande profeta
there was a great prophet there, Jeremiah,
che ha un giovane ragazzo.
flanked by a young boy
Si chiama Baruch.
whose name was Baruch.
Geremia dice a Baruch,
Jeremiah said to Baruch,
un pezzo di carta,
this is a small piece of land, piece of paper that says that you are the owner of this piece
da
of
qui
land.
deve ripartire la
And that's
costruzione di
where the
Gerusalemme.
reconstruction of Jerusalem should start from this piece of
E
land.
Mark qualche giorno dopo
And
ci ha
a few
detto
days later,
personalmente,
Mark said to us,
vi aiutiamo a
we would like to
ricostruire la
help you
torre
to
simbolo
rebuild the
del 1700.
municipal tower that was the symbol of this small hamlet that is really the place of the soul. Thank you to all Americans.
Grazie per quello che avete
Thank
fatto
you.
per noi. Grazie, grazie, grazie. Poi ieri sera sono stato al concerto.
And then last night I went to the concert. It
Poi
was
siete
really
anche fortunati, non era
fascinating.
freddo.
And you are very lucky too because it was not so cold.
E ho visto alcune cose speciali sull'ospedale.
I really saw some special things about the hospital.
Che questo essere
And
umano
once more, I'm convinced this human being
al
standing
quale
here
creato, adonato qualche
is a
cosa.
human being who was given, bestowed with something special by the
L'amore per la
creation.
custodia dell'umanità.
That is the love for the guardianship and custody of mankind.
Speriamo di essere dei buoni custodi.
Hopefully we will be good guardians too.
Tu vai lì?
This is going to be a very easy interview, actually. So
Sarà molto facile parlare.
No, facilissimo, facilissimo Mark. Facilissimo Mark. Facile. Quando ho ricevuto questo invito,
When I received this invitation,
non ci ho dormito qualche giorno.
you see, I couldn't sleep for a few nights
Perché in
afterwards.
questo luogo della terra
Because in this special
voi
place
state
on earth,
indirizzando l'umanità
you are basically
forse per i prossimi secoli.
guiding and leading the way for mankind for the next
Non per i
centuries to
prossimi
come.
decenni.
No, not for the next
E
decades.
quindi ho detto mi piacerebbe andare a discutere.
That's why I said I'd really love to exchange views with you.
E Mark ha messo un titolo affascinante.
And Mark picked a very fascinating title.
Tecnologia garbata.
Graceful, gracious technology.
Perché noi abbiamo bisogno di
Because
trovare
we
il
need
garbo, la
to
gentilezza,
rediscover kindness,
l'educazione, la
politeness, good manners.
I nostri figli hanno
Our
bisogno
children
di vedere in noi una visione per la nuova umanità.
to see in us a view, a vision for a new mankind.
E qui ci sono un sacco di giovani.
And I see many young people in the audience here,
Immaginare
and I'd really like
voi
to
foste
envisage
nuovi custodi,
you as the new guardians,
guardiani
the new custodians, the new defenders
questo millennio.
of the coming, of the millennium that is upon us.
Abbiamo bisogno di persone per bene.
We need good people.
Ecco, questo è il mio grande... perché io sono venuto qui
because
a portarvi la mia
come
esperienza,
here
Mark.
to talk to you about my
Noi
experience.
vivevamo in campagna.
You see, we used to live in
Lavoravamo
the
in terra con gli
countryside when I was young. We used to work the land with our animals.
Nel naso, negli
And I
occhi,
can
le
still
forme, gli
see,
odori.
visualize the shapes. I
Non
can still
avevamo l'elettricità.
smell the scents of the countryside. We had no electricity in our home.
Non ho visto mai i miei genitori.
But nevertheless, my parents never quarreled. They never fought.
Però avevo questo nonno esile.
However, I had this grandfather,
Passeggiando spesso diceva,
very slim, and while he was walking, he would keep saying, I hope that God sends us a fair amount of rain, of sunshine.
quindi questa idea
So immediately I came across this idea of combining profit and giving back in a fair manner, giving back to the community. Because this is what we need to rediscover in mankind, this combination.
ogni impresa, anche noi siamo
Every
quotati in borsa
company,
come voi.
we are a listed company as much as you are.
Dobbiamo far profitti.
We need to make a
Vorremmo fare
profit,
giusti
mind you,
profitti.
but we want to make a fair profit.
vorremmo farli anche in un modo senza recar
We
danni
also
all'umanità.
want to pursue this profit without harming mankind along the process. We want to show respect for the human being and the wildlife.
Sapete perché io non parlo inglese?
So,
Capisco.
do you know why I do not speak English? I can fairly understand it, but I can't
Io
speak it.
praticamente da ragazzo non ho
Because
fatto niente.
when I was very young, as a young boy, I didn't study at all.
10 anni di università,
Actually,
tra
instead
scuola
of
e
going to
università,
universities,
io non ho fatto niente.
you see, those 10 years, I didn't do anything, nothing at all.
A fare scherzi.
Maybe we would go to university, but just play pranks
sono
and
divertito
jokes.
da morire.
I had so much fun back then.
Io ho vissuto nel tipico caffè italiano.
I spent my days at the typical Italian cafe.
Discutevamo di
And
donne,
we would
di filosofia,
discuss
di
women,
teologia,
philosophy,
di architettura.
theology, architecture.
Però non ho studiato niente.
But I did not study anything.
Quando a 25 anni,
And when
quando a 25 anni mi sono messo a fare questo
at
lavoro,
25 I started, this enterprise,
quella piccola parte di studio
this little study that I
l'ho
had done,
dedicata ai miei stimati greci.
basically I only
grandi
studied
filosofi,
the
ai
great
grandi
philosophers,
pensatori.
the Greek philosophers and thinkers. That's the only thing I would read and
Che
study.
mi hanno indicato la via
Because
della
they
vita.
really showed me the way in life.
Guardate, c'è una bellissima
There is
espressione di
a
Marco
very
Aurelio,
meaningful statement by
scusate, di Adriano Imperatore.
Hadrian the emperor, the Roman emperor,
Lui dice:
who stated,
i libri mi hanno indicato la via della
books
vita.
showed me the way of life,
La vita mi ha fatto
and
comprendere
life
il
made
contenuto
me
dei libri.
understand what books were about.
Allora, io sono venuto qui a portarvi, io
So,
ho iniziato la
you
mia
see,
attività con voi
I
americani.
started my business, especially with you Americans.
Quindi io sono pieno di
So
debiti,
I
di
have
gratitudine
a lot of gratitude
verso la vostra
towards
nazione,
your
verso la
people,
vostra gente.
towards your nation.
Però il sogno vero della vita
The
era
true dream I have nurtured
lavorare
all
per
my
la
life
dignità
has been
morale ed
to work
economica
in order to
dell'essere umano.
foster the human and moral and economic dignity of
Io ho
human beings.
visto negli occhi lucidi di mio
And
babbo,
when I was looking at my father had been humiliated at the factory, and I saw his teary eyes.
avevo una quindicina d'anni.
You see, I was 15 back then, and I couldn't understand why a man would be offended at work, at the workplace. He was applying really a very simple job, but those teary eyes were the source of inspiration for my life.
Verso i 15-16 anni mi
So
sono
when I
detto,
was 15, 16,
non so che cosa farò da
I said to
grande,
myself, I don't know what I will do as a grown-up,
ma vorrei farlo per la
but
dignità
I
morale ed
do want to
economica.
work in order to foster the moral and economic
Vorrei
dignity of
essere
human beings.
un custode di questa
I
umanità.
want to be a guardian of this
garbato
mankind.
custode di questa
I want to be a graceful guardian of this mankind.
Sentiamo Mark. Vi devo dire una cosa speciale di quest'uomo.
Well, I have to tell you something special about
La
this
prima volta che
man.
siamo conosciuti, la prima volta che
The
siamo
first
conosciuti
time
un anno e mezzo
we
fa a cena,
met was about a year and a half ago at a dinner party,
parlava, era affascinante quando
and
parlava.
he was talking to me in a very charming
io
way,
gli
very
dissi
fascinating.
un'espressione.
And I said to him,
Mark, tu sei
Mark,
forse uno degli
I
uomini
think
più
that you are
importanti
one
dell'umanità,
of the
perché
most
dettate il
important
trend, no?
men in history, basically, of mankind now.
Ma chi sarà quell'uomo che riuscirà ad umanizzare la rete?
The man who will be able to insert the human factor into the web, to humanize the
Poi
the
parliamo
web,
di umanizzare
that will
la
be the
rete.
real one. And then we'll be talking about this
Torno a
later.
casa il sabato.
So then the day after the dinner party, okay, I went
lunedì
back
Paolo
home. It was a Saturday.
Bergamo, eccolo
And then
qui.
Paolo Bergamo, on the following Monday, Paolo
a
is sitting
trovarmi in
here,
Italia.
he came to visit us in Italy.
Si presenta e mi dice come
He
possiamo
turned up
umanizzare la
and
rete?
said, how can we humanize the web?
Io non lo so.
And I said, I have no answer to that question, but we
quella
do
sana umanità.
need to rediscover a healthy mankind.
È questo che è il motivo per
And
cui io
this
sono
is the
venuto.
reason why
Sono
I've
venuto
come
nella
here,
culla del genio.
because I've come here to the cradle of the genius.
Questa vi è proprio piaciuta, culla
I
del
think you
genio.
liked that, the cradle of the genius.
Allora, voi
So,
siete la culla del genio.
You are the cradle of the genius. This place is.
Riunitevi
And so all you
Discutete.
enlightened people, you should gather together, you should discuss,
e indicate al mondo
and tell us,
che ha
tell us,
estrema
mankind,
necessità
Tell us, because we really are in need to know.
Come governare
We need
queste
to understand
tecnologie.
how we have to manage and run these technologies on a daily basis,
Perché non ci rubino quell'anima che il
so
creato
that
ci ha
these
dato.
technologies do not steal from us the soul that the creation gave
Guardate
us.
che io credo che
You see, I believe
internet, tutto questo
that
mondo
the internet and the whole of this
sia un
world
grande dono che il creato
is
ci ha
a
fatto.
great gift that was bestowed upon us by the creation. I see it as a gift.
Ma questa troppa connessione
But the fact that we are online all the time,
ci sta
somehow,
appesantendo
I would
l'anima.
say, it is becoming a sort of burden for our soul.
Dicono i pensatori che l'uomo nasce col mal
All
dell'anima.
thinkers, they say that we all carry some sort of burden in our souls
Quello
since
che
when we
voi
were born.
americani dite l'elefante in camera.
You
no?
elephants call it the elephant in the middle of the room. We don't want to talk about it, but we do have some sorrow in our soul.
Di far
So
sì che
we
questo
need
governarlo un po' più.
we need for us to rule technologies in a better way. So I don't know how this can be done.
Ma c'è una bellissima
But
espressione
I'd
di un
like
grande
to
santo del
quote
500
a very
d.C.
important saint of the 500
Benedetto, quando
after
dice,
Christ, Saint Benedict, who said,
cura ogni giorno la
you
mente
should
con lo
look after your mind every day through
l'anima con la
study,
preghiera
your soul through
e
praying,
lavoro.
and then work.
Io ho l'impressione che lavoriamo
I have the feeling we tend to overwork
so
nowadays.
che non dovrei dirlo, ma ho
I know
l'impressione
I
che
shouldn't
lavoriamo
say
troppo.
so, but I have this impression that we work too
Abbiamo
much.
bisogno di tornare a staccare un
Therefore,
po'.
we need to really try and don't do that
Tanto
anymore.
c'è sempre una cosa che mi è
Take a break
piaciuta
from
di,
that.
di Einstein.
First of all, I've always liked an expression by
Quando dice che un
Einstein.
essere umano
Einstein
può
actually
essere
said
concentrato al
that a
massimo
human
5 ore al
being can be
giorno.
focused for tops 5 hours a day in a row.
Quindi questa
So
concentrazione,
it means
questo lavorare 24
that
ore,
working 24 hours a day
diciamo,
all the time
che da noi nell'azienda non si
cannot
può
be
fare.
good. Well, at least in our company, this is not possible.
Noi
It's
si entra a
forbidden.
lavorare alle 8,
We start working at 8 a.m.
ora si l'una del giorno,
We work until
c'è una
1.
pausa pranzo
Then
importante
we have
perché
a
per
pretty
noi
long lunch break
la
because
pasta
for us,
ha un
having
grande-
our
ha un
pasta
grande valore.
is very important. It has an important value.
Non si può lavorare dopo le 5:30
It is forbidden to work after 5:30
e non si può essere
p.m.
connessi sabato e
and it
domenica.
is forbidden to be online and send business emails on Saturdays and
Poi abbiamo
Sundays.
fatto una cosa secondo me carina.
And then we also have had another idea in the company.
Se tu hai una cosa importante mi chiami.
Say, we gave value back to phone calls. If you have something important to tell me, you call me instead of
Se tu
writing.
sei riposato e il mattino sei d'acciaio.
Because after you've had your well-deserved rest
Guardate,
the night before, then you can be creative in the morning.
Nel 1765 Jean-Jacques Rousseau dice una cosa
1765, Jean-Jacques Rousseau said something very interesting.
un essere umano è
A
creativo
human being
quando
can be
tutto
creative
attorno a lui
when he or she
è
is
in pace con
surrounded
l'umanità.
by harmony with mankind. Everything is at peace with
Quando tu sei
mankind.
stanco non
Because
ascolti.
when you are tired, you stop listening.
Quando tu sei stanco non sei
When you are
geniale.
tired, you can't be a genius.
Noi abbiamo bisogno di riposarsi.
So we need our rest.
Guardate che io credo che più del 20% del nostro tempo
I think that over 20% of our time
lo perdiamo in niente.
is basically wasted, nothing.
Non so, fateci caso.
I don't know if you
Allora,
notice this, but this
quello
is what
che
happens.
io vorrei dire,
So what I'd like to say,
premesso, c'è una bellissima
well,
espressione di
first of
Voltaire.
all,
Ascoltate
Voltaire,
che bello.
you should listen to what Voltaire said.
Sentite che bello.
Listen, it's beautiful.
Lui dice,
He
se
stated,
tu del tuo tempo non accetti i
unless
cambiamenti,
you embrace the change that happens during your life, your time,
forse prenderai la parte
you
peggiore.
perhaps will be left with the worst of it.
Quindi io voglio essere
So I do
contemporaneo,
want to be contemporary and embrace change.
però vorrei
But
provare a
at the same
governare
time,
l'anima.
I'd like to, treat my soul properly.
Questa la domanda
This
che
is
farei
the
a voi
question
geni
I'd
di
like
questi
to
luoghi.
ask you, to you geniuses of these places.
Sentiamo Mark che pensa.
Let's hear what Mark thinks of this.
Scusate, lui è un genio. Scusate, ma Mark, allora, siamo d'accordo che è un
So
genio?
do
Sì.
we agree that he's a genius? Do we all agree on this?
Facciamo parlare il genio.
Let the genius speak.
Sì, lo sei. Lo sei, ma è un,
Yes, you are,
genio,
you
con,
are.
è un genio con l'anima.
But he's a genius with a soul.
Guardate che avere l'anima è una cosa
And having a
fondamentale.
soul is something very essential.
Allora, Perché dovremmo offendere un essere umano?
Why should we offend a human being?
Guardate, io andavo a scuola, eravamo contadini.
See, when I went to school, we were
ci offendevano perché eravamo vestiti da contadini.
and we were being teased because we were wearing peasant clothes.
E perché tu dovresti
Why
offendere un
is
essere
that?
umano?
Why should you offend a human
Un
being?
essere umano può essere offeso anche solo con un'occhiata.
Even if you look at someone in a particular way, you can offend someone also with your gaze.
Ma sempre Adriano Imperatore
But
dice:
Hadrian the Emperor said,
non ho mai conosciuto
I have never met anyone
che dopo un
who
complimento non si sia
did not
sentito migliore.
feel better after being paid a compliment.
Allora possiamo trovare
So
un bel rapporto
why can't we restore a good relationship with each other?
nella rigorosità,
and also be strict
rispetto
if
delle
needed,
regole.
also abiding by the rules, obviously,
per essere creativi, geniali,
so that we can be
amabili.
creative, loving, genius.
Ma voi non avete voglia di incontrare persone amabili?
But don't you feel like bumping into people that are lovable? Why don't you like that?
C'è una bella espressione di Socrate.
Socrates once stated,
non frequentare troppo coloro che non ti piacciono.
you should not really hang out with people you do not like.
Lo so, viene da ridere, ma è così.
I know, you burst out laughing, but that's the way it is.
Quindi l'invito mi è piaciuto molto.
So I was very pleased with the invitation to come here. And now I'd like to maybe dwell on two or three more things.
No, parlare in un teatro è sempre amabile.
It's always a nice thing to speak in a theater on stage.
Paesino dove vivo,
because in this small village where I live,
mi era venuto l'idea di costruire un teatro.
I came up with the idea of building a theater.
Però non avevo il terreno.
But I did not have the land to build it
un
on.
terreno, un signore
But
anziano.
there was this old
vicino al
gentleman
centro storico.
with this great piece of land very close to the historical city
Mi
centre.
piace anche più, no?
I'll stand up because I think it's better.
Allora lui
So
Allora ho detto, scusa, ma tu me lo vendi a me?
So I asked this old elderly man, will you sell the lot of land to me?
Devo pensare.
And he said, I have to think about
Allora
it.
dico, invitami a cena.
So I said, why don't we have dinner
Sono andata
together?
a cena da
I
lui,
went to have dinner at his
mentre
place.
mangiavamo, ho
And
detto,
while we were eating,
tu vendi
I
il
said,
terreno a me,
if you sell this land
noi
to me,
costruiamo un teatro.
we will build a beautiful theater on it for the next 1,000 years.
Poi la sera,
And then in the evening,
sotto abbiamo il cimitero.
there's a cemetery nearby.
La sera veniamo a teatro.
When we are dead, we can come up from the dead and come to the theater in the evening.
300 anni.
You see, in 200 years' time or so.
Non tutte le sere.
Not every evening, because then it gets boring.
Alla fine della serata
And
sto
at the
signore
end
mi
of
ha
the
detto,
evening, this elderly man said to me,
tu mi sembri matto.
you sound a bit crazy to
Ma
me,
io la terra per il teatro la do a
but
te.
I will sell the land for your theater to you.
Abbiamo costruito sto teatro.
That's how we built our theater.
E io penso che potrà star lì per i
I
prossimi
think that
1000
we'll be
anni.
standing there for the next 1,000 years.
E vado la sera a volte da solo a
And
recitare
sometimes I
brani che mi
go
piacciono,
into the
la Divina
theater
Commedia.
just by myself and I act out some pieces of the Divine Comedy
non c'è
on stage.
nessuno, sono solo
There's
io.
nobody there, there's just me on stage.
Vabbè. È un modo per
And
parlare
it is a way
noi stessi.
somehow of talking to myself, of reflecting upon things.
Guardate, noi abbiamo bisogno di ritrovare.
We really need to
Noi
rediscover
abbiamo avuto un
ourselves.
periodo che i grandi
We
ideali
have experienced
si
a
sono
time
affievoliti.
when the great ideals have
Dobbiamo
dwindled,
tornare ad
have
investire nei
waned
grandi
somehow. We have to go back investing on great
La
ideals.
bella famiglia, la
Beautiful
bella politica,
family, beautiful politics,
spiritualità o
spirituality or religion.
I nostri giovani hanno bisogno
young people,
di ritrovare
they need to
la via del secolo.
rediscover a way, to be shown the way for the next
Io non ho
century.
paura.
I am not afraid.
Intorno al 1500 tornano i
Around
mercanti da questo magnifico
1500,
paese.
the tradespeople came back to Europe from this beautiful country, America.
Abbiamo portato da voi le
We
patate,
brought back
pomodoro,
from you potatoes, tomatoes.
solo per pomodoro e patate.
And just for tomatoes and potatoes, it was a great thing, and we have to thank you.
Aveva paura.
But Europe was scared by this new world.
Voluti 20 o 30 anni
And
per
it took it
riequilibrare.
20, 30 years to restore the balance somehow.
In questo momento abbiamo un po' paura del
And
mondo.
you see, now it's the same. We are scared, we are frightened by the world.
Noi genitori,
We
a
parents,
voi giovani, vi
we
abbiamo
tell
detto,
you, next generation, young people,
vi abbiamo inculcato l'obbligo d'aver
We have
paura.
hammered in you this kind of need to be afraid all the time, afraid of something.
Domattina diciamo togliamo paura e mettiamo speranza.
Whereas we should get rid of fear and reinstore hope.
I miei nonni, i miei babbi hanno
You see,
fatto la guerra,
my
la fame, la
grandfather, my
dittatura.
father, they went through famine and dictatorship,
Che cosa possiamo
starvation.
aver paura?
Why should we be scared today?
Quindi io credo che questo sarà un
So
secolo
I
d'oro,
think that a great golden century is upon us.
ma un secolo dove noi dobbiamo
But
miscelare
it will be
mente e
a
anima.
century where we need to combine our soul and our mind.
Abbiamo provato a governare
We
l'umanità
have tried
solo
to
con la
rule
mente.
mankind using our mind only.
Forse Mark non si riesce.
Maybe, Mark, this is not
Ho
possible.
letto qualcosa, mi ha tradotto qualcosa del tuo libro.
I read something on your book
Noi abbiamo bisogno di
before, and I
miscelare
actually want to say that we do
mente e
need
anima.
to combine our mind and our soul.
perché è una bellissima idea
Because
che
a
parte dalla
beautiful
mente
idea that
e passa
stems
per
from your
l'anima
mind and
sarà una
goes
grande
through
idea.
your soul, it is bound to be a great idea.
Poi sapete che facciamo in azienda?
And
Un'altra
then,
cosa
do you
bella.
know another thing that we do at our company?
Beh, intanto facciamo una riunione ogni 3
Well,
mesi.
first of all, we hold a meeting every 3 months.
Sono assemblee per modo di dire
Well,
perché parlo
this
solo
is not
io.
really an assembly because it's just me talking, so.
Però discutiamo
But we do
come va il lavoro.
talk about how,
Come
you
va
know,
il
work is
mondo.
going, the world is doing.
Sono affascinanti
And,
anche
you know,
sotto il
these
profilo
are
umano.
very fascinating discussions from the human point of view, too.
Abbiamo bisogno di ritrovare.
Because we do need to rediscover ourselves.
Abbiamo bisogno di ristimarci.
We need to find a new regard and esteem for ourselves.
C'è una bella espressione di
There's once again a
Sant'Agostino quando
beautiful
dice
expression by Saint Augustine who stated,
alza gli occhi
you
al
should
cielo,
raise your gaze to the
la
heavens.
vita ti sembrerà.
This way, life will seem better to you.
Abbiamo bisogno di tornare al salire.
We need to once again raise our eyes to the
Abbiamo
heavens.
bisogno di non volgere le spalle
We
alla
need not to
povertà.
turn our back on poverty.
È questo che io sono venuto a
This is what
testimoniare
I have come to testify here,
con un uomo che io stimo moltissimo.
to discuss with a man I really hold in great regard.
Ripeto, sotto il profilo
I
del
say
lavoro
it
è
once
bravissimo.
again, he's great business-wise,
Sotto il profilo
but from the
umano,
human point of view,
qualche cosa in più.
he has something more than others, an extra gear, so to speak, because of his politeness, grace,
Quell'amore per la custodia.
and the love he has for guarding, safeguarding mankind.
Mio babbo c'ha 90
My father, who is 95,
e mi dice:
he says to me often,
"Ma tu vuoi essere più ricco del
are you
cimitero?"
sure you want to be the richest guy in the graveyard?
Gli dico: "Babbo, ma
And I say to him,
il cimitero è piccolino."
you see, the graveyard is very tiny.
Poi magari Mark mi dice:
And then Mark, he also says to me,
"Ricordati che i
you should
debiti lavorano anche la
remember
domenica."
that debt works on Sundays too.
Adesso mi ricorda che i debiti lavorano
So
la domenica.
debt works on Sunday, yes, but you see, that's my father for you.
Allora, siete un popolo speciale.
So you are a special people, you Americans.
Vestite in un modo speciale.
You also dress in a very special
ma-
way.
Oggi Mark ha messo un abito di
Because
vicuña.
Mark is wearing a vicuña
Secondo me l'ha messo
suit
per
today. I think he wore it for me.
Perché lui è... Avete inculcato al mondo un modo di vestire.
You have taught the world
Sobrio,
a way
chic,
of,
semplice,
dressing
no?
in a very casual way, sober
Però-
and chic way too.
Indicateci la via della
But
vita.
now you should show us another way, the way
Io
of
ho
life.
bisogno di sentirvi da voi
I need to hear from you
come possiamo utilizzare
the way
queste
in which
tecnologie.
we can use these technologies at best.
Perché ho paura anche che non lo sappiamo.
Because I think I have an inkling that we don't really know how to use these
Forse lo
technologies
utilizziamo
properly.
anche molto di meno di quello che possono
Maybe
dare.
we also underexploit them. We should exploit them more.
In questi capi che sono sartoria
These
pura,
items, this is pure tailorship for you.
abbiamo bisogno
We
dell'iPad per
need
fare
our iPad and our technology to
Abbiamo il laser
design
per
them.
fare
We also
dei
use the
piccoli
laser
particolari,
beam
no?
for some specific details on each
Quindi
piece of
siamo
clothing.
artigiani
So
contemporanei.
we are artisans, yes, but also contemporary technological artisans.
Adesso però c'è un altro tema.
But there's another thing I'd like to hint
Questo è
at,
per noi importante nel lusso.
a very important thing for the luxury segment where we
Perché la
belong.
rete in qualche maniera
You see, I think that somehow the fact that everything is
massifica
online it basically results in every good being massified somehow. So we must be good at safeguarding our brand on the web. And you are helping us in doing that.
Facciamo un'intervista io e Mark e parla solo io.
So you might say, this is a discussion between me and Mark, and I'm the only one talking.
Adesso sentiamo Mark.
Let's hear what Mark has got to say.
Vai Mark, dai.
You're doing fine, actually.
No, ma va benissimo quello che stai facendo.
Ah, sì? Lui.
It's bueno. Do you want me to ask you a question?
Vuole che le faccia una domanda?
Quelle che non ti convincono, Mark.
A question, something you're not convinced by, please ask me.
Well, first of all, you can all see why I wanted to have Brunello Cucinelli come here today. And the reason why is because, first of all, we have the opportunity to meet so many interesting people all over the world, so many interesting business executives all over the world, spiritual leaders, technology leaders, political leaders. But what's interesting about Brunello Cucinelli is, I think a lot of us, how many of you know about his clothing and his clothing stores and this type of thing? Okay. But also now, maybe you can also feel like I feel. Whenever I'm with him, he kind of has a special feeling about him. Can you feel that also? That, yeah, you don't normally have like a spiritual feeling with like such a luxury brand. So that's my first question to you, which is, whenever I'm with you, I always feel a kind of a spiritual feeling from you. And of course, many of your comments this morning have also been quite spiritual. So has this always been who you are? Did you always have come from this spiritual place? And then how did you bring that into your business?
La domanda è bellissima.
Well, thank you for this beautiful, serious question.
Prima di andare seriamente in
before going into the serious territory, I'd like to say that I wanted to be a monk initially.
Volevo farlo part-time.
But only a part-time monk, mind you.
Which part did you want to be the monk, and which part did you not want to be the monk?
Not possible. Non è possibile.
Well, I can't answer that question because you can't be a part-time monk. That's the answer.
Però io credo che noi abbiamo bisogno di recuperare la parte spirituale.
To rediscover, sort of recover the spiritual part of the human being. My parents, my grandparents.
Si lavoravano, ma erano un po'
yes, sereni. They did work, but they had a more serene life than the one we have. I don't know how we can do that, but this is something we are missing, we are lacking nowadays.
E poi è nella spiritualità
and then
ho trovato un grande conforto.
It is specifically in the spiritual side that I found comfort for my human being, for me a human being.
Il rapporto che abbiamo avuto con
for example,
Paolo qui,
the relationship we have with Paolo here,
il primo giorno
the first day we met,
lavoro,
it was business, yes, but also esteem and spirituality that were brought into the equation from day one.
Guardate che qualsiasi rapporto di lavoro,
whatever business relationship you have,
si risolve con una stretta di mano.
If you have an issue, you can basically look at the other person in the eye, shake their hands, and it can be solved.
Voi ridete, ma vi dico una cosa.
You might be smiling about this, but I want to tell you something important. In 172 after Christ, there was a genius emperor, Marcus Aurelius, the emperor.
Battaglia importantissima
and he's facing an important battle against the Germanic tribes.
E lui dice,
and he said to himself, tomorrow
una guerra che ci giochiamo l'impero.
We have a battle and the whole empire is at stake tomorrow.
Che gli dico a questi
what can I say to my men? How can I address them?
Scende al campo,
and then he went down to the camp, to the soldiers, and he said only this, listen how marvelous word he chose.
O miei stimati uomini,
O my esteemed men
dell'impero romano,
of the Roman Empire,
domani Roma ha bisogno di noi.
Tomorrow Rome needs us.
che Dio ci ascolti.
May God help
Mi dice
us.
solo, o miei
So
stimati uomini.
he only said, oh my esteemed men.
Noi abbiamo bisogno di stima.
We need esteem from others.
La dignità
Dignity
viene forse prima del pane.
maybe comes before bread.
Se io ti do dignità,
If I give dignity to you,
domani sei più responsabile.
you will be more responsible tomorrow
Se
as
tu
a
sei più
consequence. If you are more
sei più
responsible,
creativo.
you will be more creative in turn.
Quindi la dignità
So
genera
dignity
creatività.
engenders creativity.
È questo che io dico.
That's
Dobbiamo
what I say.
leggermente più amabili.
We must be, more friendly, loving with each other.
Voi avete un'azienda che cresce a una
You
velocità
have a
pazzesca.
company that grows in a staggering manner.
Ci siamo anche noi quotati in borsa.
We also went public,
E avevo degli investitori che mi dicevano
and
che
I
dovevo
had some
aumentare il
investors
fatturato del
telling me
50%
that I was
all'anno.
to grow my revenues by 50% a year.
detto, io non
And I
posso.
said, no, then I don't want to go public then, if
Io
that's the
volevo
condition.
crescere del 10%.
I did want to grow, obviously, but 10% only.
Una crescita
I
garbata.
wanted this so-called gracious growth, to
Volevo
target this gracious growth.
Profitto garbata.
I wanted a gracious profit for my company.
Volevo condurre una vita.
I wanted to lead a normal life.
Questo è un po' Mark l'idea.
So that's the idea.
Adesso io sono vicino
And now
a uno dei grandi geni dell'umanità.
I'm standing beside one of the great geniuses of mankind.
So are you saying that you weave your spirituality into your business the way that you kind of have woven the threads into this beautiful blazer that you're wearing, this jacket, you're weaving?
Ma sai, io credo che se una cosa è bella
Well, I think that if something is
e è giusta
beautiful and fair
e è
and
realizzata
just,
senza recare danni
and it is
all'umanità,
made and manufactured without harming mankind,
quella contiene spiritualità.
well, that is a spiritual thing.
Tu porteresti una cosa
Would you be willing to
tu sai
wear
che è stata
an item of
prodotta recando
clothing
danni
that you
all'uomo,
know that has been manufactured and
dove l'uomo
they
ha
hurt
sofferto?
mankind along the process where
io non la
employees
porterei.
suffered? Well, I would not be willing to wear
E
it.
guardate,
And
non
look,
credo di essere snob,
I don't think
facevamo i
that I'm a
contadini.
snob. I mean, I come from, a farmer's
vivo in un
background.
piccolo paese.
I live in a very tiny village.
Dobbiamo ripartire
But
da lì.
we need to start
Dal
again
rispetto
from
per
there,
tutto ciò che
from the
facciamo.
respect that we have for everything that we do.
Perché l'azienda,
Because
tu sei custode del creato.
you are a guardian of the
Custodisci
creation.
una delle più
You
grandi
basically
aziende
guard and
dell'umanità in
safeguard
questo
one of the most important companies of mankind at this moment in
Quando arriva
time.
l'ultimo giorno della vita,
And
che
when
arriva
the
per
last
tutti,
day of your life comes upon you, and it will come to each and every one of you,
se qualcuno dicesse
wouldn't it be nice if someone said,
bravo uomo,
he has been such
che
a
bravo
good
essere
man,
umano.
what a good human
abbiamo
being.
bisogno di brave persone,
We need good people, that's who we need.
corrette, geniali,
We need
educate,
honest, genius,
garbate.
polite people.
E Mark è uno di questi.
And Mark is one of them.
Ve lo dico io. No, è vero, guardate,
It's true,
è vero.
it's
Non ho
true.
mai fatto un complimento se
I
non ci
have
credo.
never paid a compliment unless I really believed in it.
E voi lavorate per una bella
And
compagnia.
you work for a beautiful company.
E avete organizzato sta
And
festa
you
qui.
have organized this huge
C'era un personaggio
event.
importante di San Francisco mi ha
And
detto
yesterday, an important man from San Francisco said
questa
to me,
festa
this
diventa
event
sempre più importante.
becomes, ever so important, increasingly important with each passing year.
vera
So
e bella.
you have created something authentic and
Allora
beautiful.
io sono partito da Perugia per
So I
dalla mia
departed
Italia per venire a
from Italy,
portare
from Perugia, to come here
una testimonianza di umanità,
and bring you some sort of mankind, an experience of
testimonianza di
mankind,
dignità del lavoro.
of the dignity of labor. That's what I've come
mio
to
babbo è stato
talk to you about. Because my father was subject to humiliation
fratelli
and
sono stati
offense.
umiliati
My
e
brothers
offesi.
were offended
Facevano
and
lavoro per
humiliated.
$300 al mese.
They worked for $300 a month.
Dobbiamo offenderli.
Why
Io
should we
non lo voglio
offend
fare.
people? I do not want to do
Questo è
that.
stato il sogno della vita.
This has always been the dream of my lifetime.
Well, you said something I think very powerful, and I want to kind of ask you about that. 2,000 years ago, the Talmudic scholar Rabbah said that when we die, that God will ask us one question, which is, were we moral and ethical in our business? Why is it that he would ask us about our business first? Well, because so much of our life is dedicated to our business. So this is something very important. Even today, we struggle with work-life balance, but many of us realize that is kind of a fantasy, that our life truly is quite a bit of work. So how do we tip that work to have that moral and ethical backbone so that we can feel that when we're doing our work, we're able to weave that holiness through it?
The first evening we met, that's precisely what we discussed. Because you mentioned the Talmud, and this is not by chance that you do that. Because this is our duty in our life. This is our task. Because
Geremia che dice
Jeremiah
da qui deve
said
ripartire
that's
Gerusalemme.
where Jerusalem should start
Quando lui
from.
lo dice,
When he
è
stated
il
that,
giorno che rasa al
it
suolo
was
da
the day
Nabucodonosor
when Nabucodonosor
Babilonia.
basically destroyed Jerusalem, the king of Babylon. That's where we should start
La
from.
nostra civiltà ha bisogno
Our
di
civilization
rifondare dei
needs to
grandi capisaldi,
refound some great milestones.
ma di tutto umani.
First of all, human milestones. That's what we need.
È il nostro lavoro.
And then, of course, it's our work.
Però la differenza.
But
Come possiamo fare sentirci custodi?
how can we feel like guardians?
100 miliardi di esseri umani sono passati nella Terra.
You see, there have been so many people going through Earth over the millennia, and we will just be guardians.
E io spero solo
And I just hope
di potervi lasciare
that
un qualcosa
I can leave with
che
you
vi fa riflettere
some food for thought
sulla nostra
so
condizione
that you
umana
can reflect
spirituale,
upon our spiritual human condition
che a me pesa.
that has become a burden
E il
for
mio
us.
compito è quello di
And
far sì
my task and duty
che le nostre 5.000 persone che
is
lavorino
that our 5,000 co-workers
lavorino in condizioni
are
umane
able to work in more normal human conditions.
Noi abbiamo molte persone che vanno a lavorare
You
per
see,
per $1.200
there are many people working for $1,200 a month.
e tornano a casa la sera,
And they go back home
hanno le loro
in the
famiglie,
evening, they have their
devono
friends,
lavare,
their families,
cucinare tutto.
they
E da lì
need to
dobbiamo
cook and look after their kids.
Dalla
That's what we should
stima
start
per
from.
l'essere umano.
We have to rediscover this regard for the human being.
Poi sapete, io a 60 anni,
And
ho
then,
64
you
anni,
know, I'm 64 years of age.
cerco di dichiararne 55.
Well, I try and say that I'm 55, actually.
Abbiamo il telefono, non so se...
But you see, with all the information on your smartphones, that you can find out everything. So you would catch me.
A 60 anni ho preso
When
una grande
I turned 60, I made this great decision.
che l'anima è immortale.
Our soul is
Non
immortal,
mi cambierà nessuno.
and nobody's going to change this
Quindi
for me.
vorrei provare a lavorare
So I'd like to try
una
and
vita
work and
normale,
lead a normal life
nel rispetto dell'essere umano.
whilst respecting the human being.
Ma quanta gente voi non buona conoscete? Io
How many evil, truly evil people
Io
do you
credo che
know?
l'umanità-
Not many.
Ieri Michelle Obama ha detto
Yesterday, Michelle Obama
fatta
said
persone per...
mankind is made up of many, many good people.
Io penso la stessa
And I agree with her.
con una differenza che voi
But
adesso
the difference is
rappresentate
that
un grande faro per l'umanità.
now, you see, you, America, have always been a beacon for
Ricordatevi
mankind.
questo è
And you
un
should
vostro dovere morale
remember that
civile
it is your moral and civil duty to
che
be
parte
so.
dal capo.
And then it's the boss, that everything starts from the boss.
È vero o no?
Isn't it true?
Perché è il capo che deve firmare il
Because
bilancio.
it is the boss who signs the financial
Ma voi
statements.
avete la fortuna che lui
But you are so lucky that you have a special man here.
è un uomo speciale.
And he's a very special man.
Voi siete condotti da un
So you
consigliero
are led by a leader
per niente male.
who is not at all so bad.
Okay, thank you. Now, you are also a special boss, and you have a big company, a global company. You are a B2C company. You have your own stores. You're also a B2B company. You sell through resellers as well. So I could go to a store maybe and buy your product, or I can go to your store to buy a product. So you have many employees and many relationships, and you also operate all over the world. Yes. So you've seen many different types of people and also many different types of business and different types of values as well. So when you have an issue in your own company, maybe in another country, or you hear about a customer situation in one of your stores, or an employee maybe who has taken a behavior or an action that maybe is not congruent, kind of similar to your own values. How do you think about that, and how kind of action do you take? Because, of course, you come across right now, you're so relaxed, you're happy, gregarious, enjoying yourself, embracing life, the spirit, but I'm sure there also must be a moment when you also have to have a strong hand. Is that true?
È molto interessante questo.
Yes, a very interesting question.
Parto da una frase
But
che può spiegare tutto.
I'd like to mention a sentence that can explain it all for you.
1765, Jean-Jacques Rousseau dice,
Jean-Jacques Rousseau
ascoltate,
said, listen
non
carefully.
posso minimamente
I
immaginare
can't imagine
che al mondo
that in
ci
the
sia
world
una
there is
persona
one
simile a me.
single person that is similar to me,
Vuol dire che siamo tutti
which means that we are all different.
Le regole dell'impresa sono
So
quelle.
the rules of the company are very strict.
Cerchiamo di capire
And we
come si
try
comporta una
and
persona in
understand
un paese
how
piuttosto che in
people
un altro.
behave in a country or in another
È
country,
vero che noi
so much
non
so
usiamo più la parola globalizzazione.
that
Sapete,
we
da
have stopped
molti anni.
using the word globalization for a
usiamo
time.
universalismo.
Now we try and prefer to talk about
Noi
universalism
vogliamo avere rapporti con i
because we
mongoli,
do want to have a
cercando di
relationship,
capire
for
la loro
example, with the Mongolian culture because we want to
essere umano.
understand their
Se io
culture.
capisco la tua
If I can understand where
facile.
you come from, everything becomes
quando
easier.
qualcuno non si
And then
comporta
if
come si
somebody
deve
does not
comportare,
behave like
viene
he or she
allontanato.
should, then they are removed.
Però non abbiamo
But
avuto tanti casi.
we didn't have many cases like this
Perché la verità,
because
la
the truth
tecnologia
is that
ci ha resi ormai tutti visibili.
technology has made us all visible.
Ciò che tu dici,
What you say is then spread to everybody
essere
else.
credibile,
So
deve
if you
essere
want to be
vero,
credible, you need to always be yourself and true and authentic every day, whatever you do.
E forse sapete che vi dico?
And you know what I'd like to say?
L'altro giorno me l'ho pensata per me. Che alla fine
The other day I thought
il vero lusso del futuro
that the true luxury of the future will be to lead a life
conosciuta al
that
nostro
is
partner, il
unknown
telefonino.
and concealed from our partner, that is our mobile phone, our smartphone.
che questa è
To
una
lead a
bella
life
osservazione.
apart from that, aside from that. And this is a good remark if you think
ognuno
about it.
diverso dagli altri.
We are all different to one
Dobbiamo
another.
conoscerci.
We need to get to know each
E
other
rispettare le
and
varie
show
culture.
respect and regard for all the different cultures.
Un'azienda super internazionale.
You are a super international company.
È venuto Paolo
Paolo came to us, to
ad
Perugia,
ascoltare le
and
nostre
he
esigenze.
came to listen to our needs.
Un'azienda così grossa.
Such a huge,
E avete
large company
costruito per
that
noi
listens to us,
qualcosa
and you put
di
together
molto,
for
molto
us
particolare.
a very, very special solution, tailor-made solution for us,
Vuol dire che più aperti di così.
which means that you couldn't be more open.
Quindi, complimenti. Dai,
Congratulations.
complimenti, dai.
Now let's talk about just briefly the importance of philanthropy and generosity and giving, because certainly your life has not been just about business and not just about values and having the right lifestyle and living in this right way, but also you've been very generous in giving back. Of course, you mentioned in your hometown the beautiful theater that you built, but also when there was a tragedy, you were the one who really led the international response to the terrible earthquake that occurred in your area. It reminds me that tomorrow night, we are also having an international response to these terrible wildfires that we had just a few miles from here. 6,000 people lost their homes. Hundreds of businesses, including schools and hospitals, have been burned down. More than 100,000 people have been impacted. So tomorrow night, we'll have a concert to try to raise some money to help those people, even giving direct cash distributions to people who have lost their homes, who have now nothing. We know that when the environment goes wrong, whether it's a wildfire or an earthquake, the people who get hurt the most are the people who have the least. So how do you think about this? Because you were there when the earthquake happened in Italy, that terrible earthquake. We all watched it on the international news. And tell us, how do you think about that? Why did you take such an aggressive action?
Perché, allora, vi dico intanto,
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that it was definitely a sad event, but Aristotle said something interesting about this. Even calamities have a soul.
Allora,
So
partiamo da questo.
let's start from this
Tu come ti comporti in un modo
tenet.
speciale?
So how do you behave in a special manner?
Quando mio nonno diceva
When my grandfather used to talk about this concept of fairness, the fair profit, the fair rain, that's what it meant, profit together with giving back.
grande tema dell'uomo
And
è
the great
bilanciare profitto
topic of mankind is to strike a balance between profit and giving back. You have a well-performing company, and this gives you the opportunity to allocate part of your earnings for a gift, so to speak. It is the duty of every one of us, and it is not just how much, the sheer quantity.
deve essere nella nostra
It must be something that you feel,
nell'antica Grecia
part of your culture. 2,500 years ago in ancient Greece,
pensava che ogni cosa dovesse essere
people
fatta
thought
per
that
colui che
everything
verrà dopo di noi.
was to be done and made for those coming after us.
Ultima cosa carina,
And
siccome sono
one
nonno,
last thing,
c'ho due
since I'm a
nipotine,
grandfather, I have two
Quando me le lasciano dormire da
grandchildren.
me,
When I have my two granddaughters sleeping at my
mentre loro
place,
dormono, io
whilst
parlo.
they sleep, I talk to them.
e gli dico mi
And
raccomando,
I say to
siate
them,
persone per
you
bene.
should be good girls.
Una c'ha un anno e una 6
One is 1 year of age, the other is 6.
Custodite l'umanità,
And I say to her, you should
progettate
look
per chi
after
verrà dopo di
mankind, you
voi.
should design and plan for those coming
Poi
after you.
arriva mia moglie e mi dice,
Then
"Come
my
parli
wife
con
turns
loro?"
up and said, who are you talking to?
Dormono.
With them, but they're asleep.
Può darsi che sia-
I know, but maybe they listen, they can hear me.
Io vorrei dire che abbiamo bisogno
So what I want to tell you
di persone per
is
bene.
that we need decent,
Abbiamo
good
bisogno
people,
di
respectable
persone
people.
vere.
We need true people,
Serie,
serious people,
amabili,
loving
di
people,
altissima
lovable people,
umanità,
with a very high human
senza
factor,
nessun preconcetto
without any
politico,
prejudice
religioso,
from the political,
spirituale,
religious,
morale.
spiritual, or moral point
Io
of view.
vivo così.
That's the way I lead my life.
La più bella espressione dell'umanità,
And the best expression of mankind, I
la
think,
tolleranza,
is
la fa
on
Baruch Spinoza.
tolerance.
Dite che
Baruch
meraviglia.
Spinoza said something about
Non
this.
sono venuto al mondo
I
per
have not
giudicare,
come to the world to pass
né
judgment
tantomeno per
on
condannare.
others, nor to condemn others.
Sono venuto al mondo per
I've come to the world to know.
Ma avete fatto un
So
regalo
you have given me a
bellissimo.
beautiful gift,
Io
a
porterò
beautiful
nella mia
present,
storia. Essere
and
venuto qui,
it will always be part of me
questa città
coming
bellissima,
here
perché
to
voi lo
this
sapete che è
charming
bellissima.
city because you know it's a beautiful city.
vivete una bellissima
You live in a beautiful
Siete degli
city
uomini speciali,
and you are special people
governerete l'umanità
and you
per i
will
prossimi
run
secoli.
mankind for the next centuries.
Non dimenticate l'anima
Don't forget your soul.
e che l'anima possa essere
And
sempre la fonte
may
di grande ispirazione.
your soul always be the source of great inspiration. This is good, isn't it?
Brunello, I want to thank you so much for being here. And before we close, I think, Paolo, maybe you could just say a few words of some of your experiences with Brunello. I just want to thank you and honor you because you've been the link here. So, come on up to the stage. Please welcome Paolo Bergamo. Paolo, you probably know Paolo is leads our mobile development initiative. He's been with Salesforce for more than a decade. He came to us through our acquisition of amazing company Sendia, which was our very first acquisition we ever made. And then I made him our ambassador to Italy. So please welcome Paolo Bergamo. Welcome, Paolo. Very nice. You don't have to kiss me. Thanks. And Paolo, yeah. Paolo, give us some perspective. You know, what's it like? You know, you are mostly living now in the United States. Yeah. Just that's important. What just happened. So just tell us Give us some perspective. You're living mostly in the United States, but you have been working very closely with our Italian customers, including Brunello and others. What's your perspective working with Brunello Cucinelli?
I thought I have to start with this story, Mark. The first thing that happened is that I had, the fortune to sit with Brunello. And Brunello starts with this very inspiring talk, and he talks about how technology is sucking the soul out of our lives, and how phones is really absorbing all our energy, it's turning into this negative thing, and so forth. And then he stops for a second and says, by the way, what do you do for Salesforce? Well, I learned, I actually ran the mobile division at Salesforce. That's how the conversation started. Let me tell you this now in all, when you go to Solomeo, the campus Brunello built is amazing. It's in a little bit of a flat land surrounded by the hills. There's a monastery on the top hill. And all the buildings have a lot of glass. Brunello wants everyone to see the beautiful nature around it. I mean, it's such a beautiful location. Time slows down there. You can tell people have the time to think, have the time to be creative, have the time to be connected with their soul. You can sense that. The desks between the employees are yards apart. There's a sense that you can be alone or you can be in a group. And Brunello did mention there's a break for lunch. It's a very long break. And then they stop at 5:30 p.m. He created other things he did create a theater, or restored the theater, I should say. And then there's, libraries. And every employee is encouraged to learn history. And it's clear, it's a very educated person, and he is learning a lot from history, probably more than everyone else here in the room, right? I mean, you get that sense. It's an amazing experience. You go there and you learn, and you absorb, and you're trying to bring back as much as you can.
Well, thank you so much, Paolo, for all of your hard work with Brunello.
But I say it once again, for the business side, you as Salesforce did something very, very special precisely for us, because we had asked you to, profile and cluster our customers in different categories so that we would not hassle people that didn't want to be hassled, because we can't receive 100, 200 emails a day. And you were able to do that. You were able to divide all our customers, and you are giving us a great important result on this field. And I need to receive your royalties, because I also speak so well about Salesforce when I travel, when I talk to other people.
Well, I'll tell you, it's been a joy getting to know you, and it all started a year and a half or almost 2 years ago, and I was invited to a dinner at a friend of mine's home. And actually, that home has since been purchased by one of our executives, our chief equality officer. So it was quite a coincidence. And while we were sitting there having dinner in that beautiful home, we started talking. And of course, you had two of your other executives there, and there were a few other people there. And everyone, of course, was there because they were all wearing the Brunello Cucinelli clothes. And they were such big fans of Brunello Cucinelli.
Buying, shopping.
And I thought I was coming just for the Italian food. So then we had an opportunity to start talking. And you started to communicate some of the anxieties around technology and what was possible, the transformation in your own business. And then through this amazing relationship that has been revealed over the last almost 2 years, it's resulted in this wonderful interview today. And also...
Io non voglio fare davvero dello sponsor.
No, really, I do not want to talk like a sponsor. But you do. You really are a special company. Let's pretend that he's not listening. You are a special company.
No, guardate, questa è una cosa
and
seria.
I mean this. It's really serious what I'm saying.
L'umanità è una cosa,
so mankind is one thing, but in technology, as far as innovation goes, you are special.
Questa non è uno sponsor.
And I'm not acting as a sponsor here.
Well, I could not be more grateful. Thank you so much.
Grazie Marco, grazie.
Thank you. And that will be the only kissing I do at Dreamforce. And I hope that all of you have enjoyed this wonderful interview. Thank you as well to you for the wonderful translation. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy Dreamforce.
If you hear this message, wherever you stand, I'm calling every woman, calling every man. We're the generation, can't afford to wait. The future started yesterday, and we're already late. We've been looking for a song to sing, search for a melody, search for someone to lead. We've been looking for the world to change. If you feel the same, just go on and say if you're out there. Sing along with me if you're out there. I'm dying to believe that you're out there. Stand up and say it loud if you're out there. Tomorrow's starting now. No more broken promises, no more call to war, unless it's love and peace that we're really fighting for. We can destroy hunger, we can conquer hate. Put down your arms and raise your voice. We're joining us today. Oh, I was looking for a song to sing, search for a leader, but the leader was me. Oh, we were looking for the world to change. We can be heroes. Just go on and say if you're out there. Sing along with me if you're out there. I'm trying to believe that you're out there. Stand up and sing it loud if you're out there. Tomorrow's starting now. If you're ready, we can shake the world. Believe again. It starts within. We don't have to wait for destiny. We should be the change that we want to see if you're out there. Oh, if you're out there and you're ready now, sing it loud, scream it out if you're out there. If you're out there. If you hear this message, wherever you stand, I'm calling every woman, calling every man. We're the generation, can't afford to wait. The future started yesterday, and we're already late.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Molly Ford, Director, Global Equality Programs, Salesforce.
And thank you again to the Oakland School for the Arts. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I have goosebumps. That was amazing. So again, I'm Molly Q. Ford. I'm the Director of Global Equality here at Salesforce. And I want to be the first to welcome you to the Dreamforce Equality Summit in partnership with our sponsors, Deloitte. Today, we have an amazing lineup in store for you. We're going to inspire you, we're going to make you cry, we're going to make you laugh, and we're going to have a wonderful day. But one thing about the day is you are going to see people share their story, their journey, amazing stories. But I want to impart on you that we all have a journey, we all have a story, and we should feel inspired to share it. So with that, I'm going to start by sharing my journey. I'm going to share my story, and I hope to entertain you along the way. So this is me at the top right. You know school picture day, you couldn't tell me anything in my corduroy lavender vest. Don't hate, you wish you had one, you wish you had one. But that's me, and I was a chubby kid, and I'm a chubby adult, but I'm okay with it now. Talkative and bossy, but I call it leadership-y. Now it's leadership-y, not necessarily bossy. Thank you, thank you. But what I want you to notice about the photograph is representation. And I noticed from a very early stage in life, that I would walk into a room and I'd wonder, who's gonna look like me in this room? Who's gonna identify with me? Who's gonna understand my journey? Will I understand their journey? I wanted to walk in the room and see representation, and that became really important to me. To look on stages, to look in magazines, and see people and faces that looked like you, that you felt represented who you are. So as I evolved, elevated, I became a communications professional. And part of that, as a side project, a side job, I would go look for different heroes, she-ros to me, people that I could profile and put on stage. I call that people behind the scenes that you may not know. So I was able to work and uncover these stories with some amazing women and amazing leaders here at Salesforce. But this Equality Summit that you're enjoying today, look at Leah enjoying herself. So this Equality Summit that you're here for, in 2014, this was just an idea on a PowerPoint presentation that sat on my laptop for over a year. It was an idea I had, and I didn't really know where to take it and what to do with it. But then all of a sudden, I found myself on a train ride from Boston to San Francisco with this amazing leader at Salesforce named Leila Seca. And so I had a little time to kill. So I decided, hey, Leila, I've got this plan. You want to hear about it? Can I show you some slides? And what I envisioned, stay with me, take Dreamforce, the world's largest software conference, and spend a day dedicated to showcasing thought leaders, heroes, she-ros, LGBTQ folks and their allies. And when you look on stage, you see these amazing conversations happening, and then you go, wait, those are all women. Those are people of color. And they would be the thought leaders that you'd enjoy. And so I shared my presentation with Leila, and you guys may have heard our story about equal pay. And Leila Seca and another leader, Cindy Robbins, went to go speak with Mark Benioff, and they asked for an equal pay assessment. Well, they also asked, hey, Mark, what do you think about a women's leadership summit at Dreamforce? And in true Leila Seca form, I get a call that says, giddy up, go, make it happen. And we all know that voice that goes, well, not Leila's voice, I'm talking about that inner voice. That inner voice that says, you don't know how to do an event. You got a day job, you can't take that on. There's no budget, how are you gonna make this happen? But we all have to suppress that voice, right? Because the next thing you know, what was in 2014 a PowerPoint presentation for more than a year became the Women's Leadership Summit of 2015, right? This Women's Leadership Summit, we hosted Patricia Arquette, Jessica Alba, and Susan Wojcicki, who is the most prominent woman in tech in our time. The next thing you know, 2016, we welcomed our new Chief Equality Officer, Tony Proffitt. Thank you. Then he gets on stage. We have Billie Jean King, an amazing trailblazer, and the Honorable John Lewis, the congressman. And so what was once an idea that sat on my laptop, all of a sudden brings us to today. And Salesforce, in partnership with Deloitte, we have an amazing lineup. We started this week with Melody Hobson. Amazing. Melody simply shared our vision. And I sat there and listened to this eloquent, beautiful black woman say, Princeton or, Yale, I don't know. And I'm like, wow, those are champagne problems. And then we have an amazing lineup of speakers today, and we're closing out today with an awesome session about education and dreaming. And so what I really want to leave you all with is you hear people's stories today, and these stories woven throughout the day. I really want you to focus on figuring out how you too can be an equality trailblazer. Because what I forgot to tell you was that PowerPoint presentation that I shared with Layla, that idea of a women's summit, guess who the keynote speaker was? It was Michelle Obama, right? And so first I'm gonna say you're welcome, but more importantly, it was Michelle Obama. In 2014, our drafted presentation. So that idea that was sitting on a laptop all of a sudden became something real. So what I want to impart on you is we all have that manifesto written, that plan. We couldn't sleep that night and we wrote, or most of you have an idea that's on a Post-it note next to your password on your computer. So when you take that off, dust that off and make that a reality. Because this journey to equality, it includes all of us. It includes all of us telling our stories. And I want you to know that together, we're going to make a more equitable future. And we're going to have fun on this journey. So, to kick off today, I'm so excited. Yes! We have an amazing lineup of speakers this morning. Michelle Norris, she has an awesome project called The Race Card. I encourage you to check it out. It's really thought-provoking. It's really something that'll make you think. She'll be joined on stage. Author, producer, Academy Award nominee, an actress that comes into our homes every week, and we're more excited about what Cookie Lyons is gonna say versus what she's gonna wear. So, thank you for coming to the Dreamforce Equality Summit 2017. I hope you enjoy the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Taraji P. Henson and Michelle Norris.
Hi, beautiful. How are you? Okay. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Molly, for that lovely introduction and for sharing your story, because you have set the stage to hear. I almost called you Cookie. To hear Taraji's
I'm only Cookie on the weekdays, on set.
Well, you were Cookie last night, so. Yeah. Well, it's so good to be with you this morning. Thank you so much for telling your story, for being with us, and thank you for using your voice, because you have always used your voice to lift up not just your own story, but to create a voice for women throughout Hollywood. It's one of the things I have always so deeply admired about you, is that you're always looking over your shoulder, who's coming with me?
Yes.
Who am I going to open a door for?
Yeah.
So I want to talk a little bit about your career, about your roles, about the hidden figures that you have uncovered through your work, and about the hidden figures that all of you might want to try to think about in your own world and in your own audiences. But let's begin where it began for you. You're from Washington, D.C.
Yes. Yes.
And you went to Howard University.
I did.
Oxon Hill High School. And I've had the pleasure of interviewing you before, and you said that you dip into your own story when you tell the story of other people.
That I do what?
Dip into your own story.
Yeah.
That you were surrounded by so many strong women yourself. Can you talk a little bit about your mother? She had 4 sisters, is that correct?
5. It was 5 of them, yeah. It's eight siblings, 3 boys, 5 girls. One we lost last year, my aunt. She rests in peace.
And your grandmother?
My grandmother's still alive. She's 93. She still drives and cooks. So my strength starts with her. People always go, oh, you look so young. Well, you should meet my grandmother. She still gets her nails done. She drives herself to visit her sister, and she drives herself to get her hair appointment her week. She cooks. She lives by herself, but she's very independent. She always goes, you know, baby, I don't know. I might not be here next year. I was like, Grandma, you ain't going nowhere. She raised 8 children, 9 really. One wasn't hers. And she was married faithfully to my grandfather for 61 years before he passed away. And I love to say to her, that's clap about that. That doesn't happen. What I love to say to my grandmother is that, you know, now God has given you a time to live for you and do the things that you couldn't do because you was a dedicated mother and wife. And I've taken her to the Emmys twice. She's been to the biggest show in the world, the Oscars.
She was your date that night.
She was my date, her and my mother, and she's coming to witness me get my Hollywood Walk of Fame, my star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So,
when is that happening?
Sometime next year, 2018.
All right, so because you know you're active on Instagram, we have to make sure that we follow.
Oh, I'll let everyone
and we
know.
cheer along on Instagram and on, as my mother calls it, the Twitter.
Yes. Grandma knows how to FaceTime too, and she does Marco Polo. She'll make an appearance on Marco Polo every now and again. That's how our family keeps in touch.
She does Marco Polo?
Mm-hmm. Wow. We just got her Wi-Fi so she could do FaceTime.
So you are a trailblazer in the truest sense.
Yeah, I hope so.
Whether you're playing Cookie or Katherine Johnson or Suge or Yvette or Biella in all of your films.
You know all
I
of
do.
them.
I do. I have, and it wasn't just because I looked at IMDb. I've been following you for a long time.
Oh, thank
you. Or Queenie in The Curious Life of Benjamin Button. You have, as I said, used your voice to lift up people. You use your voice to make sure that the storylines that are covered in the TV shows and in the movies reflect the lives of women. And I don't know if you all know this, but 23 million people watch you every week on Empire.
I hope so.
And every show generates almost 400,000 tweets. So you're in the middle of this big and robust and yeasty conversation. Mm-hmm. But you've always used your life and your roles as a trailblazer. And this conference is called Dreamforce.
Yes.
Because they want people to think about their dreams and how you support your dreams. Mm-hmm. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. And throughout your life, you've had people who have supported you, but you've also had people who've tried to tell you that you can't do certain things.
Those are my favorite people.
They're your favorite people?
That's my ammunition.
Okay, say more.
I mean, I love when people doubt me. I'm still fighting. I'm still trying to prove that, you know, women can do the same things that men can do in this industry. You know, I just turned 47 this year, and you know, I'm so sick of in this industry when women become a certain age, it's like, oh, she's too old. But when you're a man, you can shoot, you can be a superhero, you can have a fat gut, a receding hairline, crooked teeth. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But when it comes to us, we have to be picture perfect and we have to be the right age. Well, what is that? You know, what is the right age? I don't know what that is. And
the right age is the age that you are.
Right.
Right?
Exactly. That's how I see life. That's why I don't. That's why I've never been ashamed of saying my age, because I think we need that representation as women. You know, we're so busy going, don't ask me my age. You ask me my age. I made it 47 years, and guess what? Some people didn't. Mm-hmm. You know, so be proud of that.
That's right.
But at the right young age of 47, I took on my first action role, Proud Mary. It comes out. And so we just recently had to do reshoots. And it's all about changing the narrative. Once we change the narrative, then I won't look like a unicorn. So now, you know, you have these people around the monitors, and I'm doing literally my stunts, my own stunts. You know, the ones that they felt safe with me doing, and which was pretty much all of them. But, you know, I hear them around the monitor, oh, can you believe she's 47? Oh, my God. Change it to a man. Would they be saying that?
No.
So why is it that I'm a unicorn? If I can move, jump, cartwheel, backflip, why can't I have the part? What does age have to do with performance? So we about to crack the ceiling open with this one. And so that is has been my mission because I've had to fight so much, and I'm still fighting, still proving that I'm box office worthy. Pay me my money up front, you know. So it's always a fight, but I understand that, so I don't expect it to be easy. I wake up every day ready for the fight. Right? So I'm waiting to meet the naysayers. I can't wait to prove you wrong.
And that started early, because when you were at Howard, you had your son while you were in college, and some of you said, well, that, you know, maybe you should.
They thought I was over.
Stepping away.
That's it.
And you graduated. You carried him on your hip.
Not only did I graduate, I didn't miss a beat. I mean, I literally spit him out. I think I stressed him out because I had like this 75-page paper due the night before I went into labor. And I literally was having labor pains as I was dropping off my projects. And I went to the hospital, had him. Then I worked with, after I spit him out, I healed about 2 weeks. And then I was in the hood working with at-risk students, teaching them arts, teaching them how to believe in themselves through art and poetry, find self-esteem. You know, here I am, a single mother barely making it. But that's my mission in life. Like, I feel like God put us all here to figure it out. He made us all look different. He made us all come from different backgrounds so that it wouldn't be easy, so that we could figure it out. And we better damn well figure it out. Because it's not looking real good right now.
Right.
But it's up to us. It's up to us. We hold the power. We hold the power. You know, so that's always been my mission in life. How can I help? Because I feel like that's what God put us here for. He didn't set me up for all of this success for me to keep it to myself. That's selfish. Whose life am I going to change?
And when you went to Hollywood, you were 25, is that correct?
26.
26. Mm-hmm. And then even then people were saying, well, in Hollywood, you got to pop it before you got to, you know.
Oh, yeah, they told me.
You got to develop a marquee
if
name
you don't pop before 25, then you don't have a career. So you're telling me I'm not going to make it before I even try? Like, no, get out of here. I just never, I always danced to my own drum beat. I was never afraid to take risks. I was just never afraid. I don't know. I guess a lot of people say coming from D.C. I know. If you ever been to Washington, D.C., it's a feeling there. I mean, when I was growing up, there was this feeling that everybody was a star. I guess because we have I'm trying to make you understand where it could possibly come from. I think most of it comes from my parents, my dad telling me that I was the best thing in life. And he didn't teach me conceit, but he taught me to believe in myself no matter what. So if you believe in yourself, you don't care. I really never cared about what other people thought.
Well, you know, in D.C., people know official D.C. You know D.C. You know the D.C. of the monuments and the people who make laws. But outside of
D.C.,
a culture. There's this culture, and go-go culture had a lot to do with that.
Go-go. We have our own music.
If you don't know go-go, we're going to take you to school for a minute. You need to understand go-go. It's this music that has this special kind of syncopation.
That's where I was going.
And it was something that grew out of indigenous soil. They made it themselves, and they made their own path.
Exactly.
And there are so many people that I've interviewed over years who come from D.C. who said that if Chuck Brown can create his own path, you know, come out of jail, creating music, becoming an international superstar, not because a studio tapped him on his shoulder, but because he designed his own sound.
His own sound.
That influenced you too.
Then he influenced the babies coming up, the boys banging on buckets on the corner. That started Backyard Band.
I know some of you are out there Googling go-go.
Google it, but I'm telling you, that is where it comes from. That's where, you know, I'm a superstar. Like, I grew up watching boys bang on buckets become something. You know what I mean? And so if I can see you do that, then how come I can't believe in my dreams? I grew up in this culture, so it was an invincible culture. I mean, sometimes people in D.C. they go, Denzel, so? Like, I mean, literally, that's the mentality, because a lot of the people in D.C. believe they're superstars, you know? So I come from that culture. I come from that, you know, you can, you know, we had D.C., our mayor, Marion Barry. Yes, kept me out of the streets. He implemented a program called the summer school, what was it? There it is, DC Summer Youth Work Program. Right. So in the
Thank you, my sister.
Well, anyway, what it is you had a job in the summertime, so you wasn't out in the street doing things you didn't have
Every
no
young
business
person
doing.
was guaranteed
Every
a job.
young person had a job. If you wanted a job, you could go get a job. Government, any field you wanted. They had one for the arts. We used to do shows in the streets. I mean, you know, we did everything for the arts. So I grew up in a culture when people cared about the youth. You know?
So I want to ask you about two roles in particular, and they're recent. Cookie on Empire, and Katherine Johnson in Hidden Figures.
Polar opposites.
And total opposites, but not really.
No.
Because in some ways, they're women who have to fight to make sure that people recognize their worth and understand what they have to offer. So I want to ask about Katherine Johnson first. How did that role come to you? Did you know that they were going to be casting for this role? Did you fight for that?
No, I one job I didn't have to fight for. Theodore Melfi, our director, he wanted to work with me on another project called St. Vincent. Didn't happen.
The Bill Murray
and what's her name? The funny actress Melissa McCarthy. So I was supposed to be in that, and it didn't work. They ended up going. They didn't want to cast the character black. Oh, it happens all the time. No, it was my win. So it did.
Because when it's right on time.
Because that didn't work out for a reason. And when Theodore Melfi, Ted, our director, was pissed because he wrote that role for me. He chased me for 2 years. And, you know, if you're an artist and you finally get there, and I said yes, and then politics killed his dream, he was mad about it. So then when he got Hidden Figures, he told the studio, I'm doing this movie with Taraji P. Henson, period. So that's how I got it. He called me, and I just remember reading the script, and I was like, is this real? Did this really happen? This is a great fiction. I like it. And he was like, no, this is actual facts. And I was like, then I got mad because I was like, well, people lied to me all my life and told me that math and science was for boys. I always remember in thinking back in school, you know, when you got older, you could pick your seat. I remember specifically math and science classes, I would always sit in the back because there was this universal understanding. No one ever said it to me, but it was an understanding that math and science is for boys. That's not for girls. So I had a low expectation of myself when it came to math and science. I would just sit in the back of the room. But imagine if I knew these women existed.
You know, when I saw that film, you and I have something in common. We both studied electrical engineering in college.
Yes.
And changed our majors for, you know, and I think it worked out fine for both of us.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I would have made a fine electrical engineer because I was struggling myself. I'm not going to speak for you, but I
need to explain that. I'm not mathematically wired, and how I got into that was I didn't get accepted into the School of Fine Arts, the High School of Fine Arts. And when you're so young, that kind of rejection you can't process. You just think, I suck. And I literally thought that. So I went to a regular high school, and I had a very smart girlfriend. She was really intelligent, and she wanted to go off to school for, you know, science and computers. And I was like, well, we hang out. I'll do what you're doing. So we enrolled at North Carolina A&T. And I failed. For the first time in my life, I got an F.
Okay.
And I've tried to fail classes because I was a class clown trying to be cool. Didn't fail because I couldn't. I was smarter than that, you know? And for some reason, that F was just like, I'm a failure. And I called my dad crying, and he was like, I told you you're not supposed to be going to school for no math and no science. You an actor. So being the great father that he was, may he rest in peace, he never forced his views and opinions on me. He just let me fall on my face on my own. So I needed that to happen because when I enrolled back at, when I went to Howard University, and I enrolled and I went for my dreams. I auditioned for, the School of Fine Arts, and I remember my knees shaking and being afraid of that rejection again. And I remember Dr. Henry Edmonds, she's passed too, rest in peace. She auditioned me. She was the teacher of acting. And I remember her looking over her glasses. She said, "Young lady, what's your name?" And I'm shaking my voice. I was like, "Taraji Henson." And she was like, "You got something." She said, "And I'm gonna tell you this, a lot of your friends you're gonna hang out with and people you're gonna meet in this department won't last." She said, "But you got something." And I'm looking at her, and that's all I needed. And I became a student of the arts. I never went to homecoming. Because you gotta understand, that was a dream that I thought I didn't have anymore. And it came back to me, so it was like a second chance in life, and I wasn't gonna fuck it up. So, yeah. So people to this day, they go, "Do you know so-and-so at Howard? So-and-so," they think because you went to a HBCU, you know every person that went there. And I'm like, chances are, if they weren't in the School of Fine Arts, I don't know them because I was like this, my life revolved around the arts. I never stepped outside of that building unless it was go to the library to pick up a play or something. I was just immersed in the arts. I just never wanted to be rejected again.
I mentioned Katherine Johnson in electrical engineering, though, because when I saw the film, I wondered, had I known the story, if I had read Margot Lee Shetterly's book, might I have seen, oh, wait a minute, women do this kind of work.
Yeah, you would have had different dreams.
That's why I wanted to make sure young people, we arranged in Washington for a group of young girls to go see the film, because I wanted
We paid for
to see
theaters.
that.
All the cast, we all paid for theaters in different, urban cities that really needed it. We knew where parents couldn't afford to take their kids to theaters.
But I wonder if people in the Valley need to see that film also.
Yeah.
And understand the message.
Oh, absolutely.
Because in a place like this, where women are in the distinct minority, and when we talk about equality as something that we're all still struggling with, there are probably Katherine Johnsons in all kinds of organizations.
Absolutely.
Who are not able to shine as brightly as they can because they don't fit a mold, or because people don't necessarily see them as management material, or they don't see them as, that's not what a coder looks like.
Yeah. It's changing the narrative. It's changing the narrative. Just like in my industry, they like to say black movie this, black this, black. Well, when you say that, stop saying that. Because when you say that, you make people who aren't black go, "Oh, well, that's not for me because it's a black movie." Who says on the weekends when you have time, "Hey, this weekend I'm gonna go see a white movie"? No, you know what? I had some Chinese food last night. I think I'm gonna see me an Asian movie. Like, who does that? Right? I'm gonna go see a black movie. They got this real good black movie. Girl, you wanna go see this black movie with me? You see the trailer, it either interests you or it does not, right? So why, when it comes to us, why is it called black? I hate that.
So when you do work, you want to make sure that it reaches the broadest possible audience.
It's a movie that just happens to have some black folks in it, but it's good, And I think that's what's happening, like with Empire. Like, I knew it was going to be a hit domestically. Didn't see the international success. But that's my point. No one cared about black overseas. They just saw a family that they identified with. It had nothing to do with black. When I saw the headlines and they had that big fur, I don't wear fur, but they put it on me. They photoshopped it on. In Russia, me and Lucius, none of the headlines said black. They just identified with these characters, and that's how it should be. But it's us that put these labels and titles on things. Why do we do that? Like, I'm sick of labels. Aren't we all human? Can we just leave it at that?
So I understand that when they approached you about playing the role of Cookie, that you were...
I didn't want to do it.
Why?
Because I just didn't want to do it. She scared me. I was like, she calls her son the F-bomb and she beats one with a broom. I don't know if America's gonna be able to take this. But for me, that's how I choose projects. If I'm not afraid, if it doesn't scare the hell out of me, then I don't need to do it. She scared me, so then that made me intrigued.
She scared you because you were afraid the audience would react badly, or because you had to let that person inside you?
I thought the people was gonna come after me, NAACP. I was like, oh Lord, they're going to come down on me. They're gonna say, why did you take this role playing this loudmouth woman? But then I shut the fear up. You know, you gotta do that to fear. You gotta tell that devil, go sit down somewhere. Get out of my head. You are nothing. You mean nothing. Stay under my feet. So then I got into the story. And then I started pulling her apart. And I said, this woman is something else. And I started saying things that even the writers didn't see. Like, I grew up in the hood, right? I remember when crack was dropped off in the hood, right? I remember families being torn apart. I was in a broken home. By the end of the first year crack hit the hood, I was seeing kids who came from a house with both parents destroyed. They're knocking on my door asking me for t-shirts because they can't find their parents. You understand what I'm saying? So I understand when you play a character like Cookie, somebody who's so over the top, you have to handle that character with care, because if you don't play her right on, she becomes a caricature. Mm-hmm. So then once I understood her, I was like, well, then I have to play her, because not saying that any other actress couldn't do it, I just felt like it landed in my lap. It was my duty to bring her to life, because I felt like I could do it in a way that people will not judge her, but they will empathize with her. So let me play her need. Let me play what her struggle is. Her struggle at the time was to keep her 3 boys from being statistics, right? And if that meant I take the fall for my family, then that's what I'll do. I'm not condoning that she and Lucius sold drugs, but if anybody is in here from the hood, when you ain't got no way, and that's your only way, and I'm still not condoning it, but when you give me an option, work at McDonald's for $3 an hour, or you can do this and you can make $1,000 a week and feed your family, when your back is up against the wall, you make choices sometimes that aren't so conventional. But where I respected her is she chose to go to jail for her family. She did that. The writers didn't even catch it. I said, you got to understand the mind of a mother. This woman will give her life to keep her boys from being statistics. 3 black boys from the hood, not going to go to jail. They not going to sell drugs like me and their father did. They got caught. She took the fall. So why didn't Lucius?
The writers didn't even know that side of the storyline.
They didn't see it. I took it to Lee. I said, isn't this interesting? Why didn't Lucius go to jail? Mm-hmm. They were both dirty. They were both outside counting the money. They were both selling the drugs and moving it. She chose to go to jail because Lucius had the talent. If the father of her boys went to jail, how was she going to feed her family?
And
she didn't have the talent.
And the role model, having a male role model there in the house.
So she chose to go to jail. That's a strong woman right there. So I decided to play that. And every decision she makes come from that. And then what? The people got it. They understood. They understood her struggle, her passion. That's something you can get behind. But you can't get behind just some loudmouth, sassy woman. Nobody care about that. That's just noise. But it has to come from somewhere.
But that noise is so wonderful.
It is. You know
really
why?
Is.
Because it comes from somewhere. It's just not a loud, sassy. And see, that's what I thought. I was like, oh, she's just a loud, sassy black woman. Oh, God, I can't. But I found the humanity in her. And that's your job as an actor.
How much of that is improvised? How much do you bring to that? And how open was Lee to letting you do what you needed to do to stay in the role and to make the role your own?
They let me do what I have to do. Because what I'm not going to do, this is how my brain works. If I'm not passionate about it, if I don't believe in it, I can't say it. I can't speak on it. I can't put my name on it. That's how I'm wired. I'm a very passionate person. And I don't do deals unless I can get behind it. I don't care about your money. I'm gonna make money. I don't sell out to money. I have a conscience that deals with me, you know. So if it don't feel right, if it ain't right, I can't say it. And they know that about me. We just had an issue. I had to fight them so hard on trying to make this yo-yo with Cookie and Lucius. They make it a yo-yo, and it's like, I'm standing up for women here. I'm standing up for women who have been hurt by men, who have had enough and say, you know what? You hurt my heart. You don't protect it, so I'm going to protect it. And even in this relationship with Cookie and Lucius, and as much as they love each other, at some point she has to stand up and say, you can't do this to my heart no more, man. You know? And so that's the fight I'm having with the right. They get it now, you know what I mean? But I have to stand up for that, because if I let them write it, she'll just be, every time he say, jump, how high, Lucius? Where you want me to be? Well, you was just sleeping with Boo Boo Kitty. Y'all really gotta know that whenever I take a role, I'm fighting for the truth. And I drag out fights. I tell studio to call me. Like, I'm not so we had this thing the other day, and my executive, I said, you tell the writers this. She told them. And they said, okay, say what you want to say. Because I know, you know, the writers, I love them. They're very talented. I'm not taking, we have some incredible writers, but they don't live with Cookie the way I do. I live with Cookie and only Cookie. I've been living with her for 4 years now. There is nothing those writers can tell me about her. Not unless they have something in the back that they never put into the story. Okay, well, if it ain't gonna make sense of what we already created, then we gonna have a problem.
Is it useful to have Cookie in your arsenal? And I'm asking you as an actress, because now they've seen who Cookie is and what she can do. Mm-hmm. But for all of us, is it good to have that aspect of your personality that you reveal every so often?
You need a fighter in you. And I think that's why people are drawn to Cookie, because she says the things people wish they were strong enough or bold enough to say. She does the things like, you know, you've been in a meeting and somebody just pissed you off. You want to hit that person, but you can't. So knock the chair over like Cookie does. She'll just walk out and knock the chair over. Take that. You know? So I think it's those things that people are really drawn to, because, you know, you want to say the things that Cookie says in those boardroom meetings, but you can't. I've had grown men tweet me, God, I wish I had the balls to walk into my board meeting like Cookie this morning. So it's not even just a female thing. It's a spirit. Everybody needs that Cookie spirit. You got to fight for yourself in this world.
But Cookie also has softer notes. And there are some of the things I notice. I mean, how many, and ask the room, because you have all sat in meetings, and how many times have you been in a meeting where someone, sometimes she's female, sometimes it's just someone who is quiet, who is a bit retiring in their personality, says something, and everyone just plows right past what they're going to say. And then someone else in the meeting says the exact same thing. I mean, the exact same thing, and everyone responds very differently. And there was an episode where Cookie, someone said something, and they were about to shut it down, and she said, no, we're going to listen to what she has to say. Putting that in an entertainment realm where everyone can see that is powerful, because you recognize, whoa, that just happened. Did I do that? Did that happen to me? There's value in that.
Absolutely. Well, you know, art imitates life. And so we really try to give you real life scenarios to identify with, even though we know it's acting and it's TV, but it's something that'll spark, you know what? Maybe I'll handle this different tomorrow. That's what art does. It forces you to think. It should, anyway.
What is the lessons for people in this room and in this industry and in all the industries that are represented by the various clients that whose tentacles, you know, are connected to this behemoth called Salesforce? What are the lessons that they can take from people like Cookie and Katherine Johnson, who had to really push their way in that scene where Katherine Johnson is asking to go in the meeting because she knows that they will not be able to do those calculations without her in the meeting. She has to gently and then finally just say, I need to be in that meeting. But on the other side also, the lessons for the people who are the gatekeepers, because the Kevin Costner character in there saw that they were never going to shine as brightly as they could. They were never going to be as productive. They were not going to win the space race unless they used all the resources
absolutely
at their disposal.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a lesson in life, in my opinion. No one's going to give you anything. I think we're all adults. You know, everything you've gotten in your life so far, you had to fight and work for, right? No one is going, I tell my son this all the time, you can't sit on the sofa praying for a turkey. You can believe in God all you want to, but the turkey is not going to gobble, gobble, and knock on the door and jump on the table. You can pray to God all you want to. You're going to have to get up, go out and hunt for that turkey. Look for it. You're going to do some kind of work, you know. And so, and it's not going to be easy. You know, don't expect it to be easy. I never wake up thinking, oh, today it's going to be easy. I'm still dreaming. I'm still asleep, right? So you have to fight. Now, some people fight loud, Cookie, and some people are quiet fighters. I don't care how you fight. Fight until your voice is heard. You have a voice. If you did not have a voice, you wouldn't be here. If the universe did not need you, trust me, you wouldn't be here. You see stuff happening every day, people blowing up. And I just watched something on Instagram over in Asia where some man on a bus, a loaded, crowded bus, ran up to the front where the driver was, took the steering wheel, and crashed the bus. Do you understand how, if you weren't supposed to be here, you wouldn't? So the fact that you are here, don't waste a second of your breath. Fight until your voice is heard because we need it. I don't give up until you hear my voice.
So let's talk about the quest for equality in Hollywood, because the entertainment industry is going through quite a moment right now. You know, particularly with the hashtag #MeToo, with the fallout from the various allegations. And I'm wondering if this will be a wake-up call in the industry where women will perhaps have more opportunities to serve as gatekeepers, more opportunities to sit in rooms where decisions are made. Is this a...
I see it happening. It is happening.
Line of demarcation.
Oh,
is it
absolutely.
starting to happen?
It is happening. It's happening because the narratives are changing. One of the heads of Fox is a woman, Dana Walden. All the women who made Hidden Figures, do you know how many women made that movie? Women greenlit that film, not men, women. So we're there, and you're starting to see a change. I mean, I see it. I've never been the type to go, woe is me. This industry is so hard on me. If I say that, that's exactly what the industry is going to be. I've never made, you read all of my interviews. Now, have they always given me the roles that I deserve? No, maybe I wasn't ready. So that's on me. I wasn't ready. Timing is everything, patience. The question is, did they give me the money I deserve? Now that there is the question. You know, I never thought it's bad for black women, because if I think that, that's how it's going to be. I woke up every day and said, how can I change this? How can I change this? And because that's how I moved in this industry, I always worked. I don't compare myself to people. I see somebody get, girl, you know why? Because I'm going to get there one day. You know, I never try to take shine from anybody or hate on anybody. I've always felt that there was enough work for all of us from day one. And I always said to myself, you know, Taraji, your season will come. Just be patient. Just be patient. And what I asked for, I was very clear when I had my talk with God. I wanted longevity. So when you say longevity, that overnight success ain't going to, that's a myth, first of all. That's a myth. So if you want to stay around for the long haul, it's going to take a long journey to get there. You know, and there are going to be bumps in the road. But then that's stuff to talk about. That's why y'all won't talk to me. Because I have a story? No, because I have a story to tell. If it was so easy, y'all would be bored. How are you going to change a life if your life was so easy? That's not helping anybody, because it's hard out here.
So when you take on a role, do you ask, or do you try to make sure that there are roles for women outside of, beyond being in front of the camera? Do you try to make sure that they're working behind the scenes, that doors open. I mean, do you feel like now you have the power to make that kind of decision? So I'm going to walk through this door, and I want to make sure that I carry this many people with me.
Absolutely. I do it all the time. I can't, I mean, I don't like to say what I've done to help people, because that's like, hey, look at me, I did this. Like,
but sometimes you have to say it so people understand it can be done and how it can be done.
Okay, so there's this thing with the unions. You know, they always say it's hard to get makeup artists in the union, especially makeup artists of color, because blah, blah, blah. Every job I get, I hire a new makeup. Well, up until I've got my makeup artist, Ashunta Sharif, she's been with me forever, I would always try to get somebody a job that I knew, or in the union. My first job, my first movie ever, Baby Boy. And I was a nobody, y'all, but I didn't care. This woman wasn't in the union, and she deserved to be in the union. She was good, and I saw the politics behind it. I said, how do I get her in the union? She should be on this set doing my makeup because she's that good. And they said, well, she has to be a star request. I said, looked at this, I said, I'm number 2. That makes me a star, right? I said, I'm requesting her. Make it happen. You know? So any way that I can, I'm always trying. It's a female on the job now. She's a PA. She's worked her ass off. She should be an assistant director. I went to the producer. I said, we're going to have a problem if I don't see her get moved up the ladder like I saw that young man last year. You know we're going to have a problem. She said, on it, you know. And I just do things like that because I feel like God put me, and my father always said, if you are blessed, you have to be a blessing. And he left me with that. And that's how I operate. I don't know how to operate no other way. I'm always
that's a badass way to begin a conversation, because if you walk into your boss's office and say, we're going to have a problem if such and such and such doesn't happen. So you might want to think of a few other notes in that octave that you can strike.
Well, I mean, you know, you have to pick your battles smartly. Don't say the words that I say. But, you know, I know the weight that I carry, you know, and I know that you need me. So if you want to make me happy, I'm not asking for caviar to be put in my trailer. Right. I'm trying to help somebody get a job and help them feed their family and help them make their dreams come true.
Which is going to make the production better and everybody else.
How about that?
So who mentored you?
Who mentors me?
Who mentored, when you were getting in the business, are there people that were really supportive of you as you were finding your footing?
It was my family, my dad. I always would call him and be like, Dad, I don't know. He'd be like, baby, hold on. Just hold on. God got something so good coming your way. He said, I swear to you, when that sun come out, baby, your shade's not going to be able to protect you. And it's almost like he was seeing what is happening now, and he's not even here. I'm sorry.
Oh. You know, he sees you. I was going to say the same thing.
I know.
He sees you.
I just had a moment, but
it's okay. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay.
The reason why I'm bringing that up, if you're a parent in here, I don't care if your kid says they like basket weaving. Get behind them. No, seriously. Look at Martha Stewart. Don't laugh. Get behind them, because my father he sowed seeds in me. He spoke these things into me, and if I didn't believe him, I believed every word he said to me, and that is why I'm here. So that is who mentored me, my dad. You are the best. You're going to win an Oscar for this. You're going to win an Oscar for that. And the year I sang at the Oscars, he died. So just sow good seeds into your family, your friends. If you see a friend and they have a dream, help them with it, because you never know. You might be helping the next Steve Jobs, the next Katherine Johnson. You don't know what good energy you're feeding that person, you know. That's just how I am. When I see somebody on Instagram and I see them, you have no idea how many small businesses I support on Instagram, just because I respect their hustle, you know. I'm going to tell you one, Muurswag, M-U-U-R-S-W-A-G. This young lady and her husband, they do these amazing dashikis, and she's branched off. She does wigs now. I mean, it's small or whatever, but it's not. And I really support her. I don't know this woman. I've never met her in my life. I just admire her struggle, and I want to do whatever I can to help her win. Because I see she works hard. I love I love when people are passionate about something. You are passionate, it makes me passionate about, I don't even know what you making, snickerdoodles? I ain't never made. You passionate, let me help you. What you need, a check? Let's help get these snickerdoodles. It's gonna be the best snickerdoodles ever. I don't even know, what is a snickerdoodle? You know, but
well, that's why so many good things go to you, because you put so many good things out into the world.
Yeah.
It's
I think that's just how it works.
They call it karma, you know, and that's the way it works.
That's how it works.
The last thing I want you to leave us with is a little bit of wisdom around this issue of equality.
Yes.
And diversity, and how we make the world a more equitable place.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if we need new words. I don't know if you follow Tanari Viduge on Twitter or Instagram, but she is a writer and a professor, and she works primarily in science fiction. And she tweeted something the other day that really stuck with me. She said, you know, I'm tired of this word diversity when it comes to Hollywood in particular. She says, maybe we should just say reality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's create shows that reflect the world that we all live in. As you say, where people look all kinds of different ways. So do we need to think about sort of new words so that people take this perhaps to heart in a slightly different way?
I think if we just stop putting labels on things and just, you know, stop talking about it so much, you know what I mean? And just do it. You know, I make sure whatever project I do, I just make sure it's even. I make sure it looks like how it looks in this room. I mean, how it looks in the world. You know, I don't do shows, and I'm trying to get as many walks of life as I can. You know, well, why does that character have to be that race? Why does it have to be a girl? You know, start thinking outside the box. So any project I get, that's how I'm thinking. Prime example, this is my 3rd year producing White Hot Holidays for Fox. And it's something that's a passion of mine, because I remember growing up watching variety television show, you know, Carol Burnett, oh my God. I would be in front of TV rocking, my mother would be like, yo, Daddy made a glass, get out of the way. But we don't have really family TV anymore. So I was like, that has to change. You know, we have to have more to watch than the Kardashians. No dig to them, get your money. But there has to be something else more to watch on television. So I went to a producing buddy of mine and I said, hey, let's create this show. We want music, and we want variety skits, and we're gonna do like a Carol Burnett during Christmas. That's what we'll do. And Fox bought it. But I noticed for the first 2 seasons, every artist was black. And I was like, it's not really what I'm going for here, people. Like, Christmas ain't black. This ain't the Black Christmas special. This is Christmas. Everybody celebrates Christmas, you know. So then it became my mission to diversify the show. Like, you know, Ariana Grande, girl, can you come? You know, Gaga, what you doing, girl? You know, it's like, come on, this is music, this is arts. It should represent every walk of life. So I'm just telling y'all, it's always a fight.
But it's always worth it.
It's always worth it. No,
and
it
you
is.
miss all the shots you don't take, so you have to stay in the game.
Yes. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, we know that. And we're so glad you joined us today to tell your
Thanks
story.
for having
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having
Blessings
me.
continue to rain down on you. Taraji P. Henson.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you too.
please welcome Chairman and CEO, Salesforce, Mark Benioff.
All right. All right. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? All right, great. Wasn't that an amazing discussion with Brunello Cucinelli? Yeah, that was an incredible leader. And we're so fortunate to have him here. And how about last night with Lenny Kravitz and Alicia Keys and Lucas Nelson? Wasn't that awesome? Late night, a lot of fun. And day 3, here we go. One more day, and then it will wrap it up tomorrow. It's going to be amazing and incredible concert tomorrow night with Metallica and with the Grateful Dead. So that's going to be really something with Dave Matthews helping these relief for North Bay fires. So I hope you'll join us for that as well. Today we have an incredible leader of our industry. We have perhaps the very top female CEO in the world. And it's my great honor to introduce you to her. She has been a huge inspiration to me personally. She's been a huge inspiration to, I know very deeply, many of our female executives and female executives I meet all over the world. And she's a huge inspiration to our entire industry. And it's really my greatest pleasure to introduce you to Ginny Rometty, please, CEO of IBM.
That's very sweet, hon.
Welcome. Wait, yeah, we're doing the double kisses in honor of Italy, so enjoy. Okay, well, welcome, Ginny, and
thank you.
We're so happy to have you at Dreamforce, and I know that you rarely speak outside of IBM events, so we're extremely grateful for you to be here. I knew you just flew in from Brazil.
I know, I look good, don't I?
You look very good. You look very good.
Thank you for a compliment.
Well, we just learned from Brunello Cucinelli, actually, that that is a key part of life.
Yep.
So you look very good.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Yeah. So do you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I know I was in Brazil last weekend myself for a wedding in Rio, so I know it's a long trip back.
I just landed.
Yeah, so thank you for doing that. Ginny, you have become the top female CEO in the world. There's no doubt in my mind. And you're a huge inspiration to not only me, but so many women executives all over the world too, in terms of being able to get to the highest levels of business and success. You've been at IBM for 36 years, right? Yeah. And graduated Northwestern from Chicago. 36 years ago, when you started at IBM, can you just tell me, did you think, okay, 36 years, I'm going to be the CEO of this, legendary company?
Of course not. Did you think you were going to run Salesforce?
Well, when I started it, I did.
Okay. Fair enough. Not when you were 22. No, I didn't. And I think I'm probably like just about everybody here. And certainly while this is broadcast across the world, I mean, that's very much the American dream, right? That you can be whatever you decide to put your mind to. So, but I never thought that at the beginning. I ended up at IBM because I worked for an auto company first when I got out of university. And
which one was that?
A good one. Oh, all right. And I
have a feeling you must have a lot of auto companies then as your customers.
Yes, that's right. They're all very good.
And they're all good.
Very good. Excellent. And but I can remember going out. It was one of those first lessons that I can remember the difference between a job and a career, because I would go, and while it was lovely and I worked hard, I thought something's different around me. People are coming and going, and this is just work to them. And I was looking for a career, and I love technology. I was working at the time on trucks and buses, and I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting, and it was my husband who actually said, why don't you just go apply to IBM? And he said, I know somebody, as usual. And so I called someone. He goes, my friend's father works there. And I called him, And at that time, IBM really did not hire professional hires. So I really went in the category of their very first professional hire. And I went into, at the time I knew how to convert banks from Burroughs, which doesn't exist. I could convert banks from Burroughs to IBM, and that's how it started.
Well, that is
pretty boring story, yeah.
No, that's a great story. And well, what was that like starting out? What did you find when you joined the company? Were people receptive to having you there, and did you enjoy the culture? And were the founders still around in the company?
How old do you think I am? IBM is 106 years old. No, they were long gone. I am the 9th CEO, not the 3rd. And so, but look, I think, I'm thinking that overnight flight didn't do me a lot of good, huh? But in seriousness about, look, I think what is the true, and people ask me that question about IBM today, because I'll say, 106 years old, what is IBM? And I'll say, look, you know, one lesson is, to be 106, you have to be willing to change everything about yourself but your core values. And at its core, it's about innovating technology and applying it to business and society. It was true then, it's true today. And that's to me what always kept me there. It was always ability to do something else, do another career, but within the same company. And it was always about, and it's why I went to IBM. While I could apply technology to cars, I really loved the technology. And so as an engineer, I started as an engineer. Next topic.
When you think about those core values, and those core values are deep, but they're also very eternal for IBM, and they've influenced so many other companies, including ours. And there is a very deep commitment to society, like you mentioned, to the customer as well, on kind of improving the state of the world. This seems like it really came out of the founder's mission for IBM.
Yeah,
how do you look at that today?
Mark and I have talked about this topic quite a bit, about values. And you know, everybody has them, but it's a matter of, as people say with values, it's what you do when no one's looking, right, that matters on values. And our values are dedication to every client's success, innovation that matters for ourselves and for the world, and then trust and responsibility in all relationships. And I think one of the issues of today, data will be one of the issues of our time. And this responsibility, with so much discussion about how to treat data or artificial intelligence properly coming into the world, I link this discussion, you know, and that to me, there's some things that are very simple decisions you make when you have values about this. So when you said trust of clients, I think clients have trusted us with their most precious asset, which is their data, all right? And so I was just, before I was in Brazil last week in the European Union, and we had sort of put on paper something called data responsibility at IBM. And it was just to communicate what we've always believed. And I think in this day and age, this is a really important topic. And for your clients, our clients, we share together. We have 5,000 common clients that we work on together. That things like to say to you, your data is yours, not mine to give away. If it's artificial intelligence, you own the insights. You own the algorithms. I'm the only one, I think, that can say that. If it's free flow data, the IBM cloud was built so you decide what country the data sits in, not a government. Or if a government ever asked for access, we're the only tech that can say we've never given a government surveillance program access to that data. And that to me, well, that's wisdom of years of values, right? That you know, you have trusted me with something. And so in this day and age, that idea, I think, is profound, and it's based on values. And I think for all of us, you and I know, Mark, you agree with me, things like AI, it is our job, we were talking with Bruno outside, to usher that safely into this world, right? I think those of us that make the technology, it is our job to be sure that it's ushered in the right way. And if I, can I go on a little bit more? You didn't ask me this question, but anyways. So when I think about that topic, not just data, and we'll talk a little bit about AI, 3 things come to my mind. And we sort of published a set of principles that I would, if I was every client in the room, I think everyone to adopt. The first one is the purpose of AI in this world. It's why we called it cognitive, by the way. I know that is not a word that rolls off your tongue, but AI, artificial intelligence, has such negative connotation. This is to augment what everybody does. And therefore, the purpose is to augment, not replace man. I think the second principle, back to values, is transparency. For AI to thrive in this world, you need to tell people, this is the data that trained it, this is who trained it. You and I were talking, you can train bias if you're not careful. So this is the data, professionally who trained it, you own the insights, and then maybe later we'll talk about, and the world's gonna need different skills. And skills are gonna be a huge obligation of all of us because every profession's gonna deal with this type. It'll be man and machine in everything. And so we gotta prepare a world for that. That's not a small thing. So that's all to me based on if you live by values, you take a long arc at those kind of things.
I'd like to come back to that point that you opened on trust, but I want to continue the discussion on AI first, which is, you know, we've been talking at this conference about the evolution of AI, and I think a lot of the sessions here and many of the speakers, you know, we can see a world where, you know, of course there's taxis without taxi drivers with autonomous vehicles and trucks going down the highway without truck drivers. We have seen farms without farmers. We've seen airplanes without pilots. We see there's nation states who are launching battleships and creating navies without sailors. How do you see that kind of broad, you know, job and workforce, you know, transformation?
Yeah.
You've thought this through, I think, almost more than anyone else.
I have, and again, I think if on this topic, can I back up a little bit to give a little bit of context and then dive into it? So if you think about right now, I know many of you, if I asked you how many people say my job is to help make my company digital, what would anybody raise their hand? Have Mark and I put you to sleep? Okay.
How many people here feel that their companies are going through a digital transformation?
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Everybody, right? So,
by the way, I've had to learn how to ask that question myself.
Yeah, that's a very good job.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened in that. As I prepared for Dreamforce, I always go out on a tour, and so I've had an opportunity to meet with so many hundreds of customers in just last month. And as I've had those individual conversations with them, that has actually come up over and over again. That I think that people do feel like they're going through a digital transformation, and in many cases it's starting with the customer, which is something that we both agree on that.
Yeah, so everybody raise their hands. So here's where I say, if everybody's digital, then who wins? And I think what's in front of us, it's gonna be necessary, but not sufficient. And so people think, oh my God, more change, right? But it's necessary, but not sufficient, because I do think when time looks back on this era, I sort of call it, and when people say, if I had to pick one word we are reinventing IBM around, it would be the word data. And everyone would say, I have tons of data, I do not use it, right? I mean, don't make sense out of it. And it's only getting worse now we talk about the Industrial Revolution, we talk about the 4.0, we talk about Internet of Things. If you're healthcare, it doubles every 75 years. So the point is, so if this is really an era around data, what does that mean? And I think people don't realize that only 20% of the world's data is searchable by the big search engines. Only 20%. The other 80% belongs to you. And the other 80% has got a ton of value in it if you could do something with it and get to it, right? And so if you could take that 80 plus that 20 and all the expertise everybody in here has in their professions, you will make better decisions. You will really be a learning organization. I think that means that will be the basis of this next era. And we had 100 CEOs together with us beginning of 2 weeks ago. And I said, honestly, I believe this era, there's a chance that it will favor the company that has already existed. If you had a past, it just may be your advantage now as we go to this next era. If you can do this, you'll be a learning organization, make better decisions. And so I'll come to the jobs. I do have a logic here. So this idea that if that's what you really believe, you'll start to say, okay, digital's not enough. I'm gonna also be, I would call the word a cognitive enterprise, a learning enterprise. I'll use AI. And there are some things you'd start right away doing for every profession. How you make decisions, You'd add AI to products and services, you change your operations. We can talk about some examples. And so as part of this whole discussion, I've also listened to people who have a lot of fear-mongering about AI, which will come to jobs, that it's going to kill all jobs, all this is going to happen. You know, it has happened with every era of technology. Some jobs go away and new ones enter. So we just did a study with MIT, just finished. On average, one estimate, 10% of jobs go away, but 100% will change because of this era. 100% will change, meaning that's that man and machine working together. So I feel about this topic, not only that's a good thing, you prepare the world for it. Plus, I see so much already of the difficult problems of the world, healthcare in particular, that will be solved by this era. I mean, this is where I say that fear-mongering is absolutely wrong. Singularity is decades and decades and decades. You say, how do we know? Because we're building this stuff. It is far away. But there's so many problems that could get solved today, and that's why when people bring up the jobs, so I wanted to kind of give a view of what the industry, I think, what you can do with it, and then yes, it's going to change jobs, but we can prepare the world for that. It's always you get kind of screwed up in the transitions if you don't work on them. Prepare the world for that, and then solve so many problems. I'll end on one just quick story. I was with a doctor from India last week, and we're rolling out Watson for healthcare, and it's in 100 hospitals. And he said in India, there's 700 oncologists for 1.4 billion people. I mean, we live privileged lives, many of us. We will go to a cancer center if we're sick. That is not true for the majority of the world. And so that to me, and I know you feel strong about this, there's one idea after another on this that we will solve for as many sort of challenges that we'll have. That's a speech almost. Go ahead.
Well,
all right.
And you also have you have a whole nother level of it. I was surprised you didn't touch to, which is that I don't think any company is doing more for workforce development than IBM. Not just in six-year high schools and apprenticeship.
Mark and I have worked together on this, so it's a little bit of a leading question.
But this is all about you.
Okay.
So
could be about you too, though.
This is all about you. So I don't think there's any company that's doing more than IBM in workforce development. Six-year high schools, apprenticeship programs, training programs.
A little bit of background.
Talk about how are those things linked together?
A little bit of background for everybody here on this topic. First, some numbers, right? What would you guess is the percentage of high schools that teach computer science? 45? It's 25%. 25%. I would ask, what would you guess? Just the United States last year only produced 43,000 computer science graduates. That's not very many. Open jobs just in the US, 500,000 in tech, 5 million, 6 million generally speaking. And this would be true for your clients watching around the world, similar kind of profiles. So how we both got involved in this is that I also feel really strongly that the divide that we see in this nation and in other countries around the world, if you follow this, it's haves and have-nots. That is not a good thing in any country. And the root of that is education. If people don't feel they have a better future, it causes that. And so that's why, for decades, IBM, this wasn't like something in my tenure we just thought, have been devoted on education. So I happen to be, and we are strong believers that with all of us, a public-private partnership can help really change the face of education. So that's how, when I met Mark and we started talking about this, we started think of them as 6-year high schools. These are regular public high schools. We've now been at it long enough that we kind of coined a phrase called new-collar jobs. Not blue-collar, not white-collar. Those have stereotypes. The idea that new-collar is, you don't have to have a PhD or a university degree to have a job related to technology. And to me, if 100% of jobs are related, we have to do something, right? And so these kids, we've been at it now 6 years. So 100 schools, be 100,000 kids now starting to come through. And it's a simple formula. Give them a curriculum, and I'll tell you a funny story about that. A curriculum, give them a mentor electronically, and now 300 companies, not just us, are donating mentors. And as well, a chance at a job. Jobs are 2x the median salary, and we're now in 4 continents doing this now. And it kind of goes virally. And in the US here, it's by state. There's 10 states now. A governor takes it on and they start going. And today, of our hiring, and we can hire anywhere from 70,000 plus people a year, 15% are these new collar kids now. And they're fantastic. And so this is, that's starting to make a dent in the world of a problem. So I'm so okay, you can probably tell a bit of an optimist, but I'm an optimist that these problems are ultimately solvable, but it is public and private working together on it. I don't think it is just government or not. And you've done a lot of work on apprenticeships. We've done some, you've done even more on apprenticeships than we have. We do a lot of apprenticeships, and we've got some new ones coming out. And maybe you want to tell the group about your apprenticeships.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But thank you.
I'm trying. I have never really known him to not talk a lot. This is a very
This is your interview.
Position.
This is an opportunity for these customers. How many people here want to learn all about Ginny Rometty? Raise your hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think that it's so important that we have this discussion because, look, the reality is it's a very rare opportunity to have a discussion with you, number one, outside of IBM.
Yes.
And so I think it is great because I think that these things that you are thinking so much about, and you see so much because you are traveling the world. I mean, you were just in Brazil. All the things you just talked about, it's an order of magnitude more in Brazil. You know that in the terms of the schools and the students. I came away from Brazil going, wow, we have major issues in the U.S. They're even more behind us. We've got to double down on all the kids down there. And I was having conversations about that.
This is where our scale, 380,000 people, we've got over 20,000 people in Brazil. We can make a difference in every country we operate in 170 countries. So I feel really optimistic about where this is going to go in the long run. And so hopeful because it also goes to training veterans, because these jobs will all require it. But again, I say, if you depend on a world where we all have university and PhDs, that's not going to happen. So we've got to address this now.
Well, here we have an audience of people at a tech conference. How many people in this audience do not have a technology degree? Raise your hand if you're not.
Yeah, of course not. But they'll all be using,
I think.
That's it, right?
Yeah, this is the power, I think, also of that I think we are reaching incredible people who want to come into the technology industry, but maybe don't have a computer science degree.
Well, I said a funny story about that.
It's very important also.
Yeah, I happen to have a computer science and an engineering degree, but the funny story I was going to tell you about this was one of the very first schools, we picked the worst school in Brooklyn to start in, and President Obama came to visit, and of course then so did lots of other people at the same time. And I can remember that when he walked in, first thing he says, "Hey, where's that computer lab?" We're like, no, that's not what we're teaching them. We're actually teaching them the basics of math, of science, of all these things to be able to take on then anything. And so it isn't really just about physically giving people something, right? And this is why I think it's important for companies to work on policies, not politics.
Yeah. Let's go back to trust. This where you started this conversation. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that's all right, guys. My family must be out there somewhere. Actually, my sister was at this conference. She was here yesterday, and she asked me, she said, "Oh, when are you on?" And I told her to go home. I said, I told her, there's nothing I'm going to say you don't know. So I said, go home with your kids. Go ahead.
Well, you are part of our family, so welcome. And I want to come back to trust. So you talked about the changes in technology, in AI, advancements in this technology. There's a lot of news stories right now about how some of these big tech companies, some of their technology got out of control. And maybe it's being used in some nefarious, situations, especially as regards to the elections and politics. As you mentioned, we're in this fourth industrial revolution. There's a lot of new technologies coming. Your company's working on so many of them, not just, artificial intelligence, cloud computing. Quantum is a huge effort for you. Nano. You've been involved in the biotechnologies, CRISPR and so forth. All of these technologies kind of fall in that category where, the technologies are not good or bad. It's how they get used, and we saw them used in, some unexpected ways. So how do you look at that?
Yeah, I think back to something I said. Your job, my job. I think is we have to usher these technologies in with responsibility. So I don't think you can turn your back on any of that. And so, as I said, our views about data are what I said to you, right? That, client owns the data, they own where it goes, no government access. I mean, AI, you own the insights. You have to live by those things. And so I think that's our job with all of these. And by the way, some of these technologies coming out, Mark mentioned quantum, blockchain. We can talk about some of these in simple terms. But quantum's an interesting one because on one hand, quantum can solve problems that normal computers can't. In the way, an easy way to think of it is normal computers have zeros and ones. They're on or off. Quantum, it has almost infinite, it can be infinite things at one time. That sounds weird, but you gotta be a quantum scientist. So the difference is you could give it a problem that today, if you put it in a traditional, even supercomputer, high performance, it would run forever and never finish. And that's true with like systemic risk. They can kind of paper estimate, they can't truly model. So quantum will be used, first thing it'll be used for is things like drug discovery, material science. Things that today they have to kind of approximate, but now you could actually model it and the model would finish and you get an answer versus infinite time. And we, by the way, are the only one that have a 17 qubit already out on the cloud. You can go get it on the IBM cloud. People have to start to play with this and understand it. Now, that said, in the next things, by the way, for those of you in logistics or those of you that do financial risk modeling, that'll be the next stuff for quantum. The reason I used it as an example of this is there's also a dark side of quantum. Within several years, quantum can be used to break almost all forms of encryption. So while we are working on building it, we are also working on the anecdote, which is because no way should we unleash something like that in the world without something to address that. And so we are addressing the technology, I won't say what it is because the guys have done pretty darn good on it, that will then be used as the anecdote that can stop that from happening. So I think you have to think about that with everything you do, what's its purpose? And I have this conversation with my own teams all the time. If something they want to do with one of our technologies, I'm like, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. And so that is my viewpoint on this. You have to take responsibility. So that's, yeah, I'll leave it at, thank you, I'll leave it at that. You like that? You agree?
I absolutely agree. And I want to ask you, I want to continue down that track. 36 years at IBM, you just went through an incredible scenario on quantum computing, but you also hit a number of technology areas and accelerations. It feels like there's, you have a broad view on all these technologies because IBM sees and is working on so much through the technology industry and has, since its beginning. Is this a broad acceleration in technology? Do you think that things are going faster than ever before, or is that just how it appears?
I think they are going faster than ever before. How many people feel like that? Do you feel like they are? Yeah, the same. It is not only because you feel it, your feeling is real. And if you go back in time, most of technology, as technology, there'd be one major technology happening at a time, and then it would cause a bump and another. Now they're one after another in their speed, right? And so that's quite accurate. And again, back to what we are, and we'll talk about our partnership maybe a little bit too. Our job is about, I hope, transforming an enterprise. And so I was talking to Mark earlier, I said, one of the most important things I think for all of us is to know thyself, know what you are. And for us, it's business. We are not a consumer company. We work through you to consumers, but we support you. And to these number of technologies, I was going to name some of the most interesting ones, I think, in front of us. So we built what we think is a platform for business, the IBM Cloud in Watson. And if you're for business, you're different than for consumer, we believe. So as an example, data. Got to care about where it is and how it's taken care of. Secure to the core. If it's AI, AI is different for consumer than enterprise, business. An example, for business, for artificial intelligence, you care about medicine, underwriting, financial, sales, an engineer, of oil, petroleum. That kind of AI has to know a vertical. It has to be able to learn off of small amounts of data that are very deep, regulatory. It's not like there's a billion conversations on the web about the regulatory environment. So you have to learn off of a very different way. So we built AI for business, and that's the root of our partnership between Einstein and Watson, him understanding him, Watson. Watson was our founder, he was a him, so I call it a him, that you understand verticals. So these technologies, the reason they can come faster, we're going to keep putting them on the cloud. So AI, Watson, on the cloud, AI for business. The next one, you're going to see quantum. Now here already is blockchain. And so we're doing some work together with many of you that put Salesforce blockchain together, Salesforce AI together. And again, these are some technologies, you know, I think of blockchain, my kind of real quick sort of tutorial on it, is blockchain will do for trusted transactions what the internet did for information. Meaning you could change transactions between people who do not like each other. They do not trust each other. They don't need to, done properly. And there's so much waste in the world. One of my, we have a bunch of 500 blockchain projects now. One going on is on food safety. So back to that, these technologies will solve problems the world can't solve. $100 billion of food is wasted a year for food safety, right? I mean, you hear that, like bad spinach. Okay, everybody takes all the spinach and throws it out. It's not all bad. So this started work we did with Walmart, and now we've got 20 of the world's largest food producers all working on food safety. And it's easy on a blockchain because these can ride alongside your current systems. You throw off the same transaction, and we can now, we started with pork and mangoes. You know, it took 7 days to trace where he came from, farm to fork kind of thing. We're down to, you know, 7 seconds on this. And we'll solve a really big issue. There are a lot of people that die from food poisoning and food safety issues. So that to me, you say, is it coming faster? Yeah, because just think, I went through cloud to AI to quantum to blockchain, but always about how to apply it to what everybody here does.
How are you keeping up with all of these technologies? I mean, how do you, seriously, I mean, isn't it that awesome? But how are you doing it? I mean,
does he know what I do for a living?
Well, I know, but you know what? We all do that for a living.
You know your stuff pretty well.
No. Look, we all do it for a living, but it is, you know, you are running.
I have IBM Research, so it's not like I'm alone.
I know, but you have the gambit, right? So how are you keeping up with all of this and staying at the not just the cutting edge, but also you're able to then, you know, communicate and articulate it to this broad audience and connect with them. What are you doing to do that today?
Well, I am honored, blessed, all this kind of words. IBM has a real research group as well. There are very few companies left that can afford and have research, right? We have 3,600 real true researchers, not developers. Development is a second whole big billions and billions, but the research piece. So I think that is what gives us headlights. We were just talking about this. This conference, another one that we had done, was big bets. All the CEOs shared with us their big bets. We shared ours. But we were sharing kind of our long-term view of technology. And funny story, I went to my own guys. I said, hey guys, how often are you right? You know, prove to me how often you're right about all these predictions. And, 100%. I said, oh, really? And so, so they said, well, the only time, we're only sometimes off a little bit on timing. I'm like, oh, that's it? So, but that's, I mean, I think I'm blessed to have that, and we are blessed to have so many great clients that are here and around the world. So that's, you got to be passionate about what you do. You're passionate about it, I'm
You're
passionate.
meeting with those researchers? They send you an email? You get a newsletter?
Oh, I get all sorts.
You get a tutor on the plane? What is happening exactly?
Do you think they care?
Yes, they do. Do you care?
You guys care about that? Oh, yeah. You guys go with him all the time.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how it goes here.
That is how it goes. I can I got it. I saw my hotel, Salesforce on the floor. I saw everybody with the blue things on their neck. I got all this. So, hey, look, I'm a big...
We're going to walk you around, too, and show you some of the stuff that's going on here.
I know. I want my own big exhibits out there, right? So, look,
How many of you have seen IBM here at the show, and Kone and Watson? How many people have already seen it?
How many of you have seen the IBM exhibit already?
Yeah, raise your hand if you've already seen some of the IBM work.
Okay, don't tell me this is all IBMers here. No, okay, all right. No. Did you like it? Okay, that's good. That's good.
I know it's good. That's why you're here. This is amazing. What's happening between our companies?
Can I tell a little bit of a story to that, though, to the exhibit that's out there? So then I'll entice everybody else to go see it. I've seen pictures of it. And those researchers, trust me, they talk all the time. So I get all of the above of what you said. And then I do official, obviously, many, many different visits with them. But so there's a little bit of, I think, an interesting story for everybody here that leads up to this exhibit. It's kind of a culmination of a lot of skills we've been working to build. And back to this being 106 years old and changing how people work. Because, as people talk to me about the transformation of IBM, and we often talk about the hard work the team has done to change the portfolio, 45% of what IBM does is new in the last few years, new products and services. But I've often said, maybe when time is over and we look back, what might be more interesting is what the company did to change how it worked and to change the skills of people. And I can start to look at that now, and this will lead up to this exhibit. So I think all of us wrestle with two things in work and how people work. Speed in this day and age, and this idea, maybe you could call it B2P or B2I, business to individual, business to person. I don't think you're B2B or B2C. That doesn't work anymore. Everybody wants for Salesforce.
We've been talking a lot about that at the conference.
People love your stuff, right? The consumability of it. And you expect that not just in your phone and in certain apps, you expect it with everything now. In an enterprise product, doesn't matter, you expect that. So we started a journey a couple years ago. First, it was design thinking. I don't know how many people have become, I've become quite a big fan about this. Simple thought that everything you build should start with empathy for who's gonna touch it first. And especially if you're an engineering culture where you build engineering out, no, you gotta build whoever's touching it in with great empathy. So we then went on and hired, I've got 10,000 doing work with clients and 1,200 designers doing work internally on our products and services. We hired them from every great design school in the world. So we've took them all. So now you could go back out. But for the last few years, we've taken them all, took them in, and that started design thinking. So that started to get at that B2P, business to person, business to individual itch. Then this idea of, can you be big and can you be fast? Or is that impossible? And this all led up to this exhibit you're gonna see. And we started on an agile journey. Maybe many of you are on that too. And my simple definition of agile is small teams, multidisciplinary, but they have to do minimum viable product and iterate. I always say, Mark, one of the biggest mistakes I made in the beginning of my tenure was telling people, come on, we gotta work faster, work faster. And I succeeded in exhausting them. And it dawned on me, they can't work faster unless we help change how they do their work, actually. And so, like if you tell people working on something complex to work faster, you'll get this big ugly thing done really crummy. Versus if you say, no, agile is get this right, then do this, then add this, then add this, then it's a very different picture of how work is done, right? So we're now at about 200,000 experts on agile. So then co-location, okay, this is like a yarn in a sweater when you start pulling it. Then that led to 170 building renovations around the world. And then the next thing was, well, you gotta have people work together, so get rid of the appraisal system. So we did a study of what everybody does on this topic, and nobody liked their appraisal systems. And we've gone to something called Checkpoint, which is just 5 areas, no overall number or anything like that. And then we took on, you, I think, do it already, Net Promoter Score, which, how many people use Net Promoter Score in their business? About half. I mean, this was I had a new CMO, new chief marketing officer. She's like, do not do this unless it's a religion. I mean, you can't just start this halfway. But we're B2B, typically. You don't think of it that way. We added that, and it has really been a wonderful insight. You know, the good and the bad. We do some really great things, and I see the things that need to improve with all this feedback coming in. So all that led to a change of how work was done, and that exhibit is an output of one of all these new ways of all this work. And so I haven't seen it. I've seen the pictures. I'm anxious. I turned that into a chapter for you, but
well, let me
that's
tell you what it is.
to go
It's
see.
amazing. You know.
You did get to go through it yet?
Well, one of the great. Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Well,
I was in Brazil. He was here. Okay.
Yeah. And it's amazing because we're profiling one of our mutual customers, Kone Elevator and Escalator Company. Amazing. The CEO, Henrik, has been here. I think he's from Finland. And we built an elevator on the show floor. And of course, it's all about having that, one-on-one relationship. Exactly like you said, they're in transformation. They were a B2B company, but now with the connected elevator, they're
it's a great example.
They're really, they have to be ready to connect to the consumer.
Yes.
And the reality is, I think by traveling around the world, nobody likes to be on a stuck elevator.
Nope. Especially if you're claustrophobic.
Exactly. So they have the ability to directly prevent that through using Watson and kind of doing predictive maintenance and saying, oh, this elevator's maybe about to break. Let's dispatch the truck. Let's make sure let's notify everybody. Let's make sure all of the, we do all the right things, and their elevators are talking to them through that technology. And that's the demonstration on the floor, and it's quite amazing. And there's many other examples here. And, I'll just tell you, it's kind of an amazing transformation leap between our two companies, because only a year ago, if you were at Dreamforce, and this is the 15th Dreamforce, I don't think there was any IBM technology at the show. But IBM has woven through the show, and especially amplified with Watson. So I think everyone here will agree we've actually done a great job between the two companies of showing what we can do as a 1 + 1 = 3 type opportunity. I want to get back to my comment before, which is you've worked with so many people now in your career, not just at IBM, but around the world. And you've seen this, lots of people, struggling with success and failure and rising up. Here you are, the CEO of one of the largest and most important companies in the world. What do you think the difference is for people along the way, multiple decades, 4 decades, why is it that some people succeed and then some people drop off? What is your view on that?
That's a good question, and I have a couple views on it. And it's funny, when Mark asked that, some things jump in my head, and that's probably the answer to it. And there was a quote from, it was Ann Richards. She was the governor of Texas. And she said, oh, Texans are here, okay. And, but someone said to her, what's the secret to your success? And she said, it's passion and perseverance when everyone else would have given up. And there's so much to be said for that. And again, I'm going to remember, I think I'll remember this right if it was Thomas Edison, who said, many of life's failures are people who gave up right before they were going to be successful. And so I think so much of what we all do is really about that, right? You got to be passionate, right? I mean, so that's when I moved from cars to IT. I had to be passionate about what I do. Life's too short, right? You got to be passionate about it. And I think that and you can choose your disposition, right? You can choose to see a way through. And I would only add one other point to it, which is why do I think some people succeed and others don't? I'll tell a story I have told many times. I'll preface that. But it was from my own husband, and I think this is the root as well to why do people succeed or not. I was early in my career, maybe, have I told you that story? I don't even remember. 10 years or so in, and I had gotten a boss, a very good man who I was working for, and he said, I'm going to get a new job, and I think you should take my job. And I said, oof, I don't think I'm ready for this. And he said, well, you got to go to the interview. And I went to the interview, and the man said to me, I want to take the job. And I said, I don't think I'm ready for it. I don't know. I need to go home. I want to think about it, and I want to talk to my husband. He looked at me and said, okay. I went home that night. Same husband I still have, by the way, all these years. I wouldn't even say husband. People are like, which one or something, same one. And he sits there and he's listening to me like he still to this day does, like this. And he looked at me and he said, do you think a man would have answered it that way? I said, no. I went back in the next day and I took the job. And he looked at me and he said, don't do that again. I said, I understand. But the story taught me something so much more profound, which I have repeated endlessly, and it's the other answer to Mark's question, which is, I would say growth and comfort, they will never coexist. And so you have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. And I find it particularly true for many women, but it's true for men too. If I asked you to shut your eyes, as I say, if you are not already sleeping, and say, when did you grow the most in your career? And I will ask you, did you feel at risk? I mean, almost I bat 100% on this question. People will say yes. And I say it's true for people, it's true for companies, and I think it's true for countries. And it's a profound, simple thought, but it can make you, when you say, how do you keep going? It will make you take risks, and it'll make you feel, like even now, if I'm not getting nervous, I'm like, something's wrong. I am not learning enough then, because you're not. So it's a very good tool, I think, for anybody to go be a risk taker, because out the other end comes something really good.
I see it very much the same way, and I actually shift to the music industry on inspiration on some of those. Tomorrow night, we're going to have Lars Ulrich play with his band Metallica.
Yeah.
And for those of us who have been listening to Metallica since the early 80s, 1982, he has right now one of the very top albums in the world, and also
reinvented, right?
Reinvented, but at the same time, when they play tomorrow night, many of the songs, Sandman, are the songs that we all love and that they've been playing for 35 years. And then, just to kind of switch channels, we've had the opportunity to have Neil Young here at this conference, and I've had an opportunity to be friends with him, and it's incredible impact on my life because he's singing the same songs, not just from Buffalo Springfield, but also even Heart of Gold, from the 1970. So you see even more. But then we've also had here at the show, and asked the same question here at Dreamforce, Stevie Wonder. Go back to, when we first heard him was 1962. So it's like, wow, you go all the way back, and yet we're still hearing, You Are the Sunshine of My Life.
Yeah.
And yet when he's delivering that song, it's the first time he's ever sung it. And I think when I look at those great master musicians, and I think the monastics who are here, because we're teaching mindfulness here at the show, and we have 30 monastics. When you meditate, every day, it's beginner's mind. It's all right, taking that breath, every breath as it's the first breath. And there's something about that. I wanted to come back to what you said, though, about gender. One of the topics that we're talking a lot about here at Dreamforce is gender equality, which is amplified by a lot of this technology. You made some very important comments around gender equality. You've probably seen everything with gender equality. How could you not?
Yes.
Here you are, one of the very top women in the world. What can you tell us today about gender equality? And would you specifically address, we've seen some horrible things this year, and not only in Silicon Valley with our venture capital community, but also in Hollywood, some terrible stories. How do you put all of this together in the gender equality thought?
Yeah. Oh, I have a lot of thoughts on this. So first off, for all of and everyone here is part of a company, right? I have to say, and I can say it with all honesty, in my time in IBM, I have never experienced a time when I felt disadvantaged about this. And I attribute that to values, right? And core values, but I will come back to those, some of my kind of recommendations about it. But I go back, IBM hired its first disabled person in 1914. It had its first not woman like to hire, executive, a vice president. Guess the year. What would sound like a progressive year to you? Okay, 27, all right, 1943. I mean, that 1943, and it had things like equal opportunity decade before civil rights, the Civil Rights Amendment. So I think those tracks were laid many years before me, right? That it was always about, everyone should be able to give their best here. I mean, when I was in Brazil last night, Brazil was the second country outside of the Brazilians are here too. Actually, I could have brought, it's a wonderful country, right? I mean, I was there, it was actually our 100-year anniversary in Brazil, part of what I was doing. And that inclusion of no matter who you are, inclusion is the word. So when people say diversity, I really believe this has progressed. It is about inclusion, and inclusion means I don't care about gender or race or any kind of diversity group. You gotta feel comfortable to give. You gotta feel comfortable to participate in your own way. Everybody can do this differently, but you have to create a work environment. That's our job, to create a work environment that makes you feel comfortable, and then we'll get the best innovation for our companies, our customers, as well as a result. So right now, on this topic, and inclusion, by the way, should be a parity of a lot of things. So I want to say that kind of first by the numbers, the figures, and why do we have such high, female participation in our executive team and across the whole company? Well, some people think it's about representation. I think that is necessary, but not sufficient, meaning, counting the numbers of people. Necessary, but not sufficient. Other people think there's a silver bullet about this topic, and I don't think it's a silver bullet either. It is about pervasiveness, and every day, I would say it was like tending a garden, but I've never done that. So the idea that, you stay on it, every day, and it permeates everything that you do. So to Mark's question for us, as an example, making everyone feel welcome. He and I both worked on something here. But things like, last night, I just happened to watch a 2-minute clip from the Dreamers who work for IBM. And, it would bring a tear to your eye, right? These kids are brought here by no reason of their own, and they're full contributors to society, and that's about inclusion. Or we both worked on the bathroom bills, North Carolina, Texas. A little editorial I would make. This is a democracy. How change happens is you gotta go work it. You gotta go grassroots, 150 people, see their congressman, get them to change. That's how things change. It doesn't help to just talk. It does not help. This is heavy lifting work, and we don't brag about it, we don't say anything, we go do the work. And so that is about making people feel welcome. Because you can't work on everything, but why did we work on the bathroom bills? We're the second largest tech employer in Texas, but it was because people felt uncomfortable going to work if that legislation passed, right? So you want them to be able to give their best. So A, you make them feel welcome. B, you asked about women. In particular, I think the biggest issue with women is keeping them in the workforce. And so to do that, you have to allow for when life's events, and by the way, it's for men too. So just 2 weeks ago, we extended our paternal leave. It's now 20 weeks. I think that's the longest, or the very long. But that pervasiveness is even little things like if you're breastfeeding, we ship the breast milk, back to the baby, not to the mother, to the baby. And just every little thing you can think of to keep people in and out. And I'll tell you another one that I think was really profound for our women. It's a little bit back to my growth and comfort. We noticed that when women would leave the workforce for kids or elder care, could be a number of reasons, they were nervous to come back. They're like, technology's moved on, most critical of themselves, don't know it. We started a reconnections program that said, okay, come attend these couple classes, come do this. And just like my situation, they were fine immediately, they didn't miss that much. But it was to build that confidence. And so those kind of programs that then keep a pipeline, and then that point about bias, we use our own Watson technology through lots of parts of HR to be sure there's no bias. So when it comes to salary increases, verify, I was in God we trust, everybody else bring data. And so we verify that all that happens. And so just those are to me the kinds of things, and the word pervasive is what comes in my mind about how you deal with this, and so there be parity. And I mean it not just for gender, I mean it for all, whether it's same-sex marriages and our benefits we provide, whatever it is. That to me is what's important. Running out of things?
No.
Okay.
Well, there's two different ways we could go. I could circle back and I could say you didn't mention some of these kind of egregious things that we're hearing about in the world, and does that put up our antenna further, and do we have to be more aggressive? And then there was a second part of that, which is that when you're answering that question, we saw something during the interview that we only saw at one moment during the entire interview, and it was when you actually tapped into something and you started to pound your fist into your hand and you really believe something strongly in there What was that?
Was that AI in the cloud?
No, it wasn't.
No? What was that?
It was about how you felt you had to keep going.
Yes.
What is that? What is that? What is that feeling?
To me, it's about a force forward and is about engagement.
Is that the key to your success, a force forward for engagement?
It is about engagement and a force forward. I think that is what, for good. I mean, that is what I think is but not a secret. I don't know what a secret.
Where does that come from?
Oh, my.
In you.
What a way to end. Well, look, I come.
Can you give us a couple more of those punches? I mean, that was powerful.
Look, I think, like many, I mean, I
don't want to be on the other side of one of those.
No.
Yeah.
And,
we have it's
here.
a partnership. Yeah.
Well, two things, or I'll end on maybe end on this point.
But what is that? Where does that come from in you? That was power. There is a power in you.
Yeah, that comes from that passion. Comes from my mother, my grandmother, my great grandmother. I have also said I have maybe like lots of people in this room. I've had wonderful women in my life. My great grandmother came from Russia. And she was a cleaning lady at the Wrigley Building in Chicago, if anybody knows the Wrigley Building. Yeah, and I still have the little tin, you know, every year for Christmas we'd get gum. And she'd get gum from them, and that would be then our Christmas present. And she worked like a dog so that we could have something. And then my grandmother, who interestingly, my grandfather passed away, she had a lamp store, and she made lamp shades. And so my grandma, I mean, I don't know how many of you, she taught me how to sew. I guess maybe people don't do too much of that anymore. But Bruno does. He was right before us. But, you know, she was determined to take care of herself, right? She had a lamp store, and at night, and at midnight, you know, I don't know how many of you had your prom dresses sewn by your grandmother with you. That's how I got my prom dresses. And then my mom, and again, it's maybe a nice way to end on my mom, in that she, having come from that line, as a story I have shared, when I was 16, my dad left. And my mom had 4 of us, young, I was the oldest, down to age 4. We had no money, about no home, and I'll always remember with my mom, she never complained. We never saw her cry, but she had not gone to school. So back to this passion about education. My mom had not gone to school, but here she found herself with 4 kids and no money. And she had to get to school. We had to go on food stamps for a while. And that's what I believe those kind of social programs are for, to bridge people. But she so wanted to not be that for very long. She went to school at night. I babysat. She was so determined that she would go back to school, get a degree, and she could do this, and we would be okay. And, you know, we all watched. She did it. It has a very happy ending. My mom, obviously, she went on to be the administrator at Rush Presbyterian in Chicago in their sleep clinic. Not that I sleep much, but in their sleep clinic. And the rest of us, my other 3 brothers and sisters, are far more successful. And it was just from watching my mom. And I think what it taught us, and you say, where does that come from?
Yes.
It comes from what she taught us, and I think it's a lesson, you know it and others do. Never let someone else define who you are. Only you choose. You define who you are, what you believe in, and what you go for.
Is that the key? That's the key.
I think that's
in you.
The essence of it. And it's true for a company too, by the way. Don't let someone else define who you are. Only you define who you are. And that is a lesson that will be with me for my entire life. And that comes from somewhere deep inside. But again, maybe it's where we started, right? I think it's, I'm like many people here, you know, a little bit of a product of an American dream, right? You can be what you want to be.
Very nice. Well, thank you very much, Jenny.
Now, thank you guys. I'm convinced he must lock the doors because you can't get out. I mean, I feel like we've held them hostage for a whole hour. Can I end by thanking everyone who's our client? And sincerely, I always say we're part of your past, we're part of your, I hope, your future, and a bridge between those two. And so I thank you for allowing the IBM company to serve you.
And I'm going to end by thanking your great-grandmother, your grandmother, your mother, and I'm going to thank my mother who's right here. So thank you to my mother.
Where is she?
She's right here. Stand up, Mom.
Stand up, Mom. Oh,
Stand up.
Hey, to mothers.
To mothers. Thank you, everybody. And here's to the mothers in the world. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
That's a good way to end.
Think about what we sell as an organization. We sell a promise. That's what we sell. We promise you that we will be there in your time of need. And for a promise to work, there has to be trust.
Customer expectations are changing exponentially. Our customers expect us to be what they want, where they want, when they want us, and they expect us to know them at every point in our journey with them.
They want the experience to be easy, seamless, and personalized to them.
Less than 10% of our clients use our full suite of products and services, so our ability to get to clients faster is going to drive our growth.
We are commercial creatures. We are intending to be profitable, but we also want to fundamentally change the way the industry works.
We are dedicated to innovate. We are dedicated to think about the future. If you don't do that, I don't think you are successful within the company.
Innovation is table stakes in the new world of financial services. No longer can we expect to be second or third to market and expect to gain market share, or more importantly, to gain our customers' loyalty.
So begin with the notion of we have a connected world, cognitive capabilities, machine learning, artificial intelligence, natural language processing, the Internet of Things, sensors, biometrics. All of these have the potential to actually transform the customer experience like never before.
What we hope technology does is remove so much of the daily burden that allows us to be freer, more empathetic human beings, allow us to have more time to connect with people on a real level, to talk about what really matters to people.
Our relationship managers need to take full advantage of technology, and that's where we think Salesforce can add the greatest value to us.
If you're going to change the world, you have to do it with a group of people who share a similar lens on the world.
Salesforce brings the learnings from the various industries and enables us to think differently about our business processes as well as our technology solutions.
Salesforce pushes our thinking in so many ways. We make each other better than we would be if we didn't have a relationship.
My expectation is that Salesforce will help us ensure we're developing innovative solutions that not only keep us current, but also help us create the capabilities that we know we will need in the future.
Good morning, everybody. Come on. Good morning, everyone. There we go. Now we can start. Welcome to the Financial Services Keynote. My name is Rohit Manna, and I lead our financial services industry team. And I got to start here. How good was that concert last night? Right? Hopefully everyone had fun, but not too much fun. You were able to rest you slept in, and you're ready for the session today. And we have got an incredible session for you today. Just think of what's going on in financial services. This is the industry to be in, and this is the time to be in this industry. There's so much change going on. There's so much disruption going on. And you know what? It's happening at unprecedented speed. It was only a year ago that we were here last at Dreamforce together. We're here with our friends from Farmers. You see them up on the slide here. And so much has happened in this industry just in the last 12 months. I can tell you from our side, we've been working really hard at Salesforce. We've launched now our second product, Financial Services Cloud for Retail Banking, and I could not be more excited to share all of this with you here today. Here's how we're going to start. We're going to start by saying thank you to everyone that's joined us in the room here today and for everyone that's watching us online. You are all part of our Financial Services Ohana, and I want to say a big thank you to everyone. I'm going to share a little story here. I've been at Salesforce for 6 years now, and I got to tell you, 6 years ago, we ran our first industry session. We thought we were doing big things. We're in a really cool breakout room. We had a couple hundred people in there, and just check this out now. We've got thousands in the room here today, many, many more online. So again, a big shout out and thank you to everyone for being part of our Ohana. Woo. Now, you've seen this slide a lot. This is our forward-looking statement. You guys know what to do. If you want to learn more, jump on our website and read about it. So what are we going to do today? We've got 60 minutes here together, and what I want to share with you is some insights that we've been hearing from customers around the world, where they see the industry going and how it's shaping our point of view at Salesforce. And I want to shine a light on this. We're going to have two incredible customers come up on stage. We're going to have Citi, we're going to have Kiva.org, a nonprofit, share their vision for the industry and what they're doing with Salesforce. We're then going to give you an update on our strategy of what we're doing with Financial Services Cloud and why we're so passionate about building this ecosystem around Financial Services Cloud. We're going to have an incredible partner of ours, nCino, join us up on stage to share their vision. Now, again, I said I've been here 6 years, and I have to say the thing that I love most about this job is that I have the opportunity to spend a ton of time on the road with all of you, our customers. And I've realized over the years that it's now my charter to bring this community together so we can listen to you, we can learn from you, we can understand what headwinds you have, we can co-create and solve these problems together. And something that I've been hearing over the past few months, and if you were in Mark's keynote on Monday, you heard it from Mark, and that is we live in a different era now. We live in the era of intelligence, and this is creating unprecedented opportunities for us in financial services. You know, the World Economic Forum calls it the fourth industrial revolution. Me personally, I'm a big history buff. I love to read about the intersection of what's happening in the world to us in financial services. Let's go back in time a little bit. Let's go back to the 1800s. Just think of what was happening during this time era. Explosion in manufacturing, incredible things happening with steel, the world was going vertical. You know, so many different things happening around technology with electricity and so many other things. But what did it do for us in our industry? It created an incredible appetite for capital. You know, it standardized the markets. It created modern-day Wall Street. If we fast forward to the 1900s, my favorite story here is when the first ATM went live. If anyone remembers this story, this is supposed to be the death of branches, right? Tellers were going to be no longer required. This wasn't that long ago. It was only 1969. We know what actually happened here. That didn't occur. But what the ATM did do is it created new channels of opportunity for the customer to interact with the financial institution. And if we fast forward to current day and use that kind of as a backdrop, and we think about the fourth industrial revolution, again, in our industry, we're seeing unbelievable opportunities to be better connected internally with our own bankers and our own, insurance agents, no matter where you are in industry, but more importantly, to be better connected externally with our customers, our policyholders, our clients. This whole idea around blockchain is going to change what's going on in financial services. AI is going to help us be much more intelligent with every interaction that we do, again, both internally and externally. And it's just giving us more and more channels of opportunity to interact with our customers. And the customer is honestly the most important thing as we move forward in our industry. The way I like to think about this is it's the modern day customer for us in financial services, right? This modern day customer not only has different expectations, I think we all understand that, but what they're doing now is they're benchmarking you, they're benchmarking us, not against traditional competitors, not just against another wealth management firm, an insurance carrier, or a bank. They're actually comparing you against any institution that's providing financial services as part of their overall lifestyle. The customer's looking for integration. Where I go for inspiration, the true north of where this is happening is in China. Check this out. WeChat, one of the largest messaging platforms in the world, and really everywhere in China, has actually done this integration. And as seamless and easy as they've made it for an individual to interact with a friend, a loved one, you can actually also that easily interact with financial services. And again, this is what this customer is looking for now. They're looking for this lifestyle integration. So what's happening? I'll tell you what's happening. There's more options now for our customers, right? And what these options are occurring is it's resulting in a bit of a loyalty crisis. And I got to tell you, none of us like this in our industry. You never want to see this happening. And it's crazy. There's data backing this up. Let's take banking, for example. In banking, 49% of banking customers feel as if the bank doesn't have their best interests at heart. They're not really looking after them the right way. On the flip side, the IT leaders in industry, only 20% of them feel as if they've got the right strategy or they're equipped correctly to respond to blockchain, to AI, and all these modern technologies. So what's the result? You're probably wondering, Rohit, what's the result here? I'm going to tell you the result. And the result's not good. Check this out. That is 36% of all banking customers, they're cheating on their bank. You're right. They're cheating on their bank. And what I mean by that is they're going to their primary bank to maybe open up their checking account. They're going out the back door, going over here to open up their mortgage somewhere else. Then they're going over here to maybe get a life policy. It's not the experience we ever want in this industry, right? You never want your customers to be doing this. But we got a silver lining here. There's good things going on. And that is that all of you in the industry have got a potentially competitive advantage. And it's about how do you take advantage of that? How do you unlock that? How do you use to your benefit that you truly understand what's going on with the interaction points with your customers? Because you've got so many different channels right now. It could be the ATM, it could be a storefront, it could be a mobile app. You've got so many channels of interactions. You also understand so many things about what's happening with the markets. You understand risk, compliance, regulations. You truly understand all these things. It's just about how do you use them to your advantage and unlock your full potential. So to me, that's the real question that we need to be thinking about here. How do we unlock our competitive advantage? Where do we start? We start right here. You start with your customer. You use that as your center point, as your pivot point. And you work on uniting your entire institution around the customer so you could be part of their overall daily lifestyle. Let's think about this from a connectivity side. When we speak with banks and we speak with insurance firms, wealth management firms, sometimes they say, Rohit, it's difficult for us to break down silos internally. My response is, you don't always have to make such a big transformation. Sometimes you could just create windows between your lines of business. So when the time is right and you need to process a referral, maybe from the banker to a mortgage specialist, it's got a lot of information around it. It's got texture. The person wants to work on it. When we think about intelligence, think about this in an insurance context. There's so much catastrophe happening in the world right now, different things going on with natural disasters. Wouldn't it be great if your insurance agent could intelligently be armed with knowing which of his policyholders in his book are being affected by maybe a natural disaster, so they could reach out to those constituents, be where they need at their time of need. And this all drives this whole notion of personalization in our industry. And it's about continually refining this over time and always uniting your entire institution around the bank or around the customer. When I talk about these things, what I quite often hear is people will say, you know what? I don't know where to start. You know, seems complicated. It seems scary to me. We're not equipped for it. I got some good news for you here, everybody. The good news is myself and my team have got your back. We're thinking about this extensively, and this is core to what we're doing from our strategy with Financial Services Cloud. I'm personally incredibly excited to tell you that we are investing more and more in financial services than we ever have done before. And we feel no matter where you are in industry, you're a bank, a carrier, you're a wealth management firm, everyone should be having a consistent view of that client, of that policyholder. Everyone should be able to be better connected internally, externally. Everyone should be leveraging the power of intelligence. And this is what we're incredibly passionate about. This is why we're building Financial Services Cloud. And we're only going to be doing more and more of all this for all of you guys. Now, today, we're really, really fortunate to have a customer here with us who's doing really, really innovative things in the customer experience side, and that's Citi. Just take a second and think about Citi. Citi is a really large bank. They operate globally. They've got hundreds of millions of customers all around the world, and they're able to do this. They're able to put their customer at the center of what they do, and they're able to do it at scale. And I got to tell you, this isn't easy work, what these guys are doing. We've actually got over 50 of our Citi team in the audience here. I know they're all over the place. Let's give these guys a big shout out for what they're doing. Go Team Citi. We were really, really lucky as we've been working with Citi to sit down with a few of their key executives in front of a camera to hear their vision, to hear what they're doing with Salesforce. I want to roll that film so we all could see it. Let's roll the film.
If you think about Citi, we're everywhere. We are a global organization. Our customers are everywhere. Our job is to make sure they're connected wherever they go.
It's getting tougher for an individual, a small business, a company, a family to really think through their finances today and planning for the future.
The way that we're looking at delivering financial services is really to be embedded in their lifestyle. Our goal is to be their always-on financial life partner.
Putting the customer at the center of everything we do is the new mantra within our organization.
In a world where the client experience is becoming the true battleground, how we can offer that segment of one, the right service, the right advice, at the right time, and in the right channel.
What our customers are asking for is a better experience. They want an experience that's simple, personal, human, and most of all, cohesive. They want to know that we know who they are.
So if I understand you as a customer much better, I can provide a set of services that are unique to you. And I think the technology is enabling us to be able to serve that need now.
Technology is the bank of the future. There's so much going on as we build Citi into that future-compatible competitor.
The tools that we have in working in partnership with Salesforce allows us to provide that insight in minutes.
Salesforce enables our colleagues to do what they do best, which is build that relationship with our customers. It allows them to understand our customers' needs in order to see our customers realize their life goals.
Our relationship with Salesforce is key to building customer trust because what it really does is ignite our relationship managers, our financial advisors with our Financial Services Cloud. This really does allow people to be able to connect to us in a way that they never could before.
If they need a home lending solution, we have a mortgage specialist. Or if they need wealth management advice on investments, we have specialists who can help them think through that.
What you're seeing is Citi develop into a learning organization where new tools and techniques are being introduced to help us better meet our goals and ultimately serve our customers better.
We're listening, we're co-creating with our customers.
We're sitting there side by side with them, understanding how banking fits into their daily lives.
And what we look for is understanding our customers' needs at any particular point in that life journey and become that always-on life partner.
Wow. What an awesome video. I love that. Now, you heard from two of their executives how Citi's so passionate about being the always-on life partner for their customers. And I think we got to see this to really understand what this means. And to do that, I want to invite up someone to the stage who's been a core member of our Financial Services Cloud team from day one. She's put her heart and soul into building this. Let's give a big, warm round of applause to Kelly Utley, who's going to walk us through Demo City.
I cannot even believe that I get to be here with you today. Prior to joining Salesforce, I was a customer working in wealth management, but it was my absolute dream to come here and be part of this company. I had vision boards and everything. I'm telling you, it was the whole 9 yards. And so to be here today and have the honor of being on stage to showcase the success of a customer like Citi is incredible. And I'm really, really excited to get going. So we're going to start our story today. I'm going to introduce you to our characters. I'm going to be playing the role of Kim, and she's a Citigold financial advisor. I'm going to collaborate here with Nick, who's a Citigold relationship manager, and together, the two of us are going to form a dedicated team and provide personalized investment and banking solutions for our customer here, Carla Adams. So we're going to go ahead and get into it, where I start most of my days, and that is on the Financial Services Cloud homepage. It's where I go anytime I need to get focused and organized. This dashboard that you see here in the center is a great example of how my team stays on top of our customer touch points. I can see where we are with our progress on quarterly reviews, and I've even got this great chart that helps me understand trends. I understand month over month where my customers are engaging with our team and where we're spending our time. And this is really critical because we manage almost 200 households, and that's a lot of activity to coordinate. This really helps us to be proactive. Now, if we want to talk about taking it kind of to the next level in terms of proactiveness, allow me to introduce you to Einstein, my personal data scientist. And I see I've got several insights here. I'm really interested in this one on top. It's a Citigold lead for our customer, Carla Adams. Now, there's predictive factors here that are telling us that Einstein understands that customers like Carla would really benefit from the added guidance of Citigold. I've got a suggested action here to open her customer profile to learn more, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. And now I see the Financial Services Cloud, beautiful customer profile. I've got my activity timeline. I can understand all of the different communication points that Carla's having across the bank. And I even have access to kind of this great know your customer information. And I always find some cool nuggets of information in here. Take, for example, Carla has dual citizenship. She's Australian. Now, Einstein does a lot for me during the day, and this time I see I have another insight. This one's a little different. It's a life event insight. Now, our bank uses social listening, and Carla here has tweeted that she just had a destination wedding. She got married on the beach in Cabo. That must have been a fantastic day, and this is the kind of information that while never even talking with Carla, I feel a little bit like I know her and know what's going on in her life. So this is great. I feel really prepared, and with one click here, I can launch the Lightning Dialer and get connected to Carla. Awesome news, we had a great conversation and she's interested in moving forward. So I'm gonna save my call notes, and then over here I had this personalized offer for Carla. With one click, I can reflect the fact that Carla has accepted membership in Citigold and she is well on her way to becoming one of our very happy customers. Now, I have to pause and just mention something here because I think this is really powerful. We just saw how we can deliver intelligence in the form of an insight, have suggested actions, and capture outcome, all in one beautiful closed loop. And that is one of the things that made me fall in love with this platform. Okay, so another thing I love to do is a little Dreamforce magic. We're going to perform some here today. Is everyone feeling magical? We're going to jump in our time machine, and we've now jetted 5 years into the future. This is Carla's profile. You see she has her dedicated team. Nick and I have been working really hard, and you can look, this profile is lit up, literally, with the things that we've learned about Carla throughout the years that we've been working with her. And Financial Services Cloud facilitates this really deep understanding of our customer. This is one of my favorite things, this relationship map. It's a really great visual that helps me understand not only Carla and her relationship to her household, the Miller household, but I can understand her full relationship network, all from this one view. Now, I've introduced you to Einstein. I've relied on him several times. I'm going to do that again here today. I've got another life event insight. You know, Carla's pretty social, and this time she's tweeting about the birth of her new daughter, Maria. So with one click from my relationship map, I can go ahead and start adding Maria to the Miller household. Now, this is really cool, honestly, because most of the time, this is the kind of information that might just stick in an advisor's head or maybe in the notepad. But we make it very easy to systematize the fact that the Millers are new parents. Einstein understands this and can use that information to further personalize this experience. Now, that's a lot about how Nick and I, and within the bank, we're able to be proactive using the Financial Services Cloud. But let's take a look at the Citigold mobile app so you can see how our customers are proactive with us. So you see here, Kim has her dedicated team right here at her fingertips. She can start a secure, two-way conversation with us from wherever or whenever she needs to. So like here you see, she's telling me that she just got a promotion. She's crushing it at work, and they're ready to pull the trigger on that dream vacation home in Sydney. I can let her know that we can manage her investments, free up some money for a down payment, but I'm even going to suggest something that maybe she hadn't thought about before. The Citi Qantas Signature Card is really going to help her rack up those miles on the way back and forth on those flights between the US and Australia. So you know what? Carla loves this suggestion, and you know what I love? All of this is captured back in Financial Services Cloud. So now very easily, I can hand it over to Nick. This is his view of Carla in Financial Services Cloud. He can see all of the actions that came out of the conversation that I had with her on the mobile app, and he's going to go ahead and get busy. We've got some work to do here. So with one click, he can get a referral going. And there's so much rich information already about Carla and her life history, there's not a lot for him to do. He adds some quick details. We're going to hit save. And once we do that, Einstein is going to take back over and route this lead to the best person that's equipped to help Carla. And that is Rachel, our mortgage specialist over in Sydney. So let's say hello to her today. Hey, Rachel, how you doing? You going to take this for Carla and get her that dream home she's always wanted?
Definitely. I can see Carla's referral right here. I'm going to get working on it right now.
Awesome. So thank you, Rachel. And I hope you guys were able to really see three things in this demo today. First, how Einstein's insights better help us understand our customers. Second, how we can easily personalize the experience in Financial Services Cloud based upon these customer key life moments. And finally, how easy it is for us to collaborate across the bank and create that connected experience that our customers deserve. So thank you, everybody, and back to Rohit.
Thank you, Kelly. What an incredible demo. What I want to do now is I want to invite up one of the leaders that you saw in the film. Let's invite up Yolanda Piazza, the head of Citi FinTech, to the stage. Big round of applause for Yolanda. Hey, Yolanda. How you doing?
Hey, Rohit. I'm good, thanks. And you?
Now, you really go by Yo.
I do.
I go by Ro.
Perfect combination.
This is the Yo and Ro show.
It is the Yo and Ro show.
All right, let's get started. So, Yo, you guys are doing some really cool things around customer experience. Everyone is honestly talking about it, but you guys have kind of reimagined what customer experience means and how you help your customers achieve their life goals. Could you share a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I think we've heard it throughout this week about the real shift in industry and really putting the customer first. I think that now the customer gets to define what they want, what they expect, and the days of banks dictating the relationship people have with money are gone. So with the use of technology, with the use of really starting to understand and treating a customer as an individual and creating personalized experiences throughout their life journey, I think we're on that pivot now. And I think that's really what we've been focused on, is really trying to get into that need. I think we also need to be very conscious that there's been a big focus on everyone needs a cool mobile app. The app isn't the future. It's just one way to be able to deliver financial services. We have to be at the forefront of where our customers spend their day. Whatever they're doing, they need to be able to get quick, easy, seamless access to their financial services and their financial tools. And we really spend a lot of time thinking about how do we really engage on a whole different level.
You mentioned personalization in there. Can you talk about how personalization helps you unite the bank around the customer?
Without a doubt. So everything is, for us, focuses on the customer. Everything we build, everything we think about, we've really started to reimagine what that can look like. You think now with the age of technology, we have the ability to educate customers on their financial journey. And it's been really hard to do that unless you're having one-on-one personal conversations. But for us, when we first started, when we set up Citi FinTech, we actually closed our doors for the first few months. And within 12 days, we're talking to customers. We sat down with 2,500 customers to really understand what their issues were, what was their frustrations with their experience. And what we found is what we thought they wanted was actually not what they wanted. What they wanted was us to bring the core basics of their services to life wherever they are. And so we rethought and put product in market really around, again, rethinking our experience with customers. Today, we're actually at 21,000 one-on-one experiences with customers. Again, really trying to dig deep to understand what is their problem statements and how can we bring a set of services. One of the interesting things, people think that customers, well, people want 5 applications. They don't. What they want is the best possible experience, and they want it in one place, but they're not willing to basically sit back on their laurels and take, experiences that don't meet what they want. So it's up to us to be able to rethink that and be able to bring those services to them.
Cool. Got one final question for you. It's almost a follow-up to what you were just saying, and that is you're doing incredibly innovative things with Citi FinTech. Could you just share a few thoughts on why that's so important, how you're working with the larger ecosystem with FinTech?
When I think about innovation, I think about it in 3 different ways. We have to innovate internally. We have to be ready to embrace change. We have to be able to trust in the people we're bringing in to bring solutions for the customer that we would never normally think about. So we have to innovate internally. We have to innovate and think differently about our partnerships and who we are engaging with. And then we have to think differently about the services and where we're going to deploy them. I think one example of last year, we deployed our Citi Developer Hub.
Okay.
And what we recognized is we don't have all of the ideas. So we exposed 8 different categories of APIs across 15 different countries and invited the developer community to come in and help us partner in the space of innovation. Wow. So now we have over 400 prototypes of new applications based on those relationships and 4,300 developers that are actively out there working and looking to how they can leverage our APIs. So the whole piece around partnerships is absolutely key. I think you've seen some of the demo that really helps us to rethink and re-engage with our customer. And I think the whole Salesforce relationship is really actually allowing us to rethink and start to unlock the potential.
Cool. Thanks, Yo. Thanks for spending time with you here today.
Good to see you.
Good seeing you. I don't know about all of you, but this whole idea of what Carla was living, she's kind of living the dream. Planning to get to Australia, buys a house, eventually moves there. I think what I'd like to do is try to help someone in this audience live that Carla dream. We want to send someone potentially over there. So here's what we're going to do. we're going to give away some money. We're going to give away $3,000 to one lucky winner in the room here that's going to be able to maybe plan your own trip and go to Australia. Here's how we're going to do this. I want everyone to get comfortable here. I want you to reach under your chair, and one lucky winner here is going to have a ticket that looks like this golden ticket up on the screen. Come on, look. Someone's got it. No, that's not it. Someone's going to have it here. Where's our winner? Whoa, there he is. There's our lucky winner. Congratulations, sir. You've won $3,000. And like I said, I encourage you to go to Australia and be like, oh, you're going to do it? Cool. All right. Love the music. So as we move forward in our session here, I want to share with everyone a little bit more around our industry strategy. Before I talk about what we're doing today, I want to go back to 3 years ago and tell you why we decided to build Financial Services Cloud. And it actually came from all of you. We started sitting down with our customers, and we started hearing a common theme. And the theme was that everyone was struggling with making this pivot from being product-centric to relationship-centric. And they were asking us to help them. And the reality is, we learned that relationships are much more complicated than ever before. There's much more texture around a relationship. When you think about a household, there's just so much going on there. We got really, really passionate about this. And we started to reimagine, to rethink what high-touch relationship management could be. What could it be like? How could we change the way that an advisor functions as a team? And then more importantly, the way that they work outbound with their customers. How could they change the way that they provide financial advice? And this became the driving force for us to build Financial Services Cloud for retail banking. Financial Services Cloud for wealth management. I gave a reveal away there. That's coming next, chapter 2. So we launched Financial Services Cloud for wealth management in March last year. And it was really, really well received. And I fundamentally feel it's because we co-created it with our customers. It was something that they'd asked for, something that they wanted. And customers all around the world of all different sizes have been using this product. And they've been getting great results. One of my favorite customers is Trilogy, and they've just gotten off the charts results from an ROI side. And an interesting thing happened is, as we were working with these customers, they were telling us more features that they wanted, which kind of makes sense. But what they also told us is they wanted to take this high-touch relationship management experience and extend it down to everyone that's in their enterprise, so that anyone that's interacting with the customer could be part of this movement. And this drove chapter 2 of our strategy. And chapter 2 of our strategy is about Financial Services Cloud for retail banking. And as we're building this product out, we just launched it a month ago. The response has been really, really, really good with it. But what we realized is the future of not only retail banking, but this industry is going to be determined by the right ecosystem of partners that come together to start solving the next wave of problems that are occurring, that quite frankly, the industry and customers aren't even aware yet, but they're going to come really, really fast. So we've invested tremendously in this idea of an ecosystem around Financial Services Cloud. And when we think of the ecosystem, we think of it 2 ways. First, it's with the developer. Second is with the partners that are out there. So I encourage anyone that's a developer, or even if you like to learn more about building things, to jump on Trailhead, to check out our industry trail, to check out our Financial Services Cloud trails, and just learn more about the product and what you could do with it to extend it. When I think about the other leg of the ecosystem, it's about these partners, right? And to me, it's so important to be partnering with partners that have a shared vision for where they see the industry going. And we've been doing a lot of work with these, and I guarantee the next time we're together at Dreamforce or World Tour, this slide will be doubled with the amount of partners that are on it. And the best way to see the power of what this ecosystem is doing with Financial Services Cloud is you got to see it. You got to see a demo of it. And to do that, I want to invite up an original trailblazer to the stage here, someone who spent multiple years, decades in the industry. Now we're fortunate enough to have them over here driving our go-to-market strategy for Financial Services Cloud. So let's invite up to stage John Almeida, who's going to walk us through this demo. Stage is yours, John.
Thank you, Rohit. What an introduction that was. He just called me old, decades in the industry. This is my 8th Dreamforce. I came here the first 6 years as a customer. I worked for a large financial services company in Rhode Island. Shout out to the small state, crickets. 175,000 people, I'm the only one from Rhode Island. Okay, that's fine. The last 2 of which I was here as a Salesforce employee, and it's quite the honor to be talking to you today from the main stage, okay? So let's get cracking. Before we get into the demo, let me introduce you to our personas. We have 3 of them. First is Matt. He's our trailblazer Salesforce administrator with Cumulus Bank. We also have Rachel, a millennial, a prospective customer who's looking to consolidate some debt with a personal loan. And then lastly, we have Victor, the banker at Cumulus Bank. So let's jump into this story, which starts with Matt, the trailblazer Salesforce administrator. Matt's always looking for new ways by which he can configure Financial Services Cloud to meet the needs of the bankers so they can break down banking silos, so they can collaborate better across any line of business, and by extension, better serve their customers like never before. He knows about Salesforce Trailhead, which is the fun and easy way to learn all things Salesforce from anywhere on any device. And today he's on the BART, or as we say in New England, the BOT, and he's heading into work and he wants to be productive. So he whips out his iPhone, he searches for a banking trail, and he comes across this one, Be the Bank Your Customers Love. This one's going to be great for him because it's going to teach him business elements. Couple that with the technology that we take him through, and he can actually make a real difference at Cumulus Bank for his bankers. It's fun, it's easy. He rips through this in no time, and now he's pumped. He wants to get to work and see this in action. Fast forward about an hour in time, and that's exactly where we're at. We're at work now. And Matt logs into the Financial Services Cloud, and he starts dragging and dropping these referrals and refer-er cards, these new cards, onto the home page by clicks and not code, not one lick of code here. And he can save that, and instantly he sees the fruits of his labor. Now, this referral engine that we built for Financial Services Cloud for retail banking is significant because we all know that the days of pumping referrals to bankers to meet some arbitrary quota and not customer needs are over. So this is going to enable his bankers to have a thumb on the pulse of the referrers and the referrals so that they can go after the ones that are the most tangible. So just like that, he made a difference. Now, Matt isn't the only trailblazer at Cumulus Bank. We have a whole marketing department full of them, but they struggle with customer acquisition, especially those who are anonymous to the bank and haven't yet raised their hands. That's where Salesforce Data Management Platform comes in, DMP. Because the days of segmenting by math, AUA, AUM, account balances, those days are dead. We are now segmenting by customer behavior and by customer needs. So the Rachels of the world who are out there clicking on websites looking for personal loans, we can put them in a segment that looks just like that. But more so, Rachel isn't the only one. We can have a ton of people looking to do the same thing, and we can put them in groupings like this, so that way when we push the ad to her, we're pushing it in context and in a timely manner exactly when she needs it. Now, speaking of Rachel, the customer, let's take a look at how this looks from her perspective. She's a millennial, so naturally she's walking around with her phone at all times, right? Flipping through her Facebook feed, and she comes across that ad that I just mentioned. Timely. She says, this is awesome. I was looking for a personal loan anyway, so let me tap into this. She sees some T's and C's. How much? How long? But before she can proceed, we need to identify if Rachel is indeed Rachel. And this, frankly, is what makes our platform. The integrations with our great partners like the Onfidos of the world. Onfido can start to digitally identify Rachel by taking a picture of her license, front and back. And we all know that millennials love selfies, right? They have sticks, for crying out loud. But this is more than that. This is liveness, facial dimensions, verbalization.
487.
You couple this with Onfido's OCR technology and their deep machine learning, you bounce this against their back-end database, and bingo. Just like that, we've digitally identified Rachel. Oh, and as a bonus, we took the attributes from that onboarding and we put it in the app so she wouldn't have to rekey this information. She is blown away. Cumulus Bank is the real deal. They are legit. So now let's take a look at what this feels like from Victor's perspective, the Cumulus banker. He logs in, he starts his day and he logs in into the Financial Services Cloud. And the first thing that pops is the opportunity that just came in from Rachel. And it gives him proof because his personal data scientist, Einstein, is telling him why this deal is at the top of the heap. And it's actionable. He can send her an email, but you know what? He wants to give her that personal touch, so he's gonna go ahead and make a phone call. Rachel can't believe it. Within minutes, she got a phone call from the banker because nothing falls through the cracks here at Cumulus Bank. And Rachel says, you know what? I'm in the neighborhood, Victor. I'm gonna come in and see you. And she does just that. So let's fast forward a couple of hours in time, and now she's sitting in front of Victor. And Victor can start to kick off that origination process because of another integration with one of our incredible partners, nCino, the great banking operating system that is nCino. You should know that nCino is built 100% natively on the Salesforce platform, which is going to save Victor a ton of time. He doesn't have to swivel chair between different systems or different apps, and now it's fully integrated within Financial Services Cloud, so he can do so right from here, including automating and expediting core banking elements like underwriting, processing all the financial analysis. And we're fully integrated with third-party credit agencies, so we have her FICO score instantly, her debt-to-income ratio. So as a banker, I see this and I say, this is copacetic. Let's move on to the decisioning process. And this is where we can get your bank's risk policies to see if we have any exceptions. And we can take a look at this data and say, you know what? Everything still looks good. We have no exceptions against our risk policies. Let's continue to the offers. And with Rachel sitting in front of me, I can spin that monitor around, show her all the offers, and she can select the one that best suits her needs. And then the last piece of the puzzle is electronically starting the documentation process right from nCino. These documents are going to be generated for Rachel to sign on the line that is dotted. And if she wasn't sitting in front of me, that's okay. We'll send these to her electronically, and she can return them to us via DocuSign. And as painless as that, we've completed the whole origination process with nCino. So let's recap what we just saw, and my friend Matt Cameron back there and I just showed you. We identified a customer need without even knowing who that customer was to begin with, number one. Number two, we digitally identified that customer via the great platform that is Onfido. Number three, we did a product fulfillment, origination, onboarding with the incredible banking operating system that is nCino, and we did all this on one fully integrated end-to-end platform that is the Financial Services Cloud. So thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to turn it back to Rohit.
Crush that demo, John. Awesome. You know, during the demo, you saw John bring to life the power of this ecosystem, and I encourage anyone and everyone to head over to the Intercontinental after the session, check out our industry zone, get hands-on with these partners. We got so many of them there showing really, really cool demos. What I want to do now, though, is I want to invite up the CEO of nCino to come up on stage to talk a few things through with us. So let's give a big round of applause for Pierre Naudet.
Rohit, that was pretty cool, wasn't it?
It's pretty cool, right?
Yes.
That's a demo.
You bet.
That's the future of this industry.
Real software. Let me correct you.
Yeah.
We never demo software. We only show real software in production. So that was pretty cool.
Love it. Pierre, I've known you for, God, I don't know, 5+ years. We've been speaking for many years about our vision, strategy. You've told me about nCino from day one. So I know nCino. These guys have seen the demo of nCino. But could you level set, you know, what is nCino, how you got the start?
You know, I think what you've seen there is really because of the way we were born. The way the company was started was out of a bank. There's a bank in North Carolina, Live Oak Bank, who actually makes loans on a national basis. And they quickly realized that how do you take the banking processes out to the borrower and to your people in the field, make it mobile enabled, and actually drive those processes in a very efficient way out to where you need it. Banking anywhere, anytime, speed and convenience with compliance. And so they tried every other solution and finally stumbled across the Force.com platform. They built it in-house for themselves and then realized one day, and Chip Mahan is a great entrepreneur, We can start a company and do this and actually change the way the banks operate. And that's how the company started, and that's why we're in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Yeah. Pierre, something we've talked a lot about is this idea of digital and why it's so important across financial services. Can you share your thoughts on why digital is the thing to do right now?
You know, it's all about customer expectations. If you look at your clients today, they are used to buying online. They buy from Amazon. They get recommendations right there on the spot. It actually lends their persona. It makes credible recommendations that actually fit their lifestyle or based on life events. And in banking, we have to actually catch up with that whole phenomena in the world. And customer expectations drive their behavior. So I believe, in the end, what we have to do is not only serve them better with a frictionless experience, we actually should become predictive. You should understand their life events and then make recommendations to help solve them their problems and their life needs, as opposed to selling them products. And once you treat your client like that, you'll find them embracing your institution as a holistic financial institution, as opposed to a bank.
I want to talk about the product for a second. You know, you work with banks of all different sizes all around the world. How is nCino helping these banks unlock their competitive advantage?
You know, when you look at the behavior of a client, whether it's a large corporation or an individual as a retail customer, in the end, speed and convenience is what trumps price. So if I can drive speed and convenience down to my customer interaction and actually make it a seamless experience, I may be able to charge more. Because a borrower only has two things in mind. Am I approved? And when can I get the money? And once you satisfy those, you provide more value. And so what we're seeing in the market is we're cleaning up all the back-end processes, provide that speed and convenience with a very important factor, which is to stay compliant. Because, you know, banking is a regulated industry. Right. And so we have to ensure, as we empower the banking employees to do this, is to stay compliant, stay within the guardrails. And that makes the bank president sleep better. And we actually feel that we've uplifted our employees to do the things that's important, which is customer interaction.
It's been a lot of stuff going on the past few months for us, right? There's been a lot going on from a product side, the partnership side. What is getting you excited about what we're doing together and building this larger ecosystem out?
You know, what I'm beginning to see is how this vision is coming together, where we're taking financial services cloud and the customer interaction, linking that to the back-end processes. But that, to me, is like cleaning up the kitchen. So we've got that in place now. Now it's about the vision of how we take this forward. And the forward movement is all about data and intelligence, predictive analytics, so that we can understand what products to offer to what customers. So Einstein is going to be critical to our future as we go. We are a pure platform play. And as we drive this forward, we will extend into every nook and cranny Salesforce can offer us to build on, because our quest really is to transform financial services through innovation, reputation, and speed.
Pierre, I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing for us as a partnership, for the industry overall. Big round of applause for Pierre.
Thank you, man.
Found it out? There we go. So I've got to say, one thing that I love about being in this industry is that we're more than just making money, returning alpha. We're also about having impact and giving back to everyone. This is something that we share at Salesforce. You know, at Salesforce, we call it our 1-1-1 model, where we give 1% of our employee time, 1% of our equity, and 1% of our product to nonprofits. And luckily enough, there's a lot of innovation going on with nonprofits in the financial services space. And today, we're lucky enough to have one of those innovators here with us, who's not only a great nonprofit, but is actually doing incredible things in the overall fintech space. So help me invite up the president and co-founder of Kiva.org to the stage, Pramel Shah. How you doing? Thank you for being here, sir. So can you tell us a little bit about Kiva, and more importantly, the mission that you're on with Kiva?
Sure. So the mission of Kiva is to connect people through lending to alleviate poverty. And the way we do that is we operate a website. And on this website, you can come and sift through profiles of low-income entrepreneurs, maybe a woman in Kenya who wants to buy a cow, maybe to start a dairy business. And then you and the rest of the internet community can help crowdfund her loan. And so what's interesting about Kiva is that you get a personal connection with who you're helping, and then there's a repayment that comes back. So as she's able to sell milk, she can repay that loan, and then you can turn around and withdraw your money or recycle that money and help another low-income entrepreneur.
Wow, it's really cool. I remember when we were speaking last week, you were telling me about the impact that you've had over the years. Can you share with us the impact you've had at Kiva so far?
Sure. So, the internet community, citizen lenders, have now lent over $1 billion to support 2.5 million low-income entrepreneurs. Wow. In over 80 countries, and 3 out of 4 of the businesses are run by women, and there's a 96% repayment rate on the website.
It's unbelievable. What was that number again, $1 billion?
Yeah, over $1 billion from 1.5 million citizen lenders.
It's unbelievable. Wow. Now, you also told me that you don't have a huge tech team, a bunch of guys building this. So how are you scaling to have this type of impact?
Sure. So, we constantly, I think any organization, but particularly nonprofit organizations, feel like you are always kind of punching above your weight class. And, people are so passionate about the mission. We could not have this reach without technology. And from day one, when we started working with an Excel spreadsheet and email, and it was just a group of volunteers, that felt like the scalable approach. But then as things started, taking off, we realized that that was going to just break down for us. And luckily, because Salesforce is so active in the nonprofit community, we became aware of the offering and have built, it was so easy to use from, kind of day 2 when we realized we needed it, and then starting adding on a number of extensions that allow for a distributed set of people around the world to contribute and do all that workflow management. So technology has, simply allowed us to scale in a way that there's just no way with a group of, a few staff that we could have ever reached these folks.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how you're using technology. When you see what's happening today with all this cool tech that's out there, how do you see the current day technology helping you scale the impact even further?
Sure. So, we talk about innovation a lot, and in my mind, innovation is about discovering and meeting true human needs. And in financial services today, abroad, if you're financially excluded, which is 2 billion adults on the planet, if you want to get a loan, you're paying 80 to 300% with that informal money lender, the village money lender. It's super expensive. And here in the United States, the financially excluded pay 10 cents for every dollar they earn on financial services fees, which is about the same expenditure of food. So to be excluded or to be poor is expensive. And one thing I think we can all do, particularly as we have these incredible tools with technology that reduces our marginal cost to serve people, is to actually reach folks who are financially excluded and really bring down their cost of opportunity. So whether it's access to a loan or access to index crop insurance or even just a safe place to save, there's an incredible opportunity right now, I think, to actually spread this across the entire planet and bring down the cost in a way that I believe we are in a historic home stretch to end severe poverty in our lifetime. I think that's very possible.
Very cool. I think we should honestly take advantage of the fact that we've got a lot of people in the room here, even more online, and we need to help you have impact right now, right here, today. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd love that.
Here's what we're going to do. I want everyone to go into your pocket. I want you to pull out your phone, unlock it, get it ready. And I want you to do 2 really simple, basic steps where we're going to be part of this Kiva revolution, and we're all going to give back right here. I want you to text Kiva, K-I-V-A, to 56237. Give you a second. Again, that's Kiva to 56237. When you do that, you're going to get a link back in a few seconds. And what that link will do is it'll direct you to a kiva.org login page where it's just going to take you a few seconds to create a Kiva account. And for the first 240 people that do this, you're going to see something special in your account. And we're going to seed your account with $25 so you can be part of this incredible movement that Premal and team are doing at Kiva. Come on, what do you think? Let's do it. Will that help out? What do you think?
Yeah,
cool?
It'll help out tremendously.
Cool.
Thank you.
Well, Premal, listen, I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing at Kiva for the industry, for people around the world. Big round of applause for Premal. Thank you for being here. So unfortunately, this brings us to the end of our session here today, but it's not going to be the end of us conversing and talking. So what we can do is a few simple things. First, we're all going to be here right after the session. You got questions, you want to talk things through, grab any of us. I encourage everyone to jump on Trailhead, to check out the trails that we've got in financial services and with Financial Services Cloud. Just learn more of what we're doing. Also, if you want to learn more about this new product we have, Financial Services Cloud for Retail Banking, we're going to head over to the Intercontinental right from here at 1 o'clock. We've got an awesome session. And my last ask of everyone is, please jump on the Dreamforce event site, log in there, and give us feedback on the session. This is all about us giving you what you need, and we want to make sure we're refining it and getting better and better. And last thing is, I want to end where we started, and that is a big thank you to everyone. And remember, don't forget, text Kiva to 56237. Thank you, and have a great Dreamforce.
Village Green Preservation Society. God save Donald Duck, Vaudeville and variety. We are the Desperate Dan Appreciation Society. God save strawberry jam and all the different varieties. Preserving the old ways from being abused. Protecting the new ways for me and for you. What more can we do? We are the Draftsmen.
Does working together ever feel a little chaotic? It starts as innocently as a new email with a document attached to it. Your coworker wants some feedback. But before you know it, there are 12 new versions. The email has turned into a full-blown 40-message thread, and now Robert, who just got back from Maui, wants to meet so he can get caught up. Oh, and you just ran out of coffee. Lucky for you and Robert, and the rest of your team, there's a better way to work together. Meet Quip's Living Documents. They come to life with real-time co-editing and built-in chat, so discussions and decisions always stay in context instead of messy reply-all email threads. Rescue your team from the dog days of _final V19 really this time it's really final .doc. In Quip, there's just one version of your document, so your work's always up to date. Quip docs are packed with tons of unique tools you've never had in a document before. You can embed polls, annotate images, and track your next project with calendars and dynamic status trackers. You can even add live data from third-party apps like Salesforce and Jira. Mix and match these tools to create project plans, product roadmaps, budgets, and account plans that work for your team without email and fewer meetings. And Quip was built mobile first to help keep the ball rolling. Every document pulls up on your phone instantly, and chiming in is as easy as a text message. Try Quip for free and give your team a happier, more productive workday.
Thank you all. Wednesday, 3 p.m., getting near the end of Dreamforce. Is everyone having a really good time at Dreamforce? I'm hoping there's still energy in this room. Go get a coffee first if you need it. We've got an amazing Quip keynote for all of you. And I just wanted to start off by saying how amazing it is to be at Dreamforce. Last year at this time, Quip had just been acquired about a month before Dreamforce, and it was completely overwhelming to meet this community for the first time. We always like to say that Dreamforce is like a family reunion, and this year it truly feels like a homecoming for all of us. As a technology maker, it is just such a privilege to not only be able to work on a product that can transform all of your companies, to be a part of a real community. It's so unique to Salesforce, it's so unique to Dreamforce. I want to start off by just saying thank you to this amazing community. Thank you for welcoming us into it with open arms. It just means the world to us. Are there any MVPs in the room? Any users of Quip? I just want to say thank you so much. There's some hands raised. I just want to say thank you for sending us feedback every single day on Twitter. You truly changed the shape of our product, and we genuinely appreciate it. I also want to say thank you to all the amazing new customers we met this year. Customers like Diageo and Amazon and 21st Century Fox, they inspire us by showing us that every company, no matter what shape and what size, no matter what age, can truly transform their culture. Thank you for coming to this keynote. I promise it will be entertaining and informative, and hopefully all of you will try out Quip at the end. So I want to start by talking about the theme of this year's Dreamforce, which is the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution is a confluence of technologies like artificial intelligence, human-computer interfaces, automation, self-driving cars, this confluence of technologies that's completely transforming every industry in the world. But perhaps more importantly than that, it's actually transforming each of our jobs individually. It's hard to overstate the impact that the fourth industrial revolution is having on society. This stat on the screen is completely mind-blowing. According to Capgemini Consulting, over 52% of the companies that were in the Fortune 500 in the year 2000 no longer exist. They've been acquired, they've gone out of business, and these aren't small brands. These are brands like Blockbuster, Sun Microsystems, brands that at one point defined their industries, but they couldn't keep pace with the pace of change around them, so they no longer exist. But here's the interesting thing about this study. It's not that these companies didn't know that these changes were happening. They were written about in every newspaper article for a decade. It's that they couldn't make decisions fast enough. Their decision cycles lagged technology cycles. They had created cultures of bureaucracies, and they had disabled collaboration within their teams, so they couldn't make decisions fast enough. And for us at Quip, this is really what it means to be a trailblazer. All of you embrace the spirit of lifelong learning. You know that the skills you have today won't be the skills that you need tomorrow to be successful, and that's why you embrace skills like Trailhead. You drive decisions with your team, even if they're uncomfortable or disruptive, because you know successful companies in the fourth industrial revolution have to keep pace with their customers changing. And more than anything, you're the ones transforming your company's cultures. You know that the companies that are going to be successful in this fourth industrial revolutions are the companies that have cultures that embrace change and make decisions quickly. And this is fundamentally what we tried to build with Quip. Quip is a collaboration tool that can be an agent of cultural change to enable you to transform away from the culture of email and meetings that prevents all of us from making decisions quickly so your company can be successful. A lot of this theme of cultural change is really near and dear to my heart personally. I started my career on Google Maps, and I eventually became the chief technology officer of Facebook, and I arrived at that company at such an interesting time for the industry. You know, the iPhone launched in 2007, and by 2009, Android was just taking over the world. Just to put it in perspective, in some parts of the world, like sub-Saharan Africa, over 98% of the people who use Facebook had never even seen it on a PC before. You know, if you walk around all the booths around here, you'll hear a lot of people talk about being mobile first. Facebook users were truly mobile only. And just like all the companies I mentioned, we knew this was happening. We saw it in our dashboards every single day. But our culture wasn't keeping pace with our customers. You know, we're computer geeks. We were paid to spend all day on our laptops. We knew how to make web pages, not mobile apps. Our customers were changing faster than we were. So we decided as a management team to lead by example. And what that meant is we got rid of our laptops. We only used our phones. We started a university to retrain engineers in mobile technologies. And it was uncomfortable, and it was hard, and it was disruptive, but we changed our culture. And because we changed our culture, we were able to change our product, and we were able to come out the other side. Cultural change is necessary in the fourth industrial revolution, and Quip can be a tool to help you enable it. This experience also plays into where my co-founder Kevin Gibbs and I got the idea for Quip in the first place. You know, we come from the consumer technology world, and we participated in this app revolution, this mobile revolution that completely transformed all the consumer technologies that we use. I've got a supercomputer of apps in my pocket. It's completely changed the way I interact with my friends and family. When we left, though, and we looked behind at all the tools we have at work, to get to collaborate, it looked a lot more like this. Somehow, in the age of Alexa and artificial intelligence and apps and all these amazing technologies you're seeing around Dreamforce, this is the state of the art. This is the state of the art in collaboration. Are you kidding me? You know, when we were talking to customers, it was crazy. The story I heard over and over and over again is, I spend so much time in meetings and I spend so much time in my email inbox, I do my job in my spare time. I go home to do my job. I see a lot of nodding out there. This is depressing, you guys. Like, this should not be. We should all be ashamed that this is as far as technology has come. You know, so we left thinking, we want to figure out, what does productivity look like in the age of artificial intelligence and mobility and all these amazing technologies? And after talking to our customers, we realized that really has nothing to do with Microsoft Office. That's a legacy application. We had to find a better way to collaborate than email. And that's what we've tried to build with Quip. Quip transforms the way teams work together by putting communication at the center of productivity. In really simple terms, this means it should be as easy to comment on a cell in a spreadsheet as it is to comment on a photo in Facebook. Quip combines all the tools you're already familiar with. It's totally simple, like documents and spreadsheets and task lists, but it integrates it with this super cool and super powerful communication engine, so you can communicate and write in the same place. With Quip, there's no dealing with proposal version 2, final. I hope this is the last final version of proposal 2, because everyone sees the same version of the same document at the same time. And you don't set up a meeting to figure out if the numbers are up to date. You just comment on that spreadsheet cell, and whoever wrote it will get a push notification in their pocket right away, and they'll fix it right away. You eliminated a meeting. Quip is truly a tool that enables teams to move away from email and meetings, and it actually works. We measure the impact of Quip when we deploy it at our customers, and the results are consistent, and they're pretty dang amazing. When teams adopt Quip, they send 43% less email. They have 38% fewer meetings, and within the same company, the projects that run on Quip complete 37% faster. Apples to apples within the same company. And the coolest part about these statistics, this really represents cultural change, right? But when we survey these teams, how well do you communicate with your team members? How do you feel that you communicate with your team? The results get 50% better after we deploy Quip. What this really means is better decisions. It means that people are away from their laptops and away from that horrible unread count on their mail inbox on their phone, and they're actually talking to customers. They're actually making decisions across departments, across companies, across partners. One of my favorite examples of this is David Tinson from Electronic Arts. So Electronic Arts, like so many of our companies, has been dramatically impacted by social media. There's a service called Twitch that has completely transformed the gaming industry. And the way you should think about it is their gamers are actually driving the narrative for their games. This is really what social media means. And the age of social media and the age of all this change, to be a successful communications department means you need to participate in that narrative. But EA had a very traditional communications department. And David taught us so much because he was one of the first customers who came to us not with a technology problem, but with a cultural problem. He said, I want to make our communications team as fast as social media, and I think Quip's the tool to implement that cultural change. So he put everyone in his department in a single shared space in Quip, instituted a culture of transparency, and every email and a meeting-based process in his department went into Quip. It went down from days or weeks down to minutes and hours. He completely transformed the culture of his department. It was so successful that there's now thousands of people at Electronic Arts using Quip. Every conference, every product launch, every form of communications is planned in Quip. Another great example is 21st Century Fox. You'll be hearing a lot more about this amazing company today. But I want to talk about it here because this is an industry that is being impacted by the fourth industrial revolution almost more than any other. From streaming services to smartphones, every aspect of the media industry is changing. Production, distribution, business models. James Murdoch, Paul Cheesebro, and the team that you'll meet here knew that it wasn't a tactical thing to make their teams more productive. If they want to survive the next 40 years and continue to drive the stories and ideas that we all love, they needed to have a culture that embraces fast decision-making and change. They've deployed Quip across all 25,000 employees. 21st Century Fox truly runs on Quip. And of course, there's Facebook, a company near and dear to my heart. This is a really interesting story because we were actually brought into Facebook by the Instagram team, and they had a very unique collaboration problem. They were creating their first advertising product, and they needed to collaborate between the engineering team making the advertising product, their sales team, and the external agencies and advertisers. They were creating this entirely new type of advertisement. These were three groups that never really talked to each other before. They used Quip to create that unique collaboration, and it was so successful that it really took the company by storm. All 30,000 employees of Facebook use Quip every single week. Facebook truly runs on Quip. 10,000 trailblazing customers have chosen to adopt Quip because it enables them to have an agent of cultural change. It's across every industry, from consumer packaged goods to manufacturing to retail to technology and finance. Any company of any size, any team can use Quip to transform their culture away from email and meetings and fundamentally make decisions faster. But the fun part about Dreamforce is it isn't just about what Quip did before, but about all the new things that we came here to announce. And I'm super excited because at Dreamforce this week, we're probably announcing the biggest change to Quip since we launched. We're taking the product in a direction I don't think I've seen any product in this category go before. I'm really excited to talk to you about that right now. We like to say that Quip gives you superpowers. What that means is Quip documents aren't typeset words on a page. They're living, breathing project management apps that you can make with clicks, not code, to transform any process at your company. We've talked to all these amazing customers, though. They gave us a lot of feedback. They love the fact that there's only one version of every document that everyone sees. They love the integrated chat. They love that it's available in their pocket. And of course, they love that it's built on the Salesforce platform. But the feedback we've gotten over and over again is, I don't want my collaboration tool to be a silo. I've implemented hundreds of SaaS applications at my company, and to do my job, I have to have about 10 or 20 tabs open at the same time. The perfect collaboration tool for me would bring all these things together. And that's what we're very excited to announce here at Dreamforce, the next generation of the Quip platform with a technology we call Live Apps. With Live Apps, you can pull every service you use at your company together on a single page and collaborate on them in one place. Rather than copying and pasting data from your data warehouse into a spreadsheet to collaborate on it, you can bring a live updating graph from that data warehouse directly into your Quip document and comment on it. Rather than talking about your marketing schedule, you can put a calendar directly in your marketing plan that anyone can edit and collaborate on from any device. This is truly transformative and truly the first tool of its kind. With Live Apps, you can collaborate on every service at your company, and it's built on the power of the App Exchange. It comes batteries included with so many different applications. And truly, Quip is a platform that is now extensible and customizable so you can make it fit the specific needs of your company. It's completely changed the face of the product, and we are so excited about it. With Live Apps, you can say goodbye to SharePoint. With our partnership with Google, you can embed a Google Drive right in a document, right with your sales enablement materials. It's a perfect sales enablement portal. If you're an account executive and you want to collaborate with your boss or your colleague about how to close an opportunity, you can embed that opportunity right in a Quip document and close it out right in the Quip document. This went from 3 tabs open to 1 tab open. And if you're an engineer like me, you can run your Scrum team right from a Quip document. Combine that Kanban board with that Jira issue that you're discussing. You can discuss and comment and close out that issue all in one place. This is such an amazing new platform and so technologically advanced. I thought it would be appropriate to bring on some Silicon Valley luminaries to explain the amazing technology behind it. In this case, HBO's Silicon Valley. And I'd love to welcome Zach Woods and Martin Starr to the stage to tell you a little bit more about it. Zach, Martin, thank you for coming.
Hello, Brett. Thanks for having us.
I think this is
Everyone sit down.
Calm down. You guys are rowdy,
guys,
and I feel unsafe.
Too much. Relax.
Guys, can you make some noise so that they know you're happy they're here?
Yeah, all right.
The best applause is obligatory applause.
Yeah,
exactly.
If we could force another applause, that'll feel real pure.
Hey, everybody.
So I presume this is your first real Dreamforce.
This is my first real Dreamforce.
Standing on a cloud.
This is the perfect layout for a tech event because no matter which way I face, most of us can't make eye contact.
That's you guys. While he's facing that way.
It's incredible. I feel like I took black tar heroin and went to a rainforest cafe and started giving a TED Talk.
I have good news and I have bad news. I drugged you with black tar heroin.
I knew it.
This isn't a rainforest cafe, but you are doing a TED Talk. Let's go back to our seat.
It's hard to follow you guys. So we prefer to think of Dreamforce as like Frontierland, but without the rides.
Sure.
And instead of rides, we've got a lot of very optimistic people in hoodies. That's how we roll here at Dreamforce. I see, Martin, that you got yourself a hoodie there.
Yeah, well, I have one.
Yeah, Zach, he does.
And yeah, I was told that this is for trailblazers.
Yeah, so in fact, we only give those hoodies to trailblazers. So Zach, you are in fact a trailblazer officially.
Well,
I'm a trailblazer.
Yeah.
I mean, not to brag, but I do a little blazing on the trail.
Yeah. Martin smokes dangerous amounts of weed when he hikes.
So,
I'm an avid hike smoker.
There are multiple interpretations of this term, but for us, a trailblazer, all these amazing people in the audience.
Yeah, you guys get lifted.
Yeah. How high are you guys?
They come here to learn about new technologies, bring them back to their businesses, and transform their companies, which I'm sure is what you meant by what you just said.
No.
So yeah, so Zach, no hoodie.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I got this thing.
So actually, that thing, that's Cloudy. Cloudy the goat.
It's a goat.
Yeah, so actually at Dreamforce, bestowing one with a stuffed goat is actually the highest honor one
This is
can do.
the highest honor.
But I've also got good news for you.
Go figure.
I think there may be an extra hoodie around here for you. I had one prepped for
This reminds me of something.
This is incredible. You guys have more money than God, but your swag is like a dirty Beanie Baby from one of those claw machines.
Yeah.
So
hey, I got it.
Yeah, no, you're a trailblazer now.
I fit in.
Yeah.
Cool. Shall we all go hiking?
So let's talk about what we're here to talk about, which is Quip.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
So in our business,
Quip is
just kind of like a quick, funny line, like a fast throwaway line.
Quick, why don't you equip a quip and share a quip with us, Zach?
Make a quip?
He's good at these. Yeah, make a quip.
Okay. All right. So Martin, you look like Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young's most predatory roadie. So.
That hurt a little bit.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So, but my understanding is that Quip here is a collaboration platform that promises to do away with email, or at least free us from it.
Good. I got a lot of emails that are unread. If you could free me from those, that'd be great.
Actually, I'm pleasantly surprised. That's actually a surprisingly accurate description of Quip, believe it or not.
Hey,
yeah.
We were not prepared with that information before.
No one ever told us.
We made that up.
No one ever gave us anything to memorize.
Yeah, no. We had about 5 minutes of prep time. That's funny. So have you guys used Quip before?
Well, yeah, we just play Silicon Valley guys on television, but one thing we have in common with actual software developers is we are obsessed with recursion.
Recursion is what we chant often. Recursion. Sorry, excuse me.
That's
I
real programmers
wild.
I love the word.
So we came here and we thought, well, we should show up with an app idea. This is a great networking opportunity. So we have an app business that we've started.
Yeah.
So what's your app? Let's hear about the app.
Well, we don't really have a business plan. We have no customers, but we're already, we've been valued at $500 million.
Yeah, well, that's how we roll here in Silicon Valley. So
that's what we heard. You fit right in.
You fit right in. So what's the name? What is it?
It's called Celebappearance, and the way it works is it pairs B-level ensemble TV actors with tech keynote appearances.
We've already succeeded with 2 actors.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Recursion, baby.
Yeah, recursion.
We just feel that it's a market that has a lot of growth potential.
So do you guys like pay yourselves or something if you're their first 2 customers?
You're actually paying us.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm like the sugar daddy.
You're our sugar daddy.
Yeah, okay. I get it.
You're like the CEO of our app.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's good to know.
Welcome to the team.
Yeah, it sounds like a growth opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so have you guys used Quip to, work on Celeb Appearance yet?
Yeah, I downloaded it.
I opened it. We're kind of, we're moving slow. We're kind of just trying to, our game plan is really do as little work as possible to make money.
That's great. Well, does one of you have your phone on you? I'd love to show you a Quip. It sounds like Quip could really help your business.
Okay.
So,
if anyone calls, just, answer.
Hello, Mom. But it's not your mom.
I pretend I'm you, or how does that work?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay. No, yeah. So let's talk about your business. What do you have any ideas of how you might use Quip to help Celeb Appearance out?
Yeah, well, one thing we thought is, when these actors come and give these tech keynotes, they're not going to know all the language. So we'll create a glossary of terms so that they're familiar with the lexicon. So, for example, the trailblazer we've learned is someone who wears a hoodie.
Yep.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's totally accurate. We've done our research.
Yeah.
Dreamforce is a place where people, it's really just an excuse to get out of the house to avoid your impending divorce.
Yeah. And then,
is that right?
SharePoint is a piece of software you can finally get rid of now that you have Quip.
Oh,
shit!
Shots fired.
Come at me, Microsoft.
Oh, no. I wouldn't. They have big bucks.
Don't, please.
Yeah, I don't know if
I wouldn't F with
Microsoft is going to pick you up for your next gig, unfortunately.
I take it back. I apologize.
So this seems like a perfect use case for Quip. So, a glossary seems like a great thing to put in a Quip document. And the cool part about Quip is you can actually communicate inside of it. So I'm just going to go out on a lim here and suggest that some of Martin's definitions might be a little nihilistic or negative. And so you can actually give him feedback directly from your phone about some of those definitions.
So
the cool part is you don't need to just use text. You can use emoji or Giphies or whatever actors do these days to communicate. I don't know.
Giphy. Go for a Giphy.
I'm more of an emoji guy.
Emojis?
Yeah.
What's your favorite emoji?
I like the piece of bread with the little bite taken out of it because it's like, who bit that bread?
You're just a barrel of fun.
Let fry it.
Well, let me get an emoji going.
So what would you say? What's like a Giphy that would encapsulate the whole vibe here?
Yeah, one Giphy that would encapsulate everything going on here. You know how to spell big words. How do you spell masturbatorium?
Okay, I think what do you say we go back to the PG version of this and give Zach and Martin a round of applause?
Thank you. We'll be at the bar later.
Zach and Martin, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to Dreamforce.
Thank you.
I think I'll be joining you for a drink later after my boss sees what just happened. So we have Celeb Appearance. It needs some branding work, but what do you say we use Quip to get Zach and Martin some more customers? Does that sound good? There we go. Okay, so how do you get more customers? There's marketing and then there's sales. We're gonna use Quip to make a marketing plan for Zach and Martin's app, and then use Quip to close out some opportunities in Salesforce. Does that sound good? Great. Okay, so marketing. The first thing you want to do is get everyone on the same page, pun intended. So we're going to write some goals for our marketing plan. But the cool part about Quip is there's not separate apps for separate things. There's not a spreadsheets app and a documents app and a task management app. In Quip, everything goes on the same page. So we're going to put our marketing budget right in here with our marketing goals. It seems simple, but it's awesome. This isn't just replacing one document, one file attachment, it's replacing 2 or 3. And here's the thing, with the power of live apps, it's not just text and spreadsheets and all the apps that you're familiar with. You can put interactive applications directly in your document. So let's prioritize our marketing plan with a Kanban board, a live interactive Kanban board right next to our budget and right next to our goals. This is like 3 different apps that would have been available on 3 different browser tabs to get this done, and now it's available all on one page. But here's the power of Quip. It's not just you can put everything on one page, you can communicate right inside of it so you don't need to go back to your email inbox. And of course, our marketing plan is entirely centered around Trailblazer hoodies, right? That's how we roll here at Dreamforce. And so we have this amazing marketing plan. But here's the thing, as this document evolves, conversations are sprouting up all over it. This single hub for this marketing project isn't just replacing a document or one email thread, it's replacing an entire sequence of weeks of email threads and meetings and documents into a single place that works on every device. It's a really new way of thinking about collaboration. So we've got this awesome marketing plan that essentially distills down to buying more Trailblazer hoodies, which seems like a well thought out plan. And I hear rumors from backstage that Gavin, one of their actor friends, has bitten. He likes these Trailblazer hoodies. He's a hot lead. So now let's use Quip to close that opportunity. So here's the thing that's awesome about live apps. You don't need to start from scratch. With live apps, Quip comes built in with all these pre-built templates for all of your common workflows. And it looks like there's an account plan template built right into Quip. So we don't need to start from scratch. We can just use this account plan right out of the box. And we're going to use this to close Gavin and get him into celeb appearance. Still need to work on that name. So here's the thing about this document that's so cool. This isn't copied and pasted calendar and Salesforce record. These are live updating records directly from Salesforce. When I edit it, I can save directly back to Salesforce. This is everything I need to do to close this opportunity, plan for this opportunity, all on one page. So I hear backstage that Gavin has chosen to join Celeb Appearance. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. Good. We now have 3 customers for Celeb Appearance. That's 50% growth if you're keeping track. We're going to close this out, save this out to Salesforce. But here's the thing. You can actually comment directly on this record. It takes the best part of Quip and it combines it with the best parts of Salesforce. This is really the power of the Quip platform. It takes all of the services you use around your service, whether they're written by us or other people or yourselves, and you combines them all on one page so you can collaborate on them all on one page. It's an extremely powerful platform built on the AppExchange, and it's customizable to the needs of your business. And to tell you a little bit more about this incredible new platform, I'd love to introduce my co-founder and the Chief Technology Officer of Quip to the stage, Kevin Gibbs.
Thanks, Brett.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm going to let you have the stage, but we're showing a lot of demos today. We're going to show a lot of videos. For everyone here who wants to see it in practice, where at Dreamforce can they play with this? Actually use a mouse or a phone and actually see Quip in action?
That's a great question. So everything you're seeing here, you can go try at home right now. Just open up your laptop, install Quip, give it a try. But you can also go right outside of this conference room and try it in Quip Springs or in the Dev Forest on the first floor.
That sounds great. Quip Springs right outside the door. Don't leave yet. But when you leave, it's right there. You can try out everything you saw right here. So Kevin,
great.
Really looking forward to this.
Thanks, Brett. So, you know, this launch, what we've been doing this week and really this whole year, has been a labor of love. Honestly, I could not be more proud of the engineering team and what they've built. Because the journey that we've gone through over the course of the past year has been taking Quip, a product for collaboration, and turning it into a platform for collaboration. A platform that brings everything you work with every day as a customer, everything that you work with inside of your business, and puts it inside so that you can communicate on a single page and do all of your work together in one place. But what do I mean by that? Well, let me show you a little bit more. You know, some of what we've built, some of what we've launched to you this week, the live apps, are about communicating on the inside, doing the stuff that Quip has already done really well, adding things that allow you to collaborate and work on content together. That includes things like a Kanban board, which is a type of sticky notes that you can use to manage your team's Scrum process or prioritize work. But it also includes things like a calendar, which is a great way to schedule upcoming events and see what's going on, and you can embed that right in the middle of the rest of your work. It includes some other fun stuff too, though, like a poll. So you can ask around in your team which copy you think they should use in the marketing email this week, or see who had the best pun at lunchtime. Still, though, all of that is about building up among Quip's work inside of the product. The stuff that I'm really excited about is the stuff that tries to pull the outside world, where you spend the rest of your time, into Quip. And so that's why I'm really proud to announce that this week we are also launching live apps for Salesforce Sales Cloud, Salesforce Service Cloud, and Jira, Atlassian's incredibly popular tool for issue management. With these live apps, you can not only view, but edit your data directly inside of your Quip documents. You don't have to switch to another tab. You don't have to switch to another app. Everything that you're doing for your project is on one page, and everyone is working together. But really, that's just the beginning. Because I'm also incredibly proud to announce that we have over 20 partners that have already built live apps on our platform. These live apps are amazing. You can try them right outside of this conference hall. The live apps take these same apps that we've talked about and bring them inside of it so that your outside world is within Quip. But what do I mean by that? I mean that you can take a flow chart that you've made in Lucidchart and embed it directly inside of Quip and have it update in real time. I mean that you can actually view and edit a drawing from within a Quip document. You can take a circuit diagram and change that from inside of a Quip document using Draw.io. I mean that you can actually take a mock-up that your design team has been working on, insert it into a Quip document, and start collaborating immediately. That's some of the power of what's going on here. But I want to emphasize another point. These are not static images. This is not just text that's been copied and pasted inside of a Quip document. These are live, interactive applications where you can actually get work done. And that's what I think is so amazing about it. That's why I don't think anyone has done something like this before. And it's something that I think is really going to change the way that we work together, so that you don't need to go into a meeting and have a browser with 8 tabs open, where you're flipping between each one to try to get your point across. You can put that into a single document, cut out some meetings, cut out some email, and actually help people connect better. That's really how we hope to change your culture. But let me give you a couple examples. I want to show you a couple of these amazing partner apps. One of them is Altify. Altify is the #1 sales augmentation platform. Altify lets you map out the relationships inside of your customers. You can see who might be a supporter or detractor of your next big opportunity in order to close that sale. But with Altify's live app, you can actually do this inside of a Quip document. You can make a document about the strategy for an upcoming opportunity, show all the people, drag them around, map them, and put a calendar next to it. Put a checklist next to it, and actually start getting work done from within the product. Another example is New Relic, which makes the #1 digital intelligence platform, one that so many companies, including Quip, depend upon for their data and metrics. With the New Relic live app, you can actually use this data inside of Quip in real time. You can see how your campaigns, say a Black Friday campaign you might have coming up, you can see that change inside of a Quip document, bring everyone from sales and engineering and marketing together. And if you see an anomaly in the data, you see a spike that you don't think should be there, you can just click on it, add a comment, and get the conversation going about what's happening. So really, all of this, it's actually about building an ecosystem. It's about building this platform where we can bring in everything that's in your world, everything that your customers do, everything that your company does, and bring it inside of Quip so that you can finally get work done faster. That you can finally get a cultural change where you're not spending all of your time in email and spending all of your time in meetings. It's the power of what we're doing. But that said, my day job is the CTO of Quip. And right now, this has been a little bit abstract. I'd love to talk to you with a little bit more in detail what we've actually built on the platform, how the platform works. I think the easiest way to understand the platform is that what we've done is we've taken Quip and we sort of turned it inside out. We've taken the features that we've built over the past 5 years, and we've made all of them available to you, to your applications, so that you can take whatever you have and add the things that make Quip so great to your app. What do I mean by that? I mean things like real-time co-authoring. With a single line of JavaScript, You can add to your application the ability to have text that people can comment and collaborate on and work together on in real time. We do the heavy lifting for you. You don't have to have a PhD in computer science to figure out how to do this. Just add the code, and you have that ability in your app. Another example of what you can do with the platform is that everything that you build on the Live Apps platform is automatically mobile. It runs natively on our iOS app and our Android app. But it also works with flaky internet connections. It works offline, something that we've worked really hard to develop. And that means that when you develop the Live Apps platform, your apps keep working. You can keep dragging those Kanban cards as your flight crosses the Pacific and you lose internet access. But maybe the most interesting part of the API, in my opinion, is that it makes your apps more social. We're giving you the app mentions, the commenting, the liking, everything that we've done in Quip, really the magic that we built in Quip to make it engaging, to make it fun. You can add all of that to your app. You get it for free. And it's doing all of that together, I think, that really makes this platform interesting, helps you to create more engaging experience for your customer and a more engaging experience within your company. All of that said, though, the thing that I think I'm most excited about with this platform is that all of this doesn't require you to rewrite your application. It's built on standard JavaScript and HTML technologies that you're already familiar with. And that means if you already have a web app, if you already have the ability to embed your application on a web page somewhere, chances are it'll be very easy for you to add our API. Just drop in the code, enable a few features, and presto, you can now use that within Quip and reach all of our customers, reach all of your customers in a new way to help them change their culture. Now, I think probably my favorite part of my job is the chance that I get to interact with customers, to talk to them about how they've been using Quip, how they've changed their culture, and how they've been able to work a little bit better and a little bit more efficiently. One of our biggest partners over the past year has been 21st Century Fox, and they've done an amazing job. They've really worked to change their culture, to modernize the company, and they've gone all in on Quip. They've had 25,000 people who've started using Quip and have switched everything from IT to marketing to film production over. I'd love to show you a video about how they're using Quip and how it's affected them.
The media company of the future has to be smart and agile in a way that is much more impactful than it used to be. But email and office type applications really haven't changed over 20, maybe even 30 years.
The challenge you have is how you shift an organization and empower an organization to work in a collaborative state with the pace that the business is moving today.
So what we've done now is use tools to help us facilitate that in a much more efficient manner.
Quip has moved us into a space that we've never seen before.
It's fundamentally changed our culture and how we work together.
It's a live, collaborative workspace where people can co-create in a completely different way.
At its core, it's a collaboration platform.
It's a place in the cloud everyone can use to help make the process a lot faster and more efficient, and it's a lot of fun. So whether it's a script or something as simple as a call sheet where you're sending out lots of different versions.
The last thing you want is documents being emailed around and no one really understands what's the latest version and who's making the latest edits.
Quip helps solve that communication problem and put it all in one place where we can actually track the changes on the fly.
Quip is the first solution that takes into account the fact that you're on the go and that you need real-time updates.
From content creation all the way through content distribution, people have embraced it.
It's been revolutionary to see how Quip is used.
We have about 95% of the organization continually use it on a daily basis.
It is completely off the charts compared with any enterprise tool that we've ever seen.
Once you start working in Quip, it is really hard to go back to traditional productivity tools.
It's a very powerful force across the business.
Quip is that perfect tool, and it's really going to move us forward together. It's transformed our organization.
Well, thank Well, I'd like to introduce Diana Berlin, who's a product lead here at Quip. And she's going to tell you a little bit more about how FX Networks, which is a 21st Century Fox company, has been using Quip to produce and build an entire television show. Diana?
Thanks, Kevin. It is the privilege of my career to be here with you today, celebrating the FX Trailblazers story. FX makes the best TV shows. Their TV shows are the best because they know that every great show starts with a great idea, and that great ideas only come to life in great cultures. FX is transforming their culture with Quip, and it is mind-blowing to me that I get to work on this tool that my favorite creative teams can use to make the shows I love. Today, I'm going to show you how TV is a team sport and how that sport can be played at the highest levels in Quip. And I'm going to do it through the story of a TV show I'm obsessed with, Atlanta. Atlanta is the story of two cousins and their buddy Darius trying to make it in the Atlanta rap scene. This show is so good. I watched season 1 in a day, and I can't wait to see what happens next. Behind the scenes, it takes a whole team of people to make this show a reality. Atlanta is known for supporting emerging talent. And so these people are here because they believe in the show, but also because they believe it could be their big break. This could be their big break, but they cannot do it alone. The challenge is they're spread across the country, across departments, across time zones, across devices. They only succeed if the show succeeds, and they want this show to succeed. Somehow, they've got to figure out how to come together and tell one story. And it all starts with our producer, Camilla. So I'm Camilla, and I just wrapped up a shoot in New York City. I'm at a coffee shop unwinding because caffeine is relaxing, right? That's just the way I am. So I use Quip. Quip is my home base. This is Quip. This is one document, one version that the whole team can use. This is a project tracker that combines people, dates, files to help me get my job done better. I am so proud of this document. It is a work of art. It was so fun to make. And now I want to send a message to everyone to let them know it's up to date. But I'm worried because, traditional tools have led me to believe that sometimes I do things and they just go into the void. But oh my gosh, the team is flowing into this document. The likes are flying. Emoji is happening. And I'm so relieved, but I'm more than relieved. I'm surprised and I'm motivated because this team is coming together. We're kicking it off, and that's my favorite part of the job. I'm so happy they like it too. So Jason's on it, the director's chill. We are ready to move into filming. So now I'm Mari, and my life is basically chaos. There are machines everywhere. I cannot find the actors, and the only thing I feel like I have control over is time. So I pull up Quip on my iPad right there on set, and I've made a film calendar. This is text mixed and matched with a countdown, mixed and matched with a schedule. I put together my dream document to keep this whole thing moving. But creative work is unpredictable, and I realize that I'm gonna need to move this shoot from Wednesday to Monday. This is really worrying, like the transit time changes too, cascading side effects. So I'm worried people are gonna be mad at me, and I can take that, that's part of my job. But I let Camilla know, hey, this changed, that's gonna impact you. Camilla comes into the document in seconds and lets me know it's no problem. Because I looped her in early, it's okay. Jason, our talent manager, feels so good that he finally knows the changes as they happen, not later when the talent's super mad at him. All right, so we moved that shoot, but leadership isn't just about giving people bad news and telling them what to do. It's also about being responsive. Kyle's got questions, I've got answers, and now everyone can see those answers in the same place. Now it's time for my favorite part of the job, dailies. This is video in a document. This is video in Quip. This is where we review the film that we took every day, and I'm able to collaborate with Camilla, our producer. We're able to comment on specific timestamps where we want things to change, or where we just want to pat ourselves on the back for a good day's work. We are doing our real creative work in Quip. The heart of our work is in Quip. All right, so we just about wrapped up filming, and now it's time to get into marketing. So now I'm Kyle. I'm kind of a perfectionist, and why wouldn't I be? It's my job to capture the genius of an entire season in a single promo image. Every detail matters, and that's why I put together a Quip doc that combines the leading concepts with words so that we can be really precise about what we're trying to do here. Here, I'm commenting not just about the image, but on the image at the exact XY coordinate that I want to call people's attention to. Normally I would keep my perfectionistic work to myself, but because I'm in Quip, I feel this urge to get our director involved. So I send a message to Mari. She gets it on her phone. She's on the go. She doesn't have time to respond to emails at night. But because she gets this on the go through a push notification, she's able to swipe, see my message, come into the document, review the image. And what would have been a really frightening meeting at the very end of when we could make any changes is actually a really affirming moment, because I get our creative leaders' affirmation that this concept is in line with what we're going for. And that gets me up in the morning. Being a part of this is why I come to work. So we've put together an entire season of a television show. We've got an audience on the edges of their seats waiting to see where this season goes. Meanwhile, we're behind the scenes on the edges of our seats, desperate to see this feedback roll in. We want people to love this, and they're loving it. Look at those charts up and to the right. Look at those verbatims. They are awesome. There's even a heart eyes emoji. We've got all our team's data sources in a single place. This is a super powered team dashboard. We've got Twitter in a document so that we can hear what people really think. This is amazing. This is where we live. What we live for is seeing audiences react to what we've made. Because this is in Quip, I'm able to see the read receipts. I'm able to see the likes. We're able to comment on it in context. This isn't some grim meeting next week. This is us living the thrill of creating this amazing show and seeing people love it in real time. What did we just accomplish? We made an entire season of a television show across 3 time zones, 5 cities, 5 departments, 0 email. We told 1 story. TV is a team sport, and the team behind Atlanta is crushing it. That's cultural transformation. Back to you, Brett.
Thanks, Diana. That is such a cool story. It is such a cool show, and I think the thing that resonates so much for all of us at Quip is to make a tool that enables creative people to do their best work is truly the privilege of a lifetime. And I'd love to bring on 2 executives who have been such great partners for us at 21st Century Fox to talk a little bit more about the 21st Century Fox story in their own words. John Herbert, Chief Information Officer, and Christina Mancini-Jones, who is the Executive Vice President of Technology and Creative Strategy for 21st Century Fox. John, Christina. So thank you so much for being here today with us. It's just been such a privilege to work with you all. I think to start off, John, we talk a lot about being a trailblazer here at Dreamforce and a lot about the 4th Industrial Revolution and all these transformations going on around us. I'd love to know how 21st Century Fox is transforming its company and what does it mean to be a trailblazer in the media industry?
There's many dimensions to our trailblazer approach, but I think one of the things that we've really been focused on is the cultural side of it. And I think that's one of the reasons why the partnership has gone so well with Quip. For us, culture and really changing that culture around collaboration is incredibly important. When we think about really bringing the organization together and be able to collaborate across the globe, it's tools like Quip that actually break that down. And we're really passionate about not just providing tech for tech's sake. It's not just for our commercial partners, but it's also our creative partners. And I think one of the things why, as a trailblazer, that we've done with Christina in creating this new role is she's had a very long-standing career around creative and has now come over to technology. Because as a CIO, one of the passions I have is how do you bridge that gap between the technology and the creative organization?
Thank you, John. I think Quip is the perfect example of a technology tool that is empowering creatives. A great example is what you just saw. When people think about the production of television and film, I think they only really think about the collaboration that needs to happen between a filmmaker, a director, and an actor. But I think as we've seen today, there also needs to be collaboration between marketing and the casting agents and post-production and the distribution executives. And being able to work with a tool like Quip is allowing us to not only be more efficient in that space, but I think the surprising thing is that it's actually driving collaboration between teams who historically never even worked together.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. What did you all use for collaborating before Quip?
I think we were like any large-scale enterprise. I mean, we were really wrapped around everyone, quite frankly, drowning in email and having to deal with email just on a daily basis. And then you compound that with the frustration of, who's got the latest attachment and the latest version. But when you think about a global company and you start thinking about trying to deal with, say, film production or distribution in 75 countries, it really creates, the tools were not designed to be able to really make that collaborative at all. It's a very one-way communication, so.
Yeah, one element of a campaign can have a distribution list with as many as 86 people on one email chain.
That's bound to go well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you think about all of the out-of-office notifications, the thank yous, and the dreaded
You're like
plus
75 out-of-office notifications.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. It's inevitable that you miss an important comment. And so now you've got 87 people in a sea of comments and you have no clue who's supposed to actually take on the action item. Quip eliminates that problem.
Well, one of the things for a lot of the CIOs in the audience and technology decision makers, there's so many tools available nowadays. How did Quip sort of stand out? How did you choose to adopt this tool from the plethora of options that you have as a CIO?
So it's a great question. I think so many of the tools still out there really haven't changed that much. And the video mentioned this, the last 10, 15, 20 years, which is quite frankly really unfortunate. But us being Hollywood, we had a focus group around it, right? So we thought it would make sense to really get a feedback loop on the shifting of bringing all that conversation in. And what we were pleased is the minute the focus group actually was involved in it, you could just see it was transformative. The idea that you now have the ability to be able to have a conversation within the document and not have that conversation separated, the fact that we can then bring in, whether it's a creative calendar or that dynamic narrative that goes on in the process. And then, as the demo was talking about, being able to bring images and then more importantly, video. The fact that we can not only just bring the video in, but then we can drop the comments in the video at the proper timestamp of where the video is occurring, it's truly changed everything.
Well, that's awesome. Very heartening to hear. One thing, just to end it off, this whole conversation was really about cultural change, and that's a pretty heady concept. I'd love to hear in your own words, is it actually driving cultural change? Did messages move from email into Quip? Did it actually change your culture?
Absolutely. At the heart of 21st Century Fox, we're a storytelling organization. And when you have the types of global franchises that we have, coupled with the reach of 21st Century Fox, the only way that you can activate against that reach is by providing our 25,000 plus employees that are around the world with a tool like Quip that is enabling them to not only be more efficient, but is providing them with the opportunity for seamless collaboration.
And look, this is a subject that I am absolutely passionate about, which is around cultural change. And I think, I would challenge all the tech leaders in the room. I think we have a significant responsibility in helping enable that because, so many organizations, especially large-scale organizations, struggle with collaboration, particularly if you think of the pace the business is moving. But Quip has really stepped up to it. I mean, you guys have been amazing partners, and I think it has fundamentally changed by really having that transparency And I think when people first start using it, you know, they pause for a second, but they realize once you understand the benefit of having that full transparency, completely changes the dynamic of the conversation.
Well, I just want to say it has been such a privilege to work with you and your team. And, you know, we are, to see your favorite show and know that your tool may have played a part in creating it is honestly the thrill of a lifetime. Thank you so much for coming to Dreamforce, and thank you for being with us today. So thank you so much. You okay? So I really think this story is amazing. And, you know, a lot of our customers, we really think of them not just as trailblazers, but as cultural trailblazers. They're the businesses that know, you know, no matter how old your company is, no matter how many processes have been in place for decades or years, you are enabled. With a tool like Quip, you can transform your team away from the way they do things towards a better way of doing things, to bring all these tools together into one place and really make decisions faster. For me, this is why we work on this product and why it's so exciting to partner with all of you to enable you to change your company's cultures. And the best part about Quip is you can start using it right now. You can open your phone and go to the App Store. And if you go to quip.com/DF17, you can get 5 seats free immediately, forever. We want you to try it out. Don't take our word for it. Try it out with your team. Try it out with your company. And I promise you, you will be inspired, and we would love to get your feedback. It would be such a privilege to work with all of you and your company.
Salesforce, we are very unique in that we believe that businesses are powerful platforms for social change, and we truly believe that our higher purpose is to drive equality for all people. That includes people of different disabilities, people of different genders, people of different races, ethnicities. Our Chief Equality Officer, Tony Profit, always says he'd like to see when you walk out on the street that it looks just like the workplace inside. We have been really focused on furthering equality in 4 core areas. That's equal rights, equal pay, equal opportunity, and equal access to education. I'm very excited for this year's Equality Summit. It's a full day of programming with some amazing Equality Trailblazer speakers. We will have Taraji P. Henson, and she's going to be talking about how she's changing the face of entertainment. We have Natalie Portman, who's going to come talk to us about equal pay. A big theme at Dreamforce this year is that we are all trailblazers, whether it's giving back to your community, adopting a school, volunteering with a school, or whether that's standing up in your businesses for the people who don't have a voice and empowering others. We really want to create a world where everybody feels heard, everybody feels valued, and everybody is able to be their authentic selves, and nobody is discriminated against. Anybody can be an equality trailblazer.
Einstein Observatory is your one-stop shop for all things Einstein at Dreamforce. So all of these white screens that may just look like white screens are going to come alive with the Einstein sunglasses. We launched My Einstein, which is our AI platform, so that every Salesforce developer and admin can build AI-powered apps with clicks and not code, saving admins and developers a ton of time, and it's also giving them the power to customize. And another big piece of that is Einstein Prediction Builder. We like to call it Point, Click, Predict. As long as it's a field in Salesforce, we can predict it. Part of that is Einstein Bots, which is our service chatbot. We're partnered with Service Cloud team, and we're super excited. Once again, an admin feature. You can build, train, and deploy your own chatbot. So we also have the High Velocity Sales Cloud video game. It's a super fun game. You're racing against the clock to see how many leads that you can convert with intelligence. AI is not just in our consumer lives anymore. It's going to very quickly become a part of our work lives too, and we need to prepare for that.
Think of what you're saying. You can get it wrong and still think that it's alright. Think of what I'm saying. We can work it out and get it straight or say goodnight. We can work it out. We can work it out. Life is very short and there's no time for fussing and fighting, my friend. I have always thought that it's a crime. So I will ask you once again. Try to see things my way. Only time will tell if I am right or I am wrong. While you see it your way, there's a chance that we might fall apart before too long. We can work it out. We can work it out.
Hey everybody, it's Heike Young welcoming you to Salesforce Live at Dreamforce, and I'm joined today by Rip Gerber of Velocity. Rip, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much.
Well, it's great to have you here to tell us a little bit more about what Velocity does. So why don't you give us the lay of the land?
Well, first of all, we're delighted to be here at Dreamforce. This is the biggest customer success conference in the world, in history. I mean, it's amazing. So thank you for having us here. Velocity builds mobile and omni-channel digital applications on Salesforce, 100% native and additive, and it's for really for 5 really customer-centric industries: communications and media, insurance, health, public sector, and energy.
All right, so that's a great overview of what Velocity does. Can you tell us a little bit more about your partnership with Salesforce and the App Exchange?
Sure. We love Salesforce and the App Exchange. In fact, the company was started here 4 years ago by our founder, David Schmeier, who came to this amazing event and said we should build vertical applications on top of the Salesforce clouds. 3 years ago, we actually launched the company here at Dreamforce, and it's been amazing ever since. We have over 40 sessions this Dreamforce with customers like T-Mobile, Farmers, Anthem, Cellcom, all on stage. TELUS is another one. There's so many, I can't name them all, talking about the success they've had with Salesforce and Velocity working together.
Fascinating. So I would love to hear if you could just point to one benefit from your partnership with Salesforce that you would say is the number one. What would that be and why?
Oh, I'd have to pick 3. So the innovation, the technology, the platform, what they're building here at Salesforce, the best and the brightest are coming to this cloud and building some amazing stuff. So innovation has to be 1. 2, the Ohana spirit and what everyone in this organization it represents. And then I would say really 3, just the people, from the developers to the field to the management team are they're like family to us. It's just really incredible. And by the way, and the customers are great too. People who are buying the cloud and Salesforce really are the best customers on the planet.
We certainly feel that way, yeah. We feel that they really are blazing a trail. So if folks want to know more about Velocity, more about the work that you're doing, where can they go to discover more information?
Sure. Come to our website, velocity.com, and find your industry, talk about, look for things like customer success, and we're all right there on the web.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Rip, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Well, folks, that's it for now for Salesforce Live at Dreamforce. I'm Heike Young. We'll talk to you soon.
Shake it up. Shake it up. Shake it up. Shake it up. This
We believe in only leading with product that's better than anything else out there, but it being brought to you by someone you trust, that's really the magic. We really see ourselves as a business platform for our independent business partners.
About a year ago today, I signed up. It's been a while since I've had my own thing. I was a teacher before and then had the 3 kids.
I had a vision to start a different kind of company, and the dream was to reinvent what flexible work for women looked like, because we take off some of the hard work and the always-on demands of our business, and Salesforce helps us do that.
It really helps us be able to stay in contact with the stylists and the customers and ensure that we can help them from start to finish.
And there's been times in our company history when we've gone through rocket ship growth and we've had operational challenges where everyone in the building had to be in the most important job, and that's customer service. That's why everybody knew how to use Salesforce.
My associates use it for case record keeping. We use it for email correspondence, and we also use it for chat correspondence, and it keeps a record of genealogy for that person.
It's very seamless, and I appreciate that so much.
Many of our business owners are calling us on the go. They're in their car, on their cell phone, and they need an immediate answer. So we've got to be equipped and have the systems that it takes to be able to provide the service they need.
Marketing is quite dynamic now. You develop relationships. It's a conversation. It constantly needs to be fostered, and Salesforce has allowed us to keep up with that pace. We're able to target the right customer at the right time with the right content, which when you have a lean team and you're moving really quick is critically important.
I will wake up to a couple different emails like new and exciting today, or this piece is going on sale. So it just makes it very easy for me personally to be able to sell the line and the products.
Stella & Dot is named after grandmothers, my grandmother and my partner, Blythe Harris. It's inspired by and created for strong women. And if you think about that generation of our grandmothers, they are proof of just how strong and capable women are. Like them, we are blazing a new trail.
It gives me the flexibility that I need for my 3 kids and my life. And I'm starting to kind of build a community where they know I'm the Stella & Dot person. I can have the parties and I can go to the trunk shows, and I feel good about myself.
It's been amazing to have a company that's gone on a journey from being a dream in a living room that seemed crazy to being a community that has helped people earn over $450 million in commission. Our customer base has grown, our brands have grown.
We've gone from small and then mighty. Salesforce has been with us every step of the way.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome.
Welcome, yeah.
Yeah, welcome.
Love.
Welcome to our Equality Main Stage keynote. We are here. My name is Alexandra Legend Siegel, and this is the notorious
Liam McGowan here,
who you've seen kill it on the stage in Mark's keynote.
Thank you.
It was amazing. Yes, round of applause. So we have a very special experience for you today. We are actually going to hear from some true equality trailblazers who are going to speak to us about how they are driving equality with art, activism, and impact.
That's amazing. I mean, it's actually been a pretty amazing day. Have you guys gone out and checked out some of the equality sessions? Yes.
We've seen it. Yes.
Taraji Henson,
Taraji.
hello. I mean,
Who's that Taraji?
She was dropping amazing knowledge and talking about, you know, telling her naysayers to kick rocks.
In those boots. Yeah.
Girl, they were killer. And then that Molly Ford.
Where's Molly Ford?
Molly was
Molly
amazing. Her sharing that amazing story.
You know, hearing Molly talk about how she came up with this idea, a seed of an idea for the Women's Leadership Summit over 2 years ago, and now look at all of this.
I know, this is an amazing place where she was actually took that idea and we've watched it grow. And then what a great platform where she has amazing allies.
Allies. And speaking of allies, the ally that she talked about who actually took her idea and helped empower her to turn it into the Women's Leadership Summit, now the Equality Summit, is actually here in the audience.
Shut the front door.
Yeah, you want to see her? You want to meet her?
I want to meet her. Where
All
is
right.
this lady?
I think I see her over there. Layla
Layla, give it up.
Hi, Layla.
How are you? You're so tall.
I know. I'm sorry. Layla, you are a true equality trailblazer. On top of being the EVP of App Exchange, which is incredible, but we've all heard the story of you and how you went with Cindy Robbins to Mark, and you said, we need to address the gender wage gap. We need equal pay for equal work. What inspired you to do that? What inspires you to speak up for what you believe in?
Well, I think we've heard a lot of amazing people talking about this week, but when we think about what Michelle Obama said, if you're going up and your hand isn't back, reaching to bring people with you, you're not doing it right. So that's the way I was raised. That's certainly the way Mark has run the company and taught us to behave inside the company. So I wanted more money. Just kidding. Kinda. We saw a problem, and Cindy and I wanted to do more. We believed that doing more was important, and so we went, and he deserves major kudos. I don't know many CEOs that would have taken that in stride, and he not only took it, he stuck it in the ground and made it a mantra for our company, so I'm wicked proud of that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Thank you for doing that. And then, you know, we heard before Taraji, Molly talked about how she saw you on a train, she showed you her slide deck of this big idea to bring the Women's Summit to Dreamforce, and you believed in her. What about it did you believe in? And, you know, what do you think about all this now?
I'm so proud of all this. I think our whole company, I think our whole community is so proud of this. And Molly had a great idea. There's so many great ideas out there that are left on PowerPoints or unspoken because people are scared or don't think they can be taken. I mean, Wayne Gretzky said it, you miss every shot you don't take. When Molly said that to me, based on what Cindy and I were already talking about, it just felt like it came together, and then igniting her to do that was just a pleasure.
Awesome. And, you know, we heard a lot today about authentic leadership, leading as your full authentic self. And I know you are someone who really champions this. We've heard you talk about this a lot. And most recently, you've been championing a new issue that's very important to you and your family. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I'm dyslexic. I'm pretty sure I have ADHD, just based on my inability to sit still. But my kid has that. And so when he got that and I realized that, it became important to me to start talking about dyslexia in the workplace. We all work and learn and function differently. And Ebony Freelix is somewhere out there, yeah? She's dyslexic too. So we got fired up about this, and we're gonna start talking about this and make this normal. You know, talking about equal pay wasn't normal, and then we made it normal, so maybe we can make this normal too.
Excellent. And then, you know, you're a great mentor to so many people, Molly, myself, and so many others. Why is mentorship so important to equality?
If we don't help each other go forward, we're all going to be left behind.
Amen. Thank you, Layla.
Take the alley.
All right, Leah, back to you.
Thank you. Well, I have with me Miss Alicia Hatch, CMO of Deloitte Digital. Thank you so much for being here.
It is great to be here. I mean, where else but Dreamforce do you gather around the campfire to hear from amazing creators?
Well, tell me, most important thing, did you get your picture with Cody?
Oh, Cody and I, big hug before the session. Super excited. It's already been tweeted out.
He gave you a bear hug, bump. No, sorry. Listen, so diversity and inclusion clearly is a huge part of Deloitte Digital, and you've been a big part of playing it. So how are you implementing and how are you guys promoting diversity and inclusion at Deloitte Digital?
You know, with Deloitte, we love the numbers. There's a story in the numbers. We start with the numbers, and we've been first. We've been first on a lot of things. First, female CEO. First, minority CEO. First, female chairman. 2/3 of our professionals are minorities and women. We take the numbers seriously, but that's really only the starting point. It's what you do with those numbers and how you bring those thinkers together. Because it's not actually just about diversity, it's about inclusion. That's where you unlock the power of diversity.
Awesome. I mean, and you not have only unlocked the power of diversity and inclusion, I understand you're a huge champion for equal pay, gender equality. Now, research shows that diversity and inclusion is not just the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how that works for you?
Let's talk about smart.
Let's do it.
Diverse teams make better business decisions 87% of the time. It's tough to argue with that.
Those are numbers right there that you're talking about.
Those are numbers. You know, and I'm in advertising. We have been able, over the last year and a half, to measure the impact of stripping stereotypes and bias out of advertising. And guess what? Those ads drive consumer purchase intent up 26% amongst all consumers. It's smarter advertising, too.
That is smart. That really is. Now listen, you clearly are a quality trailblazer. Give me some advice, some tangible items that a company can do to start blazing trails in the equality world as well.
Drive to the heart of authenticity. To the authenticity of who you are as a company, who you are as a leader, and who those individuals are, because it is not about their gender, race, age, religion. That's only the beginning. It's the authenticity behind that. And as we each find our voice, our true voice, and celebrate that voice, we give others the power to do the same.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Allie. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. So we have an incredible equality trailblazer right here, Elisa Salas. She is the CEO of College Track. Elisa, thank you. Yes, it's a round of applause. Elisa, thank you so much for being here. And you know, today in the Equality Summit, we talk a lot about people's personal journeys. Can you tell us a little bit about your own story?
Sure. So my journey really started as a first-generation college graduate myself. So going through that journey, applying to schools, not having a lot of information myself, getting through graduating, and then understanding how transformative it's been for my life in terms of opportunities and access that I have compared to my family and my peers. I wanted to make sure that that was available to every other student. So I became a teacher, a school leader, have worked in the districts, and then now work at College Track, which is a nonprofit that works with K-12 and higher ed.
Amazing. Well, thank you for all of the work that you're doing. And so I want to talk a little bit about College Track. I want to let everyone here know about the great work that you're doing. Can you tell us a little bit about your vision and how you're helping underserved communities?
Certainly. So the core belief at College Track is that every single student has the potential to change the world. And we want to be the organization that is not only finding that talent, but cultivating that talent over a long time. And so what really distinguishes us is that we make a 10-year promise to every single one of our students, where we support them at the beginning of 9th grade all the way through college graduation. Academically, social, emotional, financial, all of the systemic barriers that get in the way to college graduation. But more broadly, what we're really excited and interested in is making sure that every single student identifies their dream, their passion, their purpose, because that's where we really feel like they're going to add the most value to the world.
And speaking about dreams and dreamers, we've heard a lot this year about DACA. And so I want to ask you, how does DACA really impact our students?
So about 10% of College Track students are undocumented, most of which would qualify for DACA. But the impact is much broader than that, as many of our students, even if they're not undocumented, might have family members that are, or friends or community. So the immediate impact, aside from kind of the messages that they're being sent about their value and the permanence that they might have in this country, is really kind of the legal barriers. So reprioritize for removal from this country and not being able to work. And so those are barriers that our students are facing that are very real and immediate and today. The great news is that College Track has been working with undocumented students long before DACA was even here, and we will continue to do that. And I have full faith in the resilience of the communities that we're serving.
And so I just want to end on this note, and that's how does education really impact equality?
So there's two ways. I mean, the most immediate, I think, is seen on the individual. The way that we like to think about it at College Track is thinking about social mobility. So 80% of our college graduates are immediately making more money than the parents than before. But it's not just about money, it's about choices, it's about standard of living, quality of living, and opportunity. And I think even more broadly than that, in terms of the societal impact, it's about making sure that education is a pathway to power, and making sure that students will eventually become the folks, the leaders of our world that are representing us in government, in the corporate boardroom, nonprofit leadership. That's where I feel like we really make the difference in making a more equitable society.
Education is the pathway to power. Pathway to power? Yeah. Yes, that was incredible. Yes, well, thank you so much for all that you're doing and for College Track. Thank you.
All right, Leah, you're up next. Thanks, Allie. Well, continuing on the topic of College Track, I am honored to have with me an amazing College Track student and high school student. So tell us, Anthony, about your journey with College Track. Yeah, you got your fan club. Wave at them. Hey, so tell us a little bit about College Track and what that was like for you.
Yeah, so first of all, I'm honored to be here. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without the incredible support that I've been given. But my journey with College Track started off, I'm a first-generation college student. So awesome. From the beginning, I didn't have a lot of the resources a lot of the other kids had. So I wanted to make sure that I joined a program like College Track where my opportunity to get into a four-year university and be the first in my family to do so would become a reality. And College Track has so far been an incredible place. I've been given resources and met lots of different mentors and people who continue to inspire me every day.
This is amazing. And just hearing you speak and stand here so poised and eloquent, College Track, this is a great example of the great work they do. You were also a Salesforce intern with the amazing VetForce. Love that group. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
Yeah, so I got the pin right here. You guys can see that. But yeah, the VetForce team, I jumped right in there and I was a little bit intimidated. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little intimidated to walk in here, Salesforce corporate world, as a 17-year-old high school senior. But I come in here and first thing I know is I was paired with an incredible manager. My manager and I had a really good relationship through work and outside of work. And I was just always inspired to do my best. And I knew that the work I was doing with VetForce was touching the lives of lots of other people. And being a part of that community and helping out that community, it was totally incredible. And it's definitely something I'm gonna take away for the rest of my life.
Awesome. Now listen, you clearly are gonna have infinite possibilities. I can just tell, I get that vibe. What do you see for yourself after high school?
After high school, since a really young age, I said I'm gonna be an attorney when I grow up. But what kind of attorney? So I went home and I did a lot of research and I decided that I want to be an intellectual property attorney. I think it's pretty cool to patent rights of different companies. So first thing I did was I met with a patent attorney here at Salesforce. Took a few notes off of him and his journey, and it's definitely a career goal that I want to shoot for. It's definitely something I'd like to do when I grow up.
You are absolutely, give this young man a round of applause. You know, people will sometimes say that, you know, oh, our future generation, these young kids, you are an example of the greatness that is to come. I am so honored to be standing in front of you and having you share your story. I'm serious, just 17 years old talking to patent lawyers. I know when I was 17, I wasn't talking to a patent lawyer. This is just amazing. Continue to do the great work that you do. You know that you have the love and support of all behind you, and we're very honored. So thank you for being here, Anthony.
Super kind words, thank you.
And it is my honor and privilege to bring to the stage Chief Equality Officer, Tony Proffitt. Give it up. We'll run down on this other side.
Welcome, everyone. Wow, that young man, That young man, that's why we're here. So amazing, so impressive, so poised. You think, that's a high school senior. That's super impressive. Let's give it up for Anthony one more time. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of the incredible, incredible talent that's coming from so many pathways into this company, but College Track included. And Anthony, you're a great ambassador for College Track, and I can't wait to see the things that you accomplish in the future. And so, are we enjoying the Equality Summit? Are you inspired? Okay, well, we're not done yet, because we've got an amazing experience in store for you. But I'd like to start by welcoming all the Equality Trailblazers. So many of you here in the room, and thousands, tens of thousands, watching online on the live stream. Welcome, Equality Trailblazers. Okay. And here in the images, you can see just a few of the Equality Trailblazers that have inspired us over the last year. And it has been an unprecedented year. Let's take a brief look back, starting with the Women's March. Millions of people rising up in this nation to stand for the rights of women and girls. And I had the privilege, the honor, to participate here in San Francisco along with hundreds of thousands of other people. And I attended with my wife as an ally, and we brought our 7-year-old son to begin to teach him from an early age what it means to be an equality ally. And for those of you that were there, and I know many of you were, it started pouring down rain in the midst of the march in San Francisco. And I'm watching my Twitter feed, and I'm like, wait a minute, look. There's Mark. He's up ahead of us in the march. He's up ahead of us. He's up on Market Street somewhere, a couple blocks ahead of us. And you can tell that the Salesforce marketing department did not make that sign. Because Mark, the fonts, they're all wrong. There's no blue cloud, and it's not waterproof. But the messaging's right. Equal pay for equal work. And we stand with everyone fighting for gender equality. And we stand with people of all religions. We stand with people of all nations, standing on that principle that our immigration policy should be fair, they should be just, they should be equitable, they should be without discrimination. And for those young people here in this nation pursuing your education, dreaming of a brighter future, we stand with you. We stand with you. We stand with all dreamers. Now, unfortunately this year, we're once again reminded of that bitter, bitter lesson from history, how symbols of hatred and bigotry, we saw this in Charlottesville, inevitably lead to pain and suffering and ultimately violence. We stand against the hatred. We stand against the violence. But even in the darkest hour, we saw the healing power of love. Through this vigil, for example, at the University of Virginia, the healing power of love to light a path forward to an age of equality. An age of equality where love is love. Where love is love from the Brandenburg Gate to the Golden Gate. And in case you missed it, marriage equality came to Germany this year. That is worthy of a round of applause. And Taiwan. So we are thrilled to partner and honored and privileged to partner with all of you, building workplaces, building communities, building a society at large where each of us can be our true, authentic self. Now, why is that important? What does that look like? Let's take a look in the words of some of my heroes here, equality heroes here at Salesforce.
Can you tell just by looking at me?
Can you tell just by looking at me?
So can you tell by looking at me that I'm an Iraq War vet?
Would you guess that I am a pro bodybuilder?
I'm an avid college basketball fan.
I love Bruce Lee films.
I am half redneck. I used to be a chubby kid.
Would you have guessed that I'm a swimmer?
That I'm Catholic. I did not learn how to speak English until I was in 2nd grade.
Just by looking at me, you wouldn't know that I was the first in my immediate family to graduate high school.
So would you guess that I'm undocumented and then that I got a degree from Haas Business School?
Would you assume?
What many people assume is that I'm happy, but many people don't realize that I'm scared.
I'm afraid of being misunderstood.
We're all afraid of something. We're all insecure about something.
Yeah, I wake up every day with the fear of deportation.
Lots of us are just afraid of what we don't know.
Don't assume, ask what you don't know.
You don't know about Islam? Ask me questions. Won't offend me.
And if you ask me, I'm Filipino.
I'm Apache and Comanche.
I'm very much proud of my spirituality.
I am a she.
I am a he.
I'm straight.
I'm a lesbian.
I am a husband. I am trans.
I am a 3-time cancer survivor.
I'm Mexican Chinese. I'm gay.
I am a proud Muslim.
I am an ally.
I am an ally.
Not only am I an ally, I'm a champion.
My truth does not have to be someone else's truth, but they are still true.
So we're asking you to tell us who you are.
Be seen and be recognized.
Be part of a more diverse and more inclusive culture.
Help us move forward together.
Because together, we are Salesforce.
Juntos somos Salesforce.
We are Ohana.
And Salesforce welcomes all.
Can I hug you? Okay.
So Salesforce welcomes all. And we are delighted to welcome you to the 2017 Equality Keynote, featuring Carlos Watson, Lorene Powell Jobs, will.i.am, and JR. Please join me.
Where are you?
Thank you.
You're on the end there. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, you can have that or that. Hey guys, a big hand for Tony, please.
Yeah.
Another big hand for Tony Profit. I'm Carlos Watson. I'm your host today. I've been an admirer of Tony's from afar. I've followed what he's shared on social media and elsewhere, but Tony, I have to say I'm even more proud to know you today, just seeing some of what you and others have accomplished together. So thank you for having us all here today. We're gonna have a great conversation today about equality and activism, education. And what I wanted to do in order to get us started, I always find, at least for me, it's helpful to get a little backstory to start. And so I wanted to ask each of the folks today, I wanted to ask Will, I wanted to ask Lorene, I wanted to ask JR, how did you begin to think about art and activism coming together? What was it in your background, your life? Was there a moment that made you start to think that art and activism belong together? And so, Lorene, maybe I'll start with you. When did you first start thinking about bringing those two together?
Well, after seeing that film again, I want to say that I'm a champion. And I'm a champion for others. I'm a champion for those who are like me, those who are not like me, for the sort of for the human race in a way. So I love that phrasing. And as a champion, a believer of spreading the access to opportunity, I've tried sort of a straightforward approach, having been educated in sort of a straightforward way and working on Wall Street. And then when I had the opportunity through College Track to meet with students and to understand how we could bridge some of the gaps that were obvious and easily bridged. There were many, many more systemic problems that we discovered along the way, systemic obstacles that needed perhaps not a straightforward solution, but a solution that came and wrapped around that issue and other issues that came before us in a more holistic and comprehensive way. And a lot of that has to do with culture and behavior and attitude and identity. And that's the realm of arts and artists. And so then I had the great good fortune, in fact, to work with both of these extraordinary artists that you have today, to raise awareness for certain issues that are in front of us in our society today, and to have people connect to them in a different way that's perhaps not the straightforward literal way, but a much more deep, emotional, profound understanding of unequal access to education, of the purgatory that our immigration laws leave people in, so that it resonates and rests in people at a more spiritual and soulful level.
Well, what about you? I mean, we've seen, you hear Laureen talk about different tools that people use in order to try and promote change, and that people may connect with you as an artist in a different way than they may with a politician or they may with a journalist. Was it always obvious to you that you wanted to use your art for activism, or did that come later in your journey?
Well, activism is it's a strong word. It's a word that comes with a lot of responsibility. But at the same time, when I was in the projects, I was active in the projects. When we were broke and poor, we handed out free lunches at the, summer lunch program. My mom worked up at the school, for the after school program to keep kids off the streets. My uncle was, the little league coach to keep the kids away from the gangs. So activism isn't always because you have a position. Activism is what you do in the community because you have a position. And then I was influenced by, of course, the Bob Marleys and the Public Enemies and the KRS-Ones, Boogie Down Productions. And they're the ones who told me, hey, if you're gonna do music, this is why you do music. Either you talk about it, or you be about it and you do about it. And so Black Eyed Peas' success came because of Where's the Love. Although we made, music because we were inspired by A Tribe Called Quest, that success came because of that song. And that took us to a whole different part of the world and speaking to larger groups of people. And that's responsibility. It tells you how to behave when you go out there in the world and what crowd not to be around with, because it doesn't really, rhyme with the work that people are attracted to. It's magnetic and attracts you to folks to where now, I never would have thought in my wildest dreams that I'll be working with Lorraine Powell Jobs. Never thought that. Didn't think it was possible. Didn't think that, being in the projects when you're just trying to stay away from police brutality and gangs and drugs, that I would work with people like Ron Conway and Mark Benioff. Didn't think that was possible. Didn't think that, music, and doing your little piece with Yes We Can could really hit the needle, move the needle and be effective and help Obama take the lead from Hillary in 2008. Didn't think that music would be that powerful. But you're supposed to follow the leader, and those leaders at the time are the Bob Marleys and the Bob Dylans, and try your part to do it from an honest, pure place to bring about, resolution to folks out there, that are hopeless, they've given up, they feel like they have no voice, the voiceless. And so there is a lot of responsibility with that word activism, whether you have a voice or not. Voice meaning in popular culture, but there's awesome people in the community the, you know, all the folks that are at the, you know, the park and recreation, teaching kids, Little League, those are superheroes. You know, the after-school program teacher, she's a superhero. It's not because you're famous.
JR, talk to me about how your art began to move into activism. I mean, a lot of people have appreciated your work all over the world. You've touched on questions of immigration. You've touched on questions of opportunity, identity. But I don't think that's how it started.
You know, it started very simply. I was just a kid writing my names on walls, you know. And when you think about it, writing your own name on wall is the most egocentric, like, way of saying, I'm here, I exist. Maybe it's because, you know, growing up in the suburbs of Paris, you want to be, you know, you want to be out there somewhere in the world so that people can notice you. I was never really good at it, but I was good at climbing buildings and leaving some little marks up there, so it's still there today. But the day I discovered that I could take photos and print them and paste them in the street, and that suddenly people in a suit would stop and look at it, I was like, damn, the power of the image, the power of paper and glue is much stronger than I think. And for me at that time, I was only thinking that if I go to the north or the south of Paris, that's crossing the entire world. I knew nothing else. Yeah. I was really like, that's it. Going east or west or in a different arrondissement of Paris was like the biggest thing that I had to accomplish. And I think I have to thank the mayor of the suburbs where I started, who sued me when I was 18 years old. And I was so scared to pay the fine that I left France for 1 year. And I went and couch surf in other artists, you know, house around Europe, taking trains and sipping at, and I would each time ask an artist, do you know someone that you really love and respect? Oh yeah, you need to meet that guy in Italy, he's amazing, let me connect you. And I would learn from them. And then slowly I started enlarging my photos. When I came back to Paris a year after, the riots had started exactly in the neighborhood where the mayor sued me. So my photos were on the back of the largest riots that we have in France since the French Revolution. So I was on the cover of New York Times at 19 years old by accident. It was the background of the riots. And I think at that moment, I understand that with those images, I could touch people, I could communicate. And even staying in the shadow, which I'm still doing partly because a lot of the work that I still do today is illegal. The little kid at the border was illegal, you know, and a lot of works like that I have to do this way. So I guess, you know, it's interesting that in some countries it's seen as art, and in some others it's still seen as a crime.
Lorraine, I want to go back to this thought about how do you create change. And before we start talking about it, I want to actually show people a little bit of video of some of the work that you've been involved in and others have been involved in it, College Track and XQ.
I think for people sitting in the audience, it's a lot more interesting to see some examples of art rather than hear people speak esoterically about the role of art in activism. So this piece is from a documentary film that we're making around the XQ movement to transform high schools in America. And we started the film, and we started actually that piece of work by going around the United States and talking to holding student roundtables and also some civic leader roundtables, and just listening to students and asking them about their hopes and dreams, asking them about their school experience. And this is a short 1-minute snip of students from Roosevelt High School that Will's really familiar with in Boyle Heights.
Los Angeles. Let's see if we can play that.
I never thought I was gonna go to college. I thought I was gonna be a girl from the hood, just going to jail back and forth. School changes the way you see things, but how are we gonna give this chance to the kids that don't see it? Why don't they see it?
It's about learning, and it's about having knowledge of something. And that's what the school system is forgetting about, you know? So give us research-based projects. Give us a challenge. And that's what high schools forget to do. They forget the challenges.
How are you gonna learn the way I learned? You can't. Because I'm a unique person, you're unique, you're different.
I feel like there should be more of this happening than just us. We're like so excited for this and to actually speak up and make a change for like the new future.
Lorraine, how optimistic are you today for the future opportunities of those kids?
Well, I never met Anthony, but just listening to him and knowing thousands of students like him, how could we not be optimistic? But and for those students, those students are self-directed, and they're making their way to higher ed. Unfortunately, if you saw the recent statistics, actually just today, that EdTrust West put out, listen to this statistic, in no county in California are Latino students prepared, the majority of Latino students prepared in either math or English language arts in the 4th, the 8th, or the 12th grade. So those are sobering and terrible statistics.
So does that, when you hear that and when you realize that, does that say to you, as optimistic as you want to be, that you shouldn't be, that's naive, that's overly hopeful?
I think there's a difference between being optimistic and being honest about what's going on in our own backyard and in our country. I think I'm optimistic about human nature and human ingenuity and human creativity. I'm also optimistic that given the opportunity, those statistics can change quickly. I'm depressed by those statistics, and I'm a little angered by them because it doesn't have to be this way. And the second we make an excellent education for every student everywhere a national priority, it could actually happen. So that's why we keep pushing, Carlos. That's why we keep communicating. That's why we keep doing the work that we do, because we all have to be relentless. When we see the truth, we have to speak the truth. That veil falls, you can't unsee it. And so we just have to keep pushing and pushing in every avenue we can, especially using the arts.
Will, how do you see it? Because, you know, part of what, and I hope we'll show some of what you've done in the neighborhood that you grew up with, a lot of people weren't graduating from high school. A lot of people were following a very different path. And you've helped create, along with Laureen and others, you've helped create one of the most successful college prep programs there. Why do you think it's working? And not just working, but working really well?
It's working really well because of how we started. And when Ron Conway introduced me to Lorraine, what now, 7 years ago? Yeah. 7 years ago? No.
You were both
8
young.
years ago? Yeah. 8 years ago. And it was like the happiest day of my life, because Ron was like, I reached out to Ron, I was like, you know, there's this program called College Track. I'm trying to look for Superman because I saw this movie called Waiting for Superman. And I realized that there are people like Jack Dangerman and Dean Kamen and Lorraine Powell Jobs that are Supermen, Superwoman and Superman. They exist. And the problem with that movie was they didn't tell you who Superman was. They told you that, you know, LA, Roosevelt, was one of the lowest performing schools in America. That's a school my mom went to. That's a school I should have went to if my mom didn't put me in the magnet program and I got bussed out to East LA. And so when Ron connected with me, it was on a hope. It was a whim, like, hey, can you bring College Track to LA? Because at the time, they didn't have a College Track in LA. And I wanted to have College Track as a spine, and then a robotics program as the brain, the arms, and a coding program as the feet, and create a whole new body of, you know, encouragement and a faculty to change these kids' lives and transform them so that they are they are their own Calvary. And we were honest with them by saying, no one's coming to save you. There's a prison down the street that you guys are probably going to, you know, end up in. There's juvenile hall that you're going to go in and out of. The girls, you're probably going to get pregnant before you're 22. Guys, you're going to be...
Wait, you were that direct with kids?
The first kids, yes.
And what was their reaction? Did they get turned off by you being that direct?
No, because they know it's true. No one tells them that. That's the reason why they're ditching, because they know it's true. Their brothers are in and out of jail. They know it's true. The gangs that's business. They have a product. And they're recruiting kids at 9 years old. That's a business, bro. The prison is a business. So you gotta treat it like business and tell them that you guys are the agent of your own change. You are gonna save yourself. Here's a skill set. Here are these tools. And people want you to win. Here's some mentors. And, and it worked. And your grades are currency, right? And so we use their grades as a way to, like, if you go from a 1.0, because these kids were failing. We didn't get like the best kids. We got the worst kids. From 1.0s to not even 0. Whatever they were never attending, to 3.5s and 4.0s by the time we were finished, And that first 65 kids, 100% of them graduated. 70% of them are now going to school with an engineering degree in robotics and computer science.
Well, yeah, they're all going on to 4-year, and in subsequent years it's at 90%. But what he was saying is really extraordinary, that 70% of that class is studying a STEM field.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think that high a number of kids are participating in STEM fields? What is College Track doing, in particular in Boyle Heights and LA, that's causing that to happen?
So College Track is it's like rehabilitating. It's like a rehab for school. It's like, it takes low performance kids and rehabilitates them and puts them on a path. So, but my thing was, a diploma is not enough. Just having a diploma and debt, that's the worst thing for somebody in the hood. So, hey, while you're on course to go to college, why don't you learn this computer science course so you not only fill jobs, but can create jobs? Why don't you learn this robotics course so you not only fill jobs, but create jobs? There's so many jobs out there that are not filled, and the areas that we need jobs. We need people to fill them. So the recipe, the cocktail was like College Track is the rehabilitation, the computer science and the robotics is the way for them to ensure that they fill and create jobs. And it's worked, right? It's so amazing to see how enthusiastic they are. And we went from having this persona of I don't want to be a geek to where that shit is chic. They going to school like, yo, what's up?
I actually was just saying that to Lorraine, that when I was growing up, no one would have proudly said I'm a geek, I'm a nerd, any of that, and something's changed.
There's a new geek, bro.
Yeah.
There's a new type of about it. Right? It's a new I remember do you remember when we were in Watts? I was like, I can't believe I am rocking with Lorraine and we in Watts together. We were in Watts and I told the kids, whoever gets a 4.0, I'm gonna give y'all $1,000. I owe these kids a lot of money.
Are you trying to say you haven't been back to Watts in a long time?
No, I owe these kids almost $50,000 because I got 50 kids. They got 4.0s, which is dope.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're competing with. You're competing with the drug dealer. Already got them, bro. They making $1,000 a year at least. So how are you going to get a kid to join the program if that's the environment they're in? So you gotta compete, and that's how real you have to be with them. You gotta speak their language. I come from that community. I know what it's like. I used to write my name on the wall too.
All right, JR, take us through, how many of you have been able to appreciate and enjoy some of JR's work, whether you've watched it win the TED Prize or you've seen it in the Times or elsewhere? JR, we've got a number of, we've got some of your work here. Will you take people through your work a little bit and give them a tour and explain why you chose to do work like this Ellis Island piece that you did here?
I'm second generation immigrant in France, and I guess living in New York in 7 years, you have Ellis Island that's just close by to you. And I started working on this just because I heard there was an abandoned side of Ellis Island. That's the real reason. I was like, wow, there's a place that no one have seen. That's you know, I was like, I want to see it then. That's how writers function. They're like, they want to go to places people don't.
That's catnip for you.
So I went there. It took a bit of time, but I got the authorization to use the archive of Ellis Island and to actually paste them in places where no one would ever see them. This is the abandoned site where the migrants used to pass by, and Ellis Island is almost 2 islands with a tunnel in the middle. People arrived here. If they're not sure to get in, or if they have to go to the hospital or get cured, they would go through that tunnel and wait here, and then some would be deported back to their country. So this is a place where there's a lot of energies. I pasted those images that I didn't took, that were from the time, in those rooms that are completely abandoned in the middle of, you know, the water. And by chance, they accepted to get people to see them. So today, people can go and see them with a hard hat and with 2 guards from Ellis Island, and you can go and visit this place where you feel like you're the first person to be on since they actually left the island and closed the island in 1938. And then that's an image taken there also. That's a current situation.
Wow.
I've actually, that was an image of a migrant that arrived in New York a couple of years ago, and that's in the shadow of the city. Now, the funny thing about that one is that this was the cover of New York Times Magazine, and the head of New York Times was like, we want you to do a cover, but you know, it have to be, we want the exclusivity of it. I was like, all right, see you, man. All my stuff is in the street, so, you know, sorry, can't help you. And then they would keep like writing me and say, well, can we discuss at least? And I was like, sure, you know, I love to discuss, but there's certain rules that I don't change. Like, for example, like, there's never any logos on my work. I don't even sign my own work, and there's never any corporate sponsor behind it. That's something very important since the beginning. And so,
why is that? Why is that?
Why is that? Because look, I'm telling the story of this kid, and why would I tell you it's powered by Pepsi or Coca-Cola? I love Coca-Cola and I love Pepsi. I mean, I prefer Coca-Cola, but I have nothing to do with that. You know, it's not something against branding. It's something that I work with images, and I remember I was 22 when someone offered me $1 million to do a project for a brand. And it was the head of a big advertising company. And I was on the phone, I was walking in the street, I didn't plan that call. And the guy said, yo, kid, come on, you know, I'm serious. Like, fly here, we have a whole file on you, you're gonna do this thing for Levi's, so I forgot one, you know, just the same thing, except we're gonna see the brand on it. And I was like, no, you don't understand, I don't work with brand. He's like, do you understand that you're gonna make a lot of money, then you do whatever you want with your no branding stuff. And I told him, look, sir, you're doing advertising, I'm doing art. If I start doing like you, what's the difference between you and me? And then since then, actually the funny thing is, you know...
You been called them every year for a job?
Yeah, but every couple of years they hire the number and be like, okay, would you do it for... There's always a number to it. And I'm like, guys, I would have already switched on, you know, if I wanted to, but I don't. I think, you know, it's much more stronger that image is actually by the people, for the people. And this image was actually pasted on the floor of Flatiron Plaza in the middle of the night. It stayed there all day. And you know how it is in Flatiron Plaza. People eat ice cream and look at the Flatiron Plaza and take photos. So they never saw the pasting. They walk on that kid all day. No one took a photo. And then slowly it disintegrated itself. And I went on a helicopter and photographed it from above. And suddenly everyone else is in the shadow and he's in the light. That's, you know, for me, the power of paper and glue. And you see, it's strips of paper, so we hand paste it. That one is in Philadelphia. That's the guy selling hot dogs at the corner, and it stayed there for a year. And I never write anything on it. I use my Instagram to share the story of the people, but if you just want to say, oh, I saw that guy, or I'm not interested, that's fine. I'm not like on an advertising way. It's written where I want you to think like this or like that. This is all, if you want to look for history, it will be there, but you have to do that step. Now, I love to think of the impossible. And I dream about walls a lot because I paste on walls, you know. And recently there's this guy on television that talked a lot about this, you know, wall at the border. And I don't know, I'm from France. I don't have all the information, you know. And anyway, he was talking about a wall that have see-through. So I went and see it by myself. And when I went there was already a wall, and I went and, talked to people, and as I knocked, actually you see the houses on the back of that photo? The house is right behind. It's really close to the wall because the wall goes in a curve like that. And I knocked at the person's house to be like, excuse me, I want to ask you something because your house is really close from the wall. I want to do an art project. It's like, oh, I follow you on Instagram. like, no, I don't think so. I'm a French artist. I think so. And then she put on the Wi-Fi and we looked. And then she was like, oh my God, if you wanted my house to do any project, please. And I was like, oh, thank you. I mean, I don't know if it would work, and I remember the whole time there was this little kid looking at me in his crib. And then I left the house, I started driving, following the wall back to Tijuana, and then on the way I was like, damn, that's the kid. Every day he's from that house, looking over the wall, but not having any perspective, political perspective over that. He's just looking, at the view in front of him. He don't see any wall the way we see it. And I went back, I asked her if I could photograph her kid. And she said, sure. I said, look, I have to build the wall bigger than the wall to make it look ridiculous. And that's how we built the little kid. And we were together with Lauren that day. And so I was on the other side when we were finishing, came back from, and on the US side, because this is on the Mexican side. And then literally that was on day one. There was actually nobody because no one knew. And we just posted that image, and where we haven't even finished it. And then by the next day, hundreds of people started coming. And I remember we were there. I went back on the US side, and we were talking to a few people. And then people from the Mexican side started arriving. And you remember, Lauren, we were there talking with them through the fence. How ridiculous was the situation? We were integrating a piece where we were all talking through the fence. Anyway, what happened throughout that month that the piece stayed up is that I never went back, but hundreds of people went back every day. And I keep hearing stories that people were passing phones through the wall and to ask the other to take a photo of themselves. And I was like, wow, and the Border Patrol do nothing? And a lot of journalists reported on it, and they said, no, actually, it's amazing. There's like every day hundreds of people talking to each other. And that's actually the heart of my work. It's not to build big images. It's the excuse to bring people back together. Especially on the US side, where no one really, there's a few bikers that pass there, but it's not as crowded area as on the Mexican side. So we started brainstorming about a quite impossible idea. That was not that long ago. I think it was 20 days or something like that ago that we started brainstorming, and we've done it almost like 10, 15 days ago. To do, how we do in the art world, often they like to do a big dinner at the end of an art piece, So we were like, why don't we do one to close this piece? And it would be great to make a big table and that go from one side all the way to the other side. And that for a moment, we don't see the wall. And
great.
There's all the signs for it to be impossible. First, we asked on the US side because it would be bringing a lot of people, and they say, if you do that, we're going to close the road, we're going to arrest everybody, and it'd be a disaster. They send a lawyer later. That was the 2 days before we went there. And we have already, Lauren had put me in touch with a woman, a dreamer, here in San Francisco. I came and met her, and I told her, I said, look, let me explain to you, because she had no idea about my work, and we just, you just put us in touch. I remember I was like, this is the idea. I want to build a table. I want your eyes to be on it. And she said, well, it's actually interesting because I have a sleepy eye. And it's because of the fact that I'm in the United States that I could actually you might phrase it better.
No, you're exactly right. But even more profoundly, it was because she received DACA status and was able to work that she received health care, that she could get the surgery to correct the lazy eye.
Which is the one that you see on the right side of the image on the US side. Now what happened is I told her, this is illegal, so you might not want to come to that, you know. And actually, we decided the day before to actually invite nobody, because I was like, damn, if I announce it, they're going to block the roads and no one will be able to come. Now, what we've done is we did build the table on the Mexican side, and on the US side, we bring a big tarp. And the only thing I put the day before is I said, tomorrow is the last day to see the piece. And we thought that it would be great to do lunch at 1. I can tell you that at 12:30, there was nobody. And I remember sitting on the side of the piece being like, damn, maybe we should have announced it. There was literally nobody. Then as soon as I started people coming with their cars to see the piece, I was like, wait, can you wait? We're going to do something, a surprise. Can you just wait now that you come all the way? And in 30, 40 minutes, we started to have 30, 40 people, and then same on the Mexican side, and that's around 1:30, so an hour after, when a lot of people were there, we took the table on the US side out, and then the music started. We put a band, half on each side, the same band, so they play the same music. We shared the same food and the same water during a couple of hours. And you know what happened when the Border Patrol arrived? He actually came, he looked at all of it, and he came and cheered with me a cup of tea. I was on the Mexican side.
JR, that makes me wonder, do you think, by and large, your art tends to inspire people who already believe one way, or do you think you're actually able to change minds of people who feel differently?
I think it's a good question. I think by my work, I'm trying to even prove to myself that the limits are not where I think they are. And by doing that, I hope it does the same thing to other people. That's why I've been working on the sides of favelas, on the rooftops of slums in Kenya, in Liberia. I was just in Somalia a couple of months ago. I always try to go in places where everybody tells me that's not a place for art. Art should not be there. And then when I go there, I find a complete different situation. The reality, of course, but people telling me, yes, we do need art. Art is food for soul. Art is, is dignity. If we lose art, we lose humanity. And that forced me to, always change. Even here talking today at Salesforce, I have to say I've never done any talk at any corporate meeting in my life, But then I'm here the last few days, and I'm hearing, and I'm like, wow. Every single person that went on stage from the company or from outside the company, they talk about how do you help the other in your work, in your life, and it inspired me. It changed my perspective on how I saw corporate, from the outside.
All right.
Oh, interesting. So you got changed by the experience.
Can I say one thing quickly about the image of the baby Kikito? That's been seen more than 1 billion times, that image. Wow. It's fascinating. Yeah. So certainly there are people there who didn't know about the issue, or didn't really think about it, wasn't top of mind, where it became top of mind because of that.
Laureen, what's been the most interesting experience you've seen where a meaningful number of people have changed their opinion on a difficult topic? Because, people often talk about the fact that if it's one-on-one, maybe I can change Will's mind, maybe Will could change my mind. If it's a few people who are kind of close to your opinion, you could move them a little bit. But moving lots of people on something where there's often a lot of stress, anxiety, agita, even anger on is hard. When have you been most intrigued or surprised by the fact that a meaningful number of people change their position?
That's a good question for everyone. I think certain shared experiences that are emotionally charged can be triggered by film, by a beautiful speech, by a beautiful piece of music. I think often when people open themselves up and they hear from great spiritual leaders like the Dalai Lama or like this current Pope, it changes them in an ineffable way. I myself have been changed, and probably others have, by certain pieces of film, for example, because of the visual nature of it. But I'd be curious to hear what you guys think.
Well, what about you? Because I do think about what you did in New Hampshire in 2008 with others when President Obama, or then candidate Obama, had lost that race, and you and others came together and created a really powerful piece of art that I think shifted the conversation and maybe in some ways shifted his opportunity to have an impact. But what's the most interesting, surprising moment where you've seen people's minds change?
So that happened, a friend of mine who I was working with said, I want to use your song, I Got It From My Mama, and turn it to I'm Voting for Obama to get him elected. I said, if you use that song, he's not going to get elected and he'll lose. And he said, why? I was like, think about it, dude. You just said you want to use a song to get Obama elected president. That doesn't really add up. The math doesn't work. That's like saying I want to throw a rock from here to the moon. Now, you could get a rock to the moon, but you can't throw it to the moon. Like, you could do a song to get him no. Let's try to figure out the spaceship that gets the rock to the moon or gets Obama to get elected. So let's go down the path and have a conversation. When's the last time a public speaker or a politician speech has been taught in school? Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy, those are the last time we have speeches taught in school. His speech in New Hampshire was amazing. Now, if we could get that speech taught in school today, then we've done something. Now, how about if we turn that speech into a hymn? What if I make a song that just takes those same words and puts a melody on it? Some teacher is gonna teach that speech in school today, and then you move the needle, bro. He was like, so why don't you do it right now? I was like, oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do it right now. So I did it. So I recorded the song on took the speech on a Thursday, finished it on 2 hours later, shot the video on a Tuesday, called up all our friends because it was like someone's birthday party in Hollywood. So I called all those folks like, you voting for Obama? Okay, y'all need to come and do this video. Cost us about $2,000 in camera equipment. On that Thursday, it was complete, the video. That Friday, took it to ABC to do a news report. That Super Bowl Sunday, it got 20 million views on YouTube because YouTube was a fairly new platform in 2008. By Super Tuesday, the needle was moved. Because that Monday, they were teaching that speech in school.
The impossible, I love that. I love that, I love that. You know, it's interesting actually hearing you all talk about art as a tool for tackling the impossible, and for maybe art may make you think bigger and outside of the lines versus where you are. JR, where would you love to use your art next? You clearly have used your art on questions of immigration. You've used it on questions of identity. If you could dream the impossible, where else? How else would you like to use your art?
You know, 7 years ago, I started a project where I was like, I'm not going to go in all those places around the world. Some places, it makes sense that I go because sometimes only a foreigner can do it. Like when I pasted the wall between Israel and Palestine, and in Israeli city and Palestinian city, only a foreigner can do it because someone from Israel couldn't go in Palestine and vice versa. So someone else had to take the risk. And it's still the same for a lot of the places. But I've opened it. I say, whoever want to send me his photo, I will print it and send it back for free wherever in the world he is. And that's been 7 years that this project called Inside Out have been walking around the world. And more than 140 or 130 countries, 400,000 posters have been sent and pasted. So when you see a posters that look like the one we're going to see right now, those ones, they actually, the photo are not taken by me. They're taken by the people or by photo booth truck. And as we're speaking right now, actually, we're doing a project where those photo booths are going all across the States in support of the dreamers. So dreamers can come and be photographed, or people in support of the dreamers. And that's happening in community. I'm here talking with you right now. I'm not there. Those people are actually pasting. They are actually pasting it all over, making an impact in their community. Because when I do a project like The Little Kid, yes, it's I'm pasting locally, but for a global impact. But what's more interesting is the local impact to the community. And that's what Inside Out's about. Those people in places that I've never been, and in places also sometimes that I would never even have the balls to go there. I've seen people pasting women's faces in Afghanistan. Like, you look online, there's been images of like a Pakistani child on a football field where the US drone are shootings to say that, you know, there are kids here. People have done that by themselves. And often people call me and say, hey, wow, how can you explain to us, how do you do that? I'm like, man, I'm at home right now watching TV. I don't know what you're talking about. And I say, you should call them and ask them why and how and what's their message. Because literally, the only rule of the project is that it have to be linked with no brand. It's just about a message, and it have to be people face. And it's going around the world. Anyone here can be part of it. It's a community project. And as we're talking, people are pasting those faces all across the US. Those photos have been taken in the last few days.
Laureen, yes. We only have a few minutes, but one of the big conversations that's going on right now in the country surrounds DACA. And obviously there's been talk over the last couple of months that President Trump and that some of the Democratic leaders might find common ground on that and might make something happen. How hopeful are you that something can happen? And if it does happen, what do you think will make the difference?
Well, I think from what people say, the only way that it's going to happen is to be attached to must-pass legislation by December 8th, before Congress takes a break. And so there is must-pass legislation around keeping the government running that the DREAM Act or something similar to the DREAM Act could be attached to. There's one called the RAC Act that has some Republican support. I think there's a great deal of will across the country. There's a supermajority of Americans that want to find common sense immigration reform, that want to find a pathway to legalization and citizenships, not just for Dreamer, but also for their families. Whether or not our representatives actually respond is up to them. It's unusual for a population like Dreamers and all undocumented immigrants to actually have voice. Obviously, they can't vote in this country, and so they don't have any political power. So it's the rest of us who have to carry that power for them or share that power with them. And that's why these kind of actions that JR is doing with his team is so essential, because it shows the degree of common humanity and shared values and community support that exists everywhere across the country. And so if people in Washington are listening, the voices are being raised. So I'm somewhat hopeful we'll do our part and take out ads and write op-eds, and we've formed a dream coalition of mayors and governors and business leaders and general American citizens to start putting pressure, or continue to put pressure, because this is an issue that's been going on for 16 years pretty actively. And if it doesn't happen in December, people are still pushing for March, and if it doesn't happen in March, then we actually get to vote people out who aren't standing up for our values and vote people in who are.
Will, what will you tackle next?
Try to tackle something new when you haven't really finished nailing down the first thing you try to tackle. I want to stay focused on what we've done in Boyle Heights and try to scale it to other, cities around the states. And
what do you say to people who say, I hear that, I like that, I wish I could do that too? How can I get involved? What do you say? Because a lot of people will hear you say that and will agree and think what you're saying is powerful, but they won't know how to find their way in. They may not know Ron, they may not know Laureen. What do you tend to say to those people?
Well, there's 3 programs that you put together. That's College Track, First Robotics, and Code.org. You put those together, you would change a community. Aim yourself to surround as many 9-year-olds as possible and see them through till they're 29. If we ain't trying to protect 9-year-olds right now as a community, all of America, in every single, inner city, and even Brentwood. Brentwood's messed up. They ain't got no robotics program in Brentwood, the school I went to that changed my life. Well, whether you're rich or poor, we need to protect our 9-year-olds and our women. So In America right now, you have two things that contradict. There's a big contradiction happening right now. Like when they say, like, what about, how do you empower females? Like, whoa, what do you mean, how do we empower females? How do we acknowledge the power of a female? First, change the question. Right? You don't empower them, you acknowledge that, you know, life is because of them. Right? It's just absurd that we don't see women as the gateway to life. Right? One. Two, you know, I don't want to speak on Hollywood right now, but it's a confusing, inspiring, sad, horrible thing that's going on there. And thank God, you know, they're shedding light on it. But at the same time, that march, that Women's March, was for the same reasons. Mm-hmm. And because those women aren't famous, that have the same cry out, 15 women, and we still have a president, to me, that just doesn't make no sense. So, when you protect a 9-year-old, you gotta protect the 9-year-old not only for education, but also, you know, just humanity, and how do you make sure that there's equal all over the place, equality all over the place. You know, DACA as well. Here I am, African American. I don't know what part of Africa I come from. I'm American. My ancestors, they fought, and they were, you know, all the civil rights leaders, they fought for us to have these freedoms, but I really don't know what part of Africa I come from. I'm American. We are American. So in the name of, as a matter of fact, we are immigrants. Native Americans are the real Americans. So how about we just like say what it is and support these 9-year-olds so they ain't growing up confused and just repeat all this BS that we're doing right now.
JR, I'm going to let you bring us home. I'm curious, who inspires you? Who and what inspires you? What helps create your art and inspire your art?
You know, I have to say, I've never been to art school or school. I haven't, I didn't know any art figure. I didn't know even there was a job for being an artist. You know, when I literally started pasting my photos in the street, I thought, like, try to convince me to go and present my book to someone that holds a little cube with 4 white walls where I could exhibit on the Champs-Élysées at 17 years old just by pasting on the Champs-Élysées. Of course, now I understand the power of it, but you know, nothing beats like the fight of taking over the largest wall around the world. So there's one thing is, I realized, you know, that if I was born 10 years earlier, I wouldn't have been able to do what I do. There was no, like, not everybody had a camera on their cell phone. Photography was a rich sport. You couldn't travel that easily, you know, on low-cost company. And also I was born in France. So with my passport, I could travel. So all this, and I guess the weird thing is that advertising must have inspired me in some way, because by looking at all those ads, there were, and more, I'm really from that generation that advertising became more and everywhere. And as a graffiti writer, you had to find the spaces that they couldn't take. And as an artist, after pasting those images, I always try to adapt to the architecture and to try to exist in front of those advertising. Now, what struck me is that when I went to Liberia, for example, you know, right after the conflict, and I started pasting in the street smaller images, the entire street would stop and ask, what is the purpose of this project? What does this image mean? Well, when I'm pasting here, someone stopped by and say, hey, who's paying for this and who's gonna clean it? And is our taxes like involved in this? It's a whole other conversation. And that's why I love doing the exact same technique, but in different contexts to observe, you know, the reaction. I went to North Korea and there was no discussions there, so it didn't work. But still, you know, I had to try.
Purpose and profit. Hey guys, big hand for a fantastic panel today.
Kent here at Dreamforce 2017, and joining me today is Nan Bowden, Head of Global Technology Partners for Google Cloud. Nan, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Very excited to be here.
Wonderful. So, customer trailblazers are center stage here at Dreamforce this year. Tell us what this new partnership means for customers.
So we're really excited about what this deepened partnership means for customers, particularly in 3 areas. Being able to integrate Salesforce products with Google Analytics is a first of its kind integration. And also being able to give Google Cloud Platform underneath Salesforce's products and technology. It's going to give the kind of global scale that we're very excited to provide. And last, we have G Suite integrations, much deeper ones, and some new promotions to help the Salesforce customers try out G Suite.
Great, that all sounds wonderful. What does your sponsorship presence look like this year at Dreamforce?
So we've sponsored Dreamforce at a very high level. It's been really exciting, and we've been really engaged with the number of different sessions that we have and the number of different speaking engagements. We hope people here can kind of meet people from Google and Google Cloud and really find out more about what we're going to be doing with Salesforce.
Great, great. And lastly, Salesforce and Google both feel very strongly about giving back.
Yes.
So tell us more about how our corporate philosophies align with each other.
It's really amazing how closely we align on a lot of how we want to give back to the world and make things better. Sitting in Mark Benioff's keynote yesterday, I just saw so much alignment, and we're just really excited about what we can do together going forward.
So great. Yeah, it was a very passionate keynote. Very great. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us here, Nan. Thank you for being a wonderful partner to Salesforce, and I hope you have an amazing Dreamforce 2017.
Yeah, we have, and the best is yet to come.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.